The last thing I saw with my old eyes was the back of my girlfriend's head as she walked out of the cave and didn't turn around. I want to be clear about the order of events because the order is the whole story. First, I was the strongest spell cultivator alive. Then my girlfriend told me she'd found something in a dead god's tomb and needed my help to open it. Then my best friend of 9 years carried my storage ring for me because my hands were busy holding the map. Then the thing that lived in that tomb woke up and it was 4 whole realms above me, and both of them were already at the entrance when it turned around. Guojie looked back exactly once, not at me, at the ring in Shu Zihui's hand to make sure he still had it. I lay there on cold stone doing math. 10 years in that world, 10 years of not sleeping, not eating, not blinking, grinding my way up from a nobody to the man other men measured themselves against. And the final score of all that work was, 2 people got rich and I got a hole in my chest. There was a jade pendant on the floor by my hand, 2 fish chasing each other's tails. I only grabbed it because dying men grab things. It got warm, then it got very warm. Then the cave, and the blood, and the 10 years, all folded up like someone closing a book on my face. I woke up screaming in a room that smelled like beer and somebody else's vomit. Sunlight was coming through a window I hadn't seen in a decade. A phone was buzzing itself off the edge of a desk. There were 3 guys snoring in bunks around me, and one of them had a poster of a swimsuit model that I remembered hating. My first thought was, where's my storage ring? My second thought was, where's my core? I sat up and slapped my own chest like a man checking for his wallet. Nothing. No spiritual energy. No sea of chi. No decade of cultivation. Just a 19-year-old body with a hangover and a stomach full of regret, which, to be fair, was a perfectly accurate description of me at 19. I found the phone. August 7th, 2040. I stared at that date for a long time. 10 years. The universe had picked me up, dusted me off, and put me back on the shelf 10 years early. I did not cry. I want that on the record. I sat on the edge of a stained dorm mattress with my head in my hands, and I said 2 names out loud, very calmly, like I was making a shopping list. Shu Zihui. Guojie. In my last life, they taught me what betrayal tastes like. In this one, I was going to teach them. Then the phone rang again and the screen said, crazy woman, and my whole chest did something complicated. I hadn't heard that voice in 10 years. In my last life, this exact call, on this exact day, was the one where Renlan told me she'd watched my girlfriend kiss another man in the street and climb into his sports car. And in my last life, I called her a liar, screamed at her until she hung up, and killed the only real friendship I had. I picked up. Zio Lindsay! She was practically vibrating. Something terrible has happened. I closed my eyes and just let her talk. She has this voice like a firecracker in a metal bucket. I'd forgotten. You forget voices first. Are you listening? Say something. I'm sorry, I said. There was a pause so long I thought the call had dropped. What are you sorry for? I haven't even told you yet. Renlan is 6 feet of muscle, sun-browned, hair in a ponytail, 0 makeup, and every guy on that campus called her a goddess right up until she offered to spar with them. She'd been my upperclassman since freshman orientation, when she'd flattened me during a self-defense demo and then bought me lunch out of guilt. She showed up at the teppanyaki place already loaded for war and found me holding out a chair for her. I believe you, I said. She sat down slowly, the way you sit down when you think the chair might be a trap. You believe me? About Guojie, kissing a guy, in public. Yes. You don't want to see the photo? Yell at me? Tell me I'm jealous? Nope. Order whatever you want. She squinted at me for about 5 seconds, and then something in her face just gave up. Great. Then I want everything on the left side of the menu. She ate like a woman who had recently discovered fire. Between bites, she filled me in on things I already knew, that Guojie's roommate was her friend, that Guojie made 7 or 8 phone calls to 7 or 8 different men every night before bed, that this had been going on for months. So you like wearing a green hat? She said, waving a skewer at me. That's your thing now? You're the one who likes it, I said. I just don't care about her anymore. The skewer stopped. What? You broke up? Unilaterally. She hasn't been informed. Ha! She slammed the table hard enough to make the sauce dish jump. I thought you'd hang yourself on that crooked tree forever. We stayed till the place emptied out, and I want you to understand what that dinner was for me. In my last life, this was the night I lost her. I sat across from her watching her tell a story with her mouth full, and I thought, 9 years of my life went into people who left me in a cave, and this idiot cried at my funeral. Then the bill came. Now, in my previous life, I owned 3 properties in a game economy worth more than most countries. In this one, I opened my payment app and found a balance that could be described generously as a rounding error. Because yesterday had been Guojie's birthday, and I had spent every one I had on a gift and a bar tab for her friends. The #1 cultivator in the world had to ask a girl for pocket money. Lin Jichen. She had gone dangerously quiet. You invited me, and I'm paying. Technically, you're investing. She transferred it anyway. That was my gym membership. Multiple years of it. You're paying me back, or you become my punching bag? I could be your punching bag. Or, alternative offer, take me lifting with you and I'll… She grabbed my ear. I told her, while she was still holding my ear, to quit whatever game she was playing and pre-register for 8 desolations. I told her I was dropping out of university. She let go. She looked at me for a while. Okay, she said. I've known you for years. Today's the first day you've looked like a man. Here's the part I couldn't tell her. In 5 years, that game stops being a game. 8 Desolations launches its open beta at midnight tonight. 20 million registered players, holographic immersion, an AI called Manhwa running the whole world. And in 5 years, the barrier between that world and this one comes apart, like wet paper. The monsters come out, the cultivators come out. The skills you learned in there, you keep out here. Everyone who thought they were farming loot was actually building the body they'd have to survive in. I know because I was there. I was there for all of it, and I was one of the strongest men on the planet, and it still ended with me on a cave floor watching a woman not turn around. So no, I wasn't going back to class. I moved out of the dorm that afternoon. 3 roommates who'd made my life hell over a girl, and I was not doing that season again. Found an apartment for $3,000 a month, which is suspiciously cheap for that neighborhood, and the reason it was cheap was the landlady's rules. Spotless, no pets, no more than 2 tenants, and she reserves the right to show up unannounced and evict you on the spot if she doesn't like what she sees. The agency lady told me all this in the tone of someone reading a hostage's demands. She's traveling right now, so we're handling it, but she does come back. Sounds great, I said, and signed. Then I spent 5,999 yen on a game ring. A capsule costs 50,000 and up. A ring is what poor people wear. I made noodles with tomato and egg, took a shower, lay down on a mattress on the floor, and at 1 second passed. Midnight on August 8th, 2040, I went back to the world that killed me. Character creation is a palace. Manhwa meets you personally. She is, and I say this with the appropriate amount of professional respect, the single most beautiful thing in that world, and she is also a wall. There are men who tried to flirt with her at creation. Their accounts got flagged, their charm stat got permanently gutted, and every NPC in 4 provinces starts them at negative reputation. In my last life, I didn't flirt with her. I did something dumber. I peppered her with questions about hidden quests until she put me in a dark room to think about my behavior. This time I stood there like a good boy while the scanning beam came down. In my last life, that beam took 1 second and handed me an innate talent called Business Prodigy. 10% off at shops. That was it. That was my birthright, a coupon. This time the beam sat on me for 30 seconds. Manhwa's expression didn't change, but something in the room did. Innate talent obtained, heaven-defying change of fate. 3 effects. 1. Every innate attribute maxed. Root, comprehension, spiritual grace, all of it pinned to 100. Every single die roll that decides who you are came up perfect. The catch, and there's always a catch, is that every time I die, 10% of all of it burns off permanently. 2. Every major realm breakthrough doubles all the attributes it gives me. Doubles, not adds. But every one of those breakthroughs summons a heavenly tribulation, and if I fail one, my soul doesn't respawn. 3. Every breakthrough also rolls me a brand new random talent, and every breakthrough has to be done at the highest possible grade, heavenly path, which means the rarest materials every single time. So, a god's stat sheet wired to a bomb. I looked at those 3 lines and I laughed out loud in the middle of the character creation palace like an idiot. Then, I chose my face. In my last life, I picked a giant afro because I thought it looked cool, and I spent a decade with a charm stat in the gutter wondering why NPCs sighed when I entered a room. This time, hair half up, simple crown, 2 seconds, done. Then class. 4 provinces, 4 specialties. Yongning for spell cultivators, Yuhua for medics, Muxian for weapons, Huafeng for body cultivators. Last time I picked spell cultivator. Not because I'd studied the meta, because Gojie said spell cultivators looked elegant. I became the #1 spell cultivator on the planet on the strength of that reasoning, which tells you something about the value of hard work. This time I picked Muxian Prefecture, and I picked the sword, highest single target damage in the game. And a sword cultivator does not lie awake at night worrying about assassins, because a sword cultivator is what assassins have nightmares about. The newbie village was a riot. Literally, there were maybe 400 players packed around the village chief screaming for the tutorial quest. I walked past all of them, and that's when I found out what a max charm stat actually does to a person's day. Villagers stopped talking. A girl walked into a fence. A woman came out of the tailor's shop, took one look at me, and abandoned an entire queue of players she was supposed to be handing quests to. Young master. She was already at my elbow. Widow Kui, 40-ish, dangerous eyes. I could arrange a task for you, and if it's too hard, I'd help you personally. My husband passed 5 years ago. I live alone, you know. A guy at the front of the abandoned line lost it. Why does he get to cut? I've been standing here. Go find a puddle and look at your reflection, she said, without looking away from me. I like handsome. Is that illegal? If you don't like it, leave. He left, loudly. Another time, I said, and bowed, and she looked genuinely wounded, and I got out of there. I had somewhere to be. The weapon shop had a big man in it, beating a glowing bar of iron and ignoring every player who walked in. Uncle Quest? Uncle, can we buy? Are you deaf? He didn't look up. He didn't answer. Players kept coming in, getting stonewalled, and leaving to complain in the world chat that the shop was bugged. I walked past him, sat down at the bellows, and started pumping. The fire jumped. The bar went from orange to white. He grunted like a man whose back had just been scratched. There it is, he said to nobody. That's what it was missing. Heat. 5 minutes. 5 minutes of manual labor, which no player in that village was willing to do because there was no quest marker floating over it. He plunged the finished blade into the trough and finally looked at me. You helped. Pick a weapon off the rack. It's yours for a day. I took the plain iron sword, strength +3, a stick with delusions of grandeur. And I'll give you something better, he said. Bring me 10 pairs of bamboo viper fangs before sundown, and I'll give you an opportunity. I bowed and walked out and got mobbed by 6 players who'd watched the whole thing through the window. How'd you get a weapon? What's the trigger? Is it a dialogue option? I put on my most sincere face. He just broke up with his girlfriend. He's very emotional. Sing him a sad song about parting. Really commit. I was 2 streets away when the singing started. It sounded like someone was castrating a duck. All 6 of them got physically ejected within the minute, and by then I was in the forest. The snake forest had a sign on it that said, "Enter with caution," which in a starter zone means, this is where you learn what a critical hit is. My stat sheet at that moment was almost funny. Health 100. Every combat attribute 1. 1 strength, 1 defense, 1 speed. I was a stat sheet made of tofu. First viper came at me, and I hit it in the body. 30 damage. Second swing, I hit it 7 inches down from the head, where a snake keeps its heart. Critical. 60. Third swing, same spot. 60. Dead. That's the whole game, by the way. That's the entire secret of the next 4 hours of your life if you're watching this and thinking about playing. Everything has a weak point. Most people never look for it because the health bar goes down either way. Cultivation +3 per snake. Boars gave 5. Regular trash gave 1 or 2. And the Great Fortune Luck stat started earning its keep immediately. 10 snakes gave me a green snake bow with strength +2, a stack of venom arrows that stacked poison damage, and a snakeskin pouch with 20 extra inventory slots, which sounds boring right up until you understand that on day 1 of a server, storage is currency. I walked out of that forest with 100 poisoned arrows, a pile of copper, and 30 out of 100 cultivation. And 5 guys standing across the path. Bow in the pouch, said the one in front. Hand them over. Now. I want to describe the next 10 seconds properly because it was theater. Another group came around the bend before I'd even opened my mouth. 12 people, well-geared, and at the head of them, a slim guy with a hooked nose and a voice like warm oil. Unbelievable, he said. You won't grind, but you'll rob someone who did? People like you disgust me. The 5 apologized and scattered like roaches. Sorry about that. There are a lot of them on day 1. He offered a hand. Wang Jinghao, president of Wan Shi Guild. And I stood there smiling politely at a man I had known for 9 years. Wang Jinghao, young master of the Myriad World Group, top 20 conglomerate in Asia. In my last life, he spent a year trying to buy me into his guild, and when I said no, he spent the following 8 years poisoning my name in every corner of that world, always at a distance, always with clean hands. The ambush was his, the rescue was his. That's how he collects people. Nice to meet you, I said. I've got somewhere to be. I was gone before he could get to the offer. Behind me, one of his men said something about ungrateful nobodies. Talent always has attitude, Wang Jinghao said. He'll be mine eventually. I turned in the fangs and got my reward, and the reward turned out to be the most valuable piece of paper on the server, a recommendation letter to a sect. Which sect depends on which weapon you borrowed. And out of the hundreds of players who cycled through that shop that morning, exactly 1 got one because exactly 1 had pumped the bellows. Then I went back to the village square and held an auction. Server first green snake bow, I announced, standing on a crate. It pains me to part with it. Bidding starts at whatever you people think dignity is worth. 500, 800, 2,000, 5,000. Then a squad came through the crowd, and they were all women, which on day 1 of a server is a formation you notice. Short hair at the front, cool as a knife. 50,000, she said. The crowd made a noise, and then Wang Jinghao's voice from the other side. 60, 70, 100, 200, 250. The short-haired girl made a phone call, listened for 4 seconds, and said 500,000 in the tone of a woman ordering coffee. Wang Jinghao's smile came off. You're going against me? I'm going against your number, she said. He turned and walked, and the crowd was already writing the story, and I called after him. Brother Wang, we're friends. 500,000 and it's yours. He came back so fast he almost tripped, paid the 500, then threw in another 50 for my copper coins so he could feel like he'd won something. 550,000 when, about an hour into the game, the short-haired girl was walking away with her jaw set and I fell in beside her. I have information, I said. 500,000. She stopped. You just sold me out. I sold him a bow, now I'm selling you a sect. She stood there doing the math out loud with her face. If she said no, I'd sell it to Wang Jinghao instead. She paid. Drop the butcher's quest, go to the weapon shop. Nobody there gets a quest by asking. Sit down and work the bellows for 5 minutes. He gives you a weapon, the weapon leads to a sect recommendation letter, and without that letter you don't get into a sect at all. She stared at me. That's it? That's the trick? Manual labor? That's the trick. Nobody in this village is willing to do a boring thing. 1 million yuan. First hour. Both sides paid me, and both sides thought they'd won, which is how you know it was a good trade. Her name was Su Wanling, vice president of Moon Shadow Guild, and she was about to accidentally give me the best day of my life, because 40 minutes later, the tree line exploded. The thing that came out of the boar forest was the size of a delivery truck and had tusks like a forklift. 2 of Su Wanling's people got hit before anyone processed that it existed. Then a third. Fall back, she screamed. Everyone out, now! Which was, in fairness, the correct call. Wild Boar King, 600 health, 15 strength, 20 defense, against a party whose entire combined damage output was somewhere in the range of a strong sneeze. If you're giving up on it, I said, jogging past her, I'll take it. With what? You sold your bow. I plucked the iron sword out of her hand as I went by. Hey! Thief! Here's the thing about being at 1 strength. I hit that boar square in the forehead with everything I had. Everything. Full commitment. Perfect form. All 1 point of strength. -1. 1 damage. 600 to go. At that rate, I'd finish sometime around the winter holidays, assuming the boar was polite enough to stand still and assuming I didn't die, which I would immediately, because it did 15 damage a hit and I had 100 health and a personality, so I did the only thing available to a man with 1 strength. I ran away badly. I want to stress the badly. I flailed. I shrieked. I windmilled my arms. Behind me, I could hear the Moon Shadow girls actually giggling. Aw, look at him run. And Su Wanling saying loudly that show-offs get exactly what they deserve. Let them talk. I was busy. Because I wasn't running away from the boar. I was running toward a cliff face I'd clocked on my way in, bad rock, loose scree, an overhang above it that had been waiting a few hundred years for a reason to come down. I stopped with my back to the stone and let it come. At the last possible instant, I stepped aside, and 1.5 tons of pig hit solid rock at full speed, -50. Then the overhang came down on its head, -20, -15, -9, stones bouncing off its skull one after another while it staggered in a circle with a caved-in face, and a quarter of that health bar was just gone. Then I put the sword in the crack. 8 damage. 8. 8. Critical. 8. I stopped swinging and just leaned on the hilt with my whole body weight, working it deeper like a man opening a paint can, and the boar did the only thing a boar in that situation knows how to do. It charged the rock again. The pommel went through the back of its skull. The cliff finished the argument. Cultivation plus 70, breakthrough, chi refining, early stage. And then the talent woke up. All attributes doubled. New random talent rolled, seed of chi blood, plus 10% health permanently. And then, in letters, I would come to know extremely well. Heavenly Tribulation will arrive in 30 minutes. The server-wide announcement went off before I'd even finished reading it. First boss kill in the world. 200 reputation. 1 point of innate luck. Do you wish to hide your name? No, I did not wish to hide my name. World chat lost its mind. Little Elephant Guild had been feeding people into that boar for an hour and taken half its health off before wiping, and they wanted everyone to know it. Somebody explained confidently that Lin Jichin was obviously a front for a major guild who'd zerged the boss and let one guy tag the kill. Sure, that's what happened. The drops were absurd. A spirit rank sword called Crimson Cloud, strength plus 15, crit plus 7, 1% armor pierce, and every third strike on the same target adds 50 flat damage. Sword cultivators only. A spell cultivator's staff. A movement technique called Phantom Step, 10 meters of instant travel on a 10-second cooldown, which would go on to save my life more times than I can count. 4 pieces of trash gear, hundreds of copper, 10 spirit stones. Su Wanling arrived at a dead sprint just in time to watch me flipping the corpse. I sold her the gauntlets and the dagger for 50,000 each and the staff for 500,000, 600,000 yuan. We added each other as friends. As I walked off, she was still standing there, and I found out much later what she was thinking, because she told me eventually, and it was, He can't stay near a pretty woman for 10 consecutive seconds. Is he gay? Madam, I had 30 minutes before the sky tried to kill me. 29 minutes, and there was a black cloud on the horizon that was moving against the wind. Here's a fun fact about heavenly tribulation. It only shows up for people breaking into the higher realms, crystallization, golden core, serious people doing serious things. Nobody at chi refining early stage has ever seen one because that's like getting audited for stealing a paperclip. My talent had decided that the paperclip was worth an audit, so I ran. My speed stat after the doubling was 23. Everyone else in that village was at 1. I went through that forest like a rumor. Usain Bolt would have retired in tears. The teleport array was at the edge of the map, and there was an old man sitting next to it with an expression of profound patience. Array's broken, he said. Fix it. 10 spirit stones. I had exactly 10 spirit stones. On day 1, that is an enormous amount of money. I looked at the cloud, which had started to make a low grinding sound, and I put all 10 in his hand. Generous, he said, and did something with his fingers, and the array lit up. Since you paid for the repair, teleports from this village are free for everyone from now on. 20 reputation for your trouble. I want it noted that I made a public infrastructure investment while being chased by the sky. The array dropped me at the gate of the Heavenly Evolution Sword Sect. Biggest sword sect in Muxian Prefecture, mountains stacked into the clouds, and a stele at the entrance made of something like diamond with 4 characters carved into it. Not carved with tools, carved with a sword. I glanced at it for maybe 2 seconds. Sword intent perceived. Swordsmanship, aptitude plus 5%. In my last life, I walked past that stone dozens of times. Dozens. It never gave me anything because I had the comprehension of a brick. Now I had 100 comprehension and the thing just handed me a permanent upgrade for having eyes. I didn't have time to enjoy it. I went through the gate at a dead run past a guard who watched me go by and said, out loud, where's he sprinting to? His own funeral. Correct, actually. And then the sky above the sect turned the color of a bruise, and elders started coming out of the mountains. Not 1 or 2, dozens. Core formation, nascent soul. Old men and old women appearing out of the air in every direction because they'd all felt the same thing at the same time, and every one of them wanted to know who in their sect was about to break through. And then the air changed and she was standing on nothing above all of them. Leng Feiyan, sect leader, feather transformation realm, peak of it. In my last life, she was the closest thing that world had to a final boss. And after the 2 worlds merged, she stood alone in front of an army of ghosts and turned 1,000,000 of them to dust with one motion of her arm, and every player alive started calling her a god. She looked down at the storm gathering over her mountain, mildly annoyed, the way you look at a smoke alarm. Why is there a tribulation over my sect? Has someone's personal disciple broken through? Every elder shook their head. So I cupped my hands and shouted up at the most powerful being in 4 provinces. Newly registered disciple Lin Jichin respectfully requests assistance from the masters. They laughed, genuinely laughed. A brand new outer disciple at Chi Refining claiming a heavenly tribulation is like a toddler claiming a tax problem. Then the lightning came down and hit me. It was as thick as my arm, and it made a sound I can still hear. Help! Leng Feiyan raised one hand. The bolt stopped existing, not blocked, not deflected. It reached her palm and simply stopped being a thing that had ever happened, and there wasn't so much as a ripple in her sleeve. Silence on that mountain, all the way down. She came down to look at me, and every elder in the sect came down with her, and that was how I learned what a talent like mine looks like from the outside. Tribulation at Chi Refining, one of them said. That's either a great treasure or a talent heaven itself is jealous of. Leng Feiyan put 2 fingers on my chest and fed spiritual energy into me to test. I want you to imagine dropping a fish into a river. Every scrap of loose spiritual energy in that entire courtyard turned around and came at me. Cultivation plus 20, plus 20, plus 20. It didn't stop until it hit 360 out of 500, and by then several elders had taken a step backward. She removed her hand. Good, she said. Very good. The Heavenly Evolution Sword Sect has another genius. He may surpass me. Someone made a sound like they'd been punched. How good exactly? His talent, his spiritual grace, and his comprehension, she said, are better than mine were. And then 12 of the most powerful people in the province started fighting over me like relatives at a will reading. He'll take my line. Ching Song, you have 40 disciples already. Elder Qiu, you're a woman. It would be improper to instruct a young man. Improper? You keep a harem of sword spirits? Enough. Leng Feiyan didn't raise her voice, and the courtyard shut like a door. He'll be mine. That landed on them like a dropped plate. In several hundred years, she had never taken a disciple, not one. My own progress is stalled, she said. I'm not entering seclusion yet. A disciple will help pass the time. And I stood there at chi refining early stage, 5 hours into the game, thinking, if you're going to cling to a strong thigh, cling to the strongest thigh available. Also, and I feel this is relevant context, her legs were extremely long. The inner hall was 12 floating mountains over a sea of clouds, 1,000 NPC disciples, minimum realm crystallization. I walked in wearing starter cloth and the whispering started immediately. That vagrant is the sect leader's disciple? He's chi refining. I could break him with a finger. Noted, guys. Noted. Somebody came around a corner at full speed and nearly took me out at the knees. A girl in blue, arms in the air. We have a new disciple. I'm not the youngest anymore. I have a junior brother. Then she got a proper look at my face and her entire operating system crashed. She went red from the collarbone up and stopped mid-sentence with her hands still raised. I bowed first. Junior brother greets senior sister. Nanggong Yue. Crystallization late stage, granddaughter of one grand elder, daughter of another, and the single most sincere person on that mountain. She recovered by slapping her own chest hard enough to make a sound. If anyone gives you trouble, senior sister will handle it. How could anyone be rude to you? I said. Prettier than the flowers and that cultivation on top of it. You're a flatterer. Cultivation isn't just techniques, senior sister. Flattery is more efficient than grinding, and I intend to be efficient. She laughed so hard she had to sit down on a step. Nanggong Yue's favorability toward you plus 10, current, 10, instant favor, 9 ranks on that scale, all the way up to 100, which is called something like share life and death. Everyone assumed the top of it was decorative. There's a story in that world about the only player who ever hit 105 years nursing a paralyzed NPC girl through a war, and when the worlds merged, she was still standing next to him in this one. Nanggong Yue gave me a jade pendant that blocks one enemy skill every 15 minutes, plus the inner hall welcome package, spirit grade robes, a proper sword, a ring with 100 inventory slots, 50 spirit stones. Then she got so excited telling me about the sect that she completely forgot to show me where I lived, and ran off, which is how I wandered into the most beautiful building on the mountain, walked through a doorway I should not have walked through, and got hit by a defensive formation for 2,199 damage. I had 2,200 health. I lay on my back with 1 hit point, staring at a ceiling made of carved cloud, thinking, who am I? Where am I? What has occurred? Footsteps. Then a voice like the inside of a freezer. Who permitted you to enter the sect leader's palace? If I hadn't disabled the formation, you would have died 1,000 times over. I could have said, your other disciple abandoned me in a hallway. I said, senior sister Nanggong was in a hurry. Her father called for her. It was my mistake. There was a pause up there, longer than it needed to be. Then a pill bounced off my chest. Mystic grade. Plus 30 to every combat attribute for 5 minutes. Remember that pill. I'm going to need it in about 6 hours. Nanggong Yue came back at a sprint, found me lying in a doorway at 1 hit point, and I performed the greatest death scene in the history of that server. Cough, cough, no, senior sister, don't blame yourself. My brain is just, cough, thick as a pig's. She cried. Actual tears. Plus 5. Current, 15. She also gave me a bottle of recovery pills and personally escorted me to my quarters, which turned out to have an Earth-grade spirit gathering formation built into the floor. Her father, a grand elder of that sect, has a mystic grade one. She stood in my doorway, looking at my floor with the face of a woman doing some very unpleasant arithmetic. Meditating in that room gave me 52 cultivation an hour. A normal player gets 5 to 10. I logged out at dawn to check my bank balance. 1,661,782 yuan. 5 hours. So I bought 2 top-tier gaming capsules, $1 million each, but the first 10,000 buyers got 30% off, so 1.4 for the pair. 1 for me. 1 for the crazy woman. She came over, saw the receipt on the table, and detonated. You spendthrift. I gave you my gym membership and I'm not paying you back. I'm going to blow it all first. She tackled me onto the couch and got both hands around my throat, which for Renlan is affection. I found her armpit. She has exactly one weakness, and it is her armpits. She lost, immediately and completely, and in the flailing panic of losing, she punched me in the eye. Full contact. From a woman who benches more than I weigh. I got a black eye and she laughed instead of apologizing, and then I rolled over and pinned her, and my 19-year-old body made an editorial comment about the situation that I had absolutely not authorized. We both went very still. Lin Jichen, you groped your auntie. I did not grope anyone. You're denying it 3 times? That's a confession. Then the capsules arrived, and she went quiet in a completely different way. You bought me a capsule. She looked at the box. Where does a broke college dropout get capsule money? Were you, Xiao Linzi? Were you selling yourself at a nightclub? You can tell me. I won't laugh. I took out my phone. You're right. Let me cancel the order. She was hanging off my arm before I finished the sentence. Brother Lin. I was wrong. If someone were to rub my shoulders, I might reconsider. At once, my lord. She assumed it was the standard 50,000 yuan model and posted about it to all her friends. I didn't correct her. A ring gives you 10 hours before the fatigue penalty starts eating your stats and 30% kicks you out entirely. A standard capsule gives you a day, top tier gives you a week without surfacing. I was going to need the week. And then, after she left, I found the message I'd been avoiding. It had been sitting in my phone unread since yesterday from a contact called Gu Qiuxue. Lin Jichen, it's sister's birthday soon and the girls from the hospital want me to host something. Will you come? In my last life, I never answered that message. I was with Guoji that week. The next thing I heard about Gu Qiuxue was that she'd married a doctor who'd been chasing her for 2 years. I went to the wedding. I asked her why him, why now, why so fast, and she looked at me for a long moment and then walked away crying and never explained. A few years after that, she killed herself. I never found out why. I never asked anyone. I was busy being the strongest man in the world. I typed, "Sister, of course I'll come." I didn't sleep. The next morning, my master held a premium breakthrough pill in front of my face and didn't give it to me. "I'm concerned," Leng Feiyan said, "that I'm growing a pretty face that can only cultivate. Strength isn't a number. It's the number plus what you've survived. Without the second part, you're a fragile toy, and the first beast you meet will eat you." I said, without thinking, something an Enlightenment Realm cultivator once said to me on a battlefield a lifetime from now. "A flower raised in a greenhouse is unworthy of the path. Only a tree that grew up under the storm can prove it's immortal." Leng Feiyan's favorability +5. She went very still. "Where did you hear that?" "An old senior, Enlightenment Realm. I met him by chance." She decided to believe me, which was generous, and gave me the pill and a mind cultivation technique that raised all my attributes 5%, and then she gave me an assignment. "Go to the outer hall. Take a mission rated hard for your realm." Hard. She said hard. I want that on the record too. The quest board grades everything with little swords. 1 sword is easy. 5 swords is hell. I took down a 5. There was an actual sound in the courtyard. Players who'd been arguing about drop rates stopped arguing. Hell quest. A sect disciple named Zhang Hai was murdered and a secret technique of the sect was stolen from his body. Avenge him and recover the scroll. Reward: 100 spirit stones, 100 contribution points, a high-grade pill, a spirit rank martial skill, a spirit rank item. Note: the killer is a loose cultivator at Qi refining late stage. "Watch," somebody said. "He's posing. He'll hang it back up in 10 seconds. I walked it to the registration desk. And then something happened that broke the entire crowd, which was that the NPC clerk, a Foundation Establishment cultivator who had processed 10,000 of these, took one look at me, bowed, and started gently trying to talk me out of it. Players do not get bowed to. Players get grunted at. He wasn't reacting to my face. He was reacting to my robes. Phoenix Melody City cost 5 spirit stones to teleport to and 2 to walk into, which tells you everything about the local government. I went to the Drunken Immortal restaurant and ordered the Jade Ice Intoxication, 3 stones a cup, plus 2 strength and 2 defense for an hour, and I sat in the corner and waited for a man named Li Si. Every evening, in that restaurant, Li Si gets drunk and tells the room what's happening in the world. Half of it is nonsense. The important half isn't. The head of Xuanwu Daoguan broke into Nascent Soul last month. The Golden Saber sect got wiped out by the demonic path, every hall, one night, and the leader of the One Dao sect is a gambling addict, lost his robes at the tables and ran home through the street in his underwear. That last one got the biggest reaction. It's a good crowd. I bought what I needed. 5 spirit stones. Zhang Hai was killed by a loose cultivator named Zhou Hao, Qi refining late stage. 5 more. Zhou Hao is a womanizer and lives on Flower Street. I stood up and Li Si caught my sleeve. "One more piece of news, young master, also 5 stones, and I think you want it." I paid. "Zhou Hao has an older brother," he said. "Zhou Shen, Foundation Establishment Realm. That 5 stones bought my life." Flower Street runs into the Autumn Moon Tower, which is exactly what it sounds like, and I need to tell you what happened when I walked into that building wearing plain cloth with a maxed charm stat. Business stopped. Not slowed. Stopped. Women left paying customers standing in the middle of rooms. Someone dropped a tray. 2 of them offered to pay me, and the phrase they used was, "for the atmosphere," and I have carried that phrase with me ever since. I did not stay long. I heard a man upstairs shouting that some girl had run out on him halfway through and ruined Grandpa Joe's evening, and a half-dressed idiot with a bad mustache came stomping down the stairs, and I memorized his face and left. I could hear men laughing behind me. Rookie got scared off by the girls. Sure, let's go with that. I found Zhou Hao in the woods outside the city at midnight. "Who's there?" "The person who's taking your life." He looked at my realm and relaxed. Completely. Qi refining late stage against Qi refining early stage. 2,500 health, 32 strength, and every reason in the world to be confident. Then he swung at me 4 times and hit air 4 times. Miss, miss, miss. Because I wasn't dodging with speed, I was dodging with knowledge. 9 years of getting stabbed in the back by assassins teaches you where a blade is going a beat before it goes there. I let him hit my shoulder guard on purpose, turned my hip so his sweep slid off, and covered exactly the 2 spots that would have hurt. You're a sword cultivator, he panted. Why are you tanking like a monk? My pendant ate his big skill. Then I opened his shoulder for 90. He went to his knees so fast it was almost impressive, started begging, started talking about his brother, how his brother would pay, how his brother was, and a saber strike came out of the trees 10 times wider than anything Zhou Hao could produce and cut down a fan of pine trunks on its way to me. Zhou Shen, Foundation, Establishment, Early. 5,300 health, 70 strength, a saber called Slashing Snow, a clone technique, and a spiritual skill that turns the blade into fire. Zhou Hao changed personalities mid-sentence. Kid, bad luck. That's my brother. He's going to turn you into mince. But Zhou Shen didn't look at me first. He looked at his brother with the exhausted expression of a man who has had this conversation before. I told you to stay in the mountains. Then to me, leave your things. I'll leave you a whole corpse. My answer was to turn and cut Zhou Hao's hand off the pill he was reaching for. Critical. 300. The fight that followed was the first real fight of my second life, and it went badly for about 4 minutes. He broke through my defense for 220. His soul-severing strike put 300 in my chest. He split into 3 clones, and I went straight for the real one on instinct. You can always tell. One of them is always a half beat behind, critical armor break, and a follow-up for 110. And then he settled into his rhythm and started grinding me down, and my health went to 2/3, then to half, and I understood with total clarity that I was going to lose. So I drank my master's pill, plus 30 to everything, 5 minutes. Strength 67, defense 81, against his 70 and 81. His next 4 swings said, miss. He figured it out immediately, and he wasn't wrong. That's a buff boy. Buffs expire. When it runs out, you die. You're right, I said. So I just have to kill you before it does. That's the whole plan. It's not complicated. Zhou Hao chose that moment to be a good brother and threw himself at my back. I opened him from hip to sternum. 355. Dead. Hell quest objective complete. Zhou Shen stopped talking after that. His hands moved and his saber caught fire and 100 blades of flame came off it at once, and I took 1,089 damage in a single instant. 400 health left out of 2,300. He had 2,000. I got up. Sword intent perceived in battle. Swordsmanship aptitude plus 5%. Total, 10%. You get that from getting hit, apparently. Good to know. Painful curriculum. The pill ran out with both of us under 500 health in the dark in a clearing full of felled trees, and he came in with a soul-chasing strike that tracks you if you retreat. So I didn't retreat. I used phantom step forward, into it, through the arc of the blade at the exact point where a saber cannot change direction, and I came up under his chin. Throat-slitting strike, fatal damage, minus 466. I sat down in the wreckage next to 2 corpses and laughed until it hurt. The loot. His saber, a ring, a belt, his fire technique, and the thing I actually wanted, mist piercing rush. 20 speed for 15 seconds, and here's the part that matters, it clears crowd control. Stuns, slows, roots, all of it, if you hit it at the right instant. Zhou Hao had it and only ever used it to run away, and the stolen scroll, which came with a choice, open it and learn a secret technique for free, permanently destroying it and failing the quest. Or hand it back. Every player would have opened it. It's free power and the quest reward is a known quantity. I handed it back. Because there's a hidden trust value in that sect that nobody discovered until the middle of the game's 2nd year, and it decides every promotion you will ever get, and I was not going to trade a decade of position for 1 skill book. I turned in the scroll at dawn. You've come to your senses, the desk elder said. Abandoning the quest? Completing it. You could hear the wind. He finished a hell quest at Qi Refining on day 2. They sent for the elder who handles high-tier rewards, a man whose entire personality is that he has never once smiled. He came out with his usual face, looked at me, and unfolded like an old chrysanthemum. Ah, it's you. Well, of course, you're the sect leader's only disciple. And the courtyard died. The sect leaders? The sect leaders? Only? This game is bugged. I'm filing a report. Wait, Lin Jichin, that's the guy from the world announcement, the one who soloed the newbie boss. Rewards, 100 spirit stones, 100 contribution points, 2 pills, a martial skill called Frost Moon Slash that does 300 base and has a 20% chance to freeze, and boots with plus 12 speed. Then I went home and got told off. I said hard. Leng Feiyan did not look up from her tea. Why did you take hell? It paid better. If you had failed, my sect would have lost a genius and I would have lost a disciple. Those are not the same sentence, and I dislike both of them. She set the cup down. There was a second cultivator, wasn't there? Foundation establishment, brother of the target. She was quiet for a second, and then she gave me a talisman. A nascent soul talisman, a sealed strand of her own spirit, one use, only at the edge of death. Remember that too. And 2 premium breakthrough pills, 30 and 40 free attribute points. Then I gave her a present. It was a hairpin. White jade with gold inlay, bought in the mortal city, and I said, I'm sorry. I didn't have enough spirit stones for a proper one. Here is a thing I did not know at the time, and which I would very much have liked to know at the time. In that world, a gift from someone of the opposite sex is a confession. She froze. Her ears went pink. She started to refuse. And then she looked at my face, which was doing an extremely good impression of an idiot who had bought a nice rock, and I watched her decide she'd imagined it. +5. Current, 10. I found out later, much later, that she sat alone in that hall for half an hour afterward, turning the pin over in her fingers, and then she put it in her hair. I simply didn't wish to devalue my disciple's effort, she told absolutely nobody. And I haven't bought myself an ornament in a long while, that's all this is. I broke through to chi refining middle stage that night and put every one of the 30 free points into strength and speed. 0 into defense. 0. Chen Yuan, the man who became the greatest swordsman in the world in my last life, said it in an interview once, and he was right. A sword cultivator is damage and speed. You buy your defense from a shop, you cannot buy the other two. Strength 70, defense 71, speed 79, health 4080. I spent all 100 contribution points in the library on a sword art called Gust Swordplay. 30% attack speed plus another 1% for every second a fight lasts, with no stated upper limit. No stated upper limit. Somebody at Manhwa was asleep at the wheel, and I love them for it. The next morning, a side hall exploded. Black smoke, a bang, and an old man staggering out into the light coughing. Another failure. Why is a beauty pill harder than a heavenly primordial elixir? Tian Qing, one of the 12 Grand Elders, the greatest alchemist in the sect, and the man who had personally made the purple jade pill that saved my life 2 nights ago. He looked me up and down with the specific desperation of a man who needs an errand boy. Can you run? There's an herb called Shu Yin Kao. It grows where a medicine spirit falcon nests, in the Kanglin Valley, and I need it before sunrise. I got to Kanglin Valley at midnight, and the whole place was lit up like a festival, which is never a good sign. Moon Shadow Guild had the falcon. Or rather, the falcon had them. Boss tier, chi refining late, 4200 health, a bleed claw, a beak that goes through armor, azure fire, and a pollen cloud that stuns everything in a radius. I arrived just in time to watch that pollen land on a full party, and the falcon kill 3 of them in 4 seconds while they stood there unable to move. Su Wanling was screaming orders, and next to her was a woman I'd never seen, holding a staff, my staff, the one I'd sold for $500,000. A spell cultivator then, and a bad one. Hey! I shouted down at her. Spell cultivator, are you stupid? Su Wanling's head snapped around with murder in it. It's holding maximum aggro on you, I said, and you're casting damage. It will always come for you first, so stop trying to kill it and start deciding where it stands. Falling rocks does nothing alone. Falling rocks into earth. Immortal binding hands means it eats the rocks. Now I have insulted a great many people in 2 lifetimes, and roughly 0 of them have ever responded well. This one nodded once and did it. The falcon ate the rocks. And then 100 people came over the ridge with a blood-red banner, and I recognized the leader immediately. Li Fengwen, Blood Fiend Guild, top 50 in the world. Clear off. The boss is ours. He looked over Moon Shadow's roster and smiled. If you weren't all women, we'd have sent you to the respawn point already. The spell cultivator answered before Su Wanling could. Then it's a fight. Call everyone. Even if we lose, a guild that won't stand up isn't a guild. Su Wanling turned to me. Help us. No. She blinked. I'm not getting drafted into a guild war on day 3. I do not need an enemy the size of Bloodfiend. I let that sit for exactly 1 second. But here's the deal. I won't touch a single one of your people. I'll kill the bird. The herb is mine, plus 1 item from the drop as my fee. She took it. She was going to lose the boss anyway. Somewhere behind us, a girl with a camera rig was shoving through the crowd going, Beer, peanuts, move your legs, this is a guild war. Do you know what my viewers pay for this? And that was the first time I ever laid eyes on Liu Xiazi, who would eventually become the biggest streamer in that world and a considerable problem in my life. I killed the falcon by myself in about 90 seconds, straight up its center line into the heart for 550. Gus swordplay stacking, 4 strikes in the time it expected 1. When the pollen came, I hit mist-piercing rush at the exact instant it landed and walked out of a stun that should have killed me. Frost Moon slash for 1060. Bloodfiend sent 5 men to kill me while I was doing it. I didn't turn around for the first one. People find that impressive. It isn't. It's 9 years of being a squishy spell cultivator getting ambushed by nascent soul assassins, which trains your spine to know things. All 5 went down. Then their strongest came. Crazy laughing Yan, spear, 40 defense, chi refining middle. I took his shoulder off with 1 strike for 300, and I watched him do the arithmetic in real time. 300 through 40 defense, that's 70 strength. At QI refining, that's not. He died mid-complaint. World first, key refining realm boss slain. 400 reputation, 2 innate charm, an achievement medal. The stream chat, according to Liu Xiazi's later replay, was 1 solid column of the word cheater. Li Fengwen ran. His people were red name now and would drop everything on death. Moonshadow would only lose experience. That's an easy call for a coward. The Falcon dropped 6 things: gauntlets, a spear, a spell cultivator wand, a spiritual skill, a bottle of falcon blood, and the herb. The spell cultivator woman gathered all of it and pushed it at me. You killed it alone. It isn't ours. I said 1 item. I took the gauntlets. That's what I said. She looked at me for a while. I found out later that Zhang Luoyu had not been offered something for free by another human being in approximately 11 years. She logged out for 2 minutes and came back, and my real-world bank balance went up by 5 million yuan. That's when I bothered to actually look at her. Zhang Luoyu, 3 separate people wearing 1 coat. Person 1. In my last life, she finished 13th on the heavenly ranking, which made her the 2nd best spell cultivator in the world. 2nd, because first was me. Person 2. President of the richest guild in the game. Person 3. Only daughter of the wealthiest man alive. There's a rumor about her from my last life that I've never been able to confirm. She made a bet with her father, build the strongest guild in the world inside 2 years, and she gets to choose her own life. She lost the bet. She went back to run the company. Moonshadow dissolved 18 months later, and nobody ever heard from her again. I shook her hand and held on maybe 2 seconds longer than necessary. Some of it might rub off, I explained. You lecher, Su Wanling said. Get your hands off our president. I was thinking about something. It happened by accident. I don't believe a word of that. Meanwhile, Liu Xiazi had cut the whole fight into a 4-minute video, uploaded it with the title, Lin Jichin single-handedly routs Blood Fiend Guild, and gone to bed a much richer woman. Li Fengwen apparently smashed several antiques in his real-world apartment and then issued an official guild statement accusing me of cheating, which doubled the views. I brought Tianqing his herb, and then I didn't leave. I just stood in the corner of his workshop and watched a 9th-rank great-grandmaster do alchemy, understanding the essence of alchemy. Alchemy aptitude plus 5%. That was after 30 seconds. Then another after a minute. Then 5 minutes. Then 15. Then 30. In 1 hour of standing perfectly still and paying attention, I gained 25% alchemy aptitude, which is roughly what a dedicated student gets in a year. Then his cauldron exploded and we both walked out looking like chimney sweeps. There's a price, he wheezed, for watching me work, boy. Fair, let me pay it now. I wiped soot off my face. You're using scarlet ginseng as the base. It's not the base. It's the 4th ingredient, and it goes in after the flame drops. He stopped wheezing. Here's how I knew. In my last life, years after the merge, I found a dead alchemist's cave in a mountain nobody had mapped, and the recipe for the youth preservation pill was carved on the wall. I memorized it, and I was never once high enough rank to make it. It sat in my head for 6 years like a lottery ticket for a draw I couldn't enter. I recited the whole thing. Ingredients, proportions, flame stages. Tianqing grabbed my sleeve and physically dragged me back into the workshop. Stand there. Correct me when I'm wrong. 1 hour later, there were 2 pills in his palm and an old man crying into his beard. Tianqing's favorability, plus 20. He gave me one. Earth grade, youth preservation pill. Permanently increases innate charm by 5. Increases favorability growth from NPCs of the opposite sex by 5%. And if gifted to an NPC, immediately grants between 10 and 20 favorability. 1 per person, ever. Boy, he said, still holding my sleeve. How would you like to be my alchemy disciple? Uncle Tianqing. The temperature in the room dropped about 9 degrees. Leng Feiyan was standing in the doorway. How can you poach Feiyan's only disciple, right in front of Feiyan? What followed was 4 minutes of 2 of the most powerful entities in that province arguing like relatives over a will, and she won it with this. He is already past 20. He has missed his best years. If he splits his focus now, you will not create an alchemist. You will destroy a swordsman. Tianqing folded. Fine, fine. But when you reach core formation, boy, I'm taking you. Then everyone left, and it was just me and my master in a very large hall, and she sat down on the sect leader's throne and said nothing for a while. It appears, she said finally, that I am not satisfactory as a master. What? We should dissolve the relationship. Go and find yourself a good teacher. I want to explain my emotional state, which was not calm. This woman was my entire umbrella. Without her, I was a chi refining nobody with a target painted on him in a sect full of people who wanted to break me with a finger, so I performed. Master, I hit my own chest. This disciple is blind. He has the greatest master in the world, unmatched cultivation, the bearing of a celestial, and he stood there and let another man ask if he wanted a different one. I should be beaten. Beat me. I stamped my foot. I want that detail preserved. I stamped my foot. +5. Current. 15. And I stood there thinking, how is it possible that behind the ice-cold face of a feather transformation realm sect leader there is this? Then I gave her the youth pill. I wanted to learn to make these, I said, so my master could eat them like candy. She laughed out loud, not a smile. A laugh with her hand over her mouth, and I watched several centuries of frost come off a person in real time. +20, total, 35. Living together day and night. And she gave me Phoenix Feather, Mystic Grade Martial Skill. 22 blades of sword chi released in a 200-meter radius, 600 base damage each, 30% chance to interrupt an enemy's cast, and a 15-second crippling effect that turns every part of the target's body into a weak point and ignores armor entirely. Hold on to that last clause. It becomes extremely important about 200 hours from now. And as she turned to go, I noticed something in her hair. It was a cheap white jade hairpin with gold inlay, bought in a mortal city by a man who couldn't afford a spiritual one. Master, I said, that hairpin suits you incredibly well. She almost fell out of the sky. I heard from a distance a door close very hard and a voice on the other side of it saying, to nobody, that impudent disciple, says whatever comes into his head, no manners at all. I also ate 3 attribute pills and rolled maximum on all 3. +5 strength, +5 strength, +5 strength, strength 85, speed 84, 11% evasion. Great fortune, ladies and gentlemen. Nangong Yue found me the next morning and she was already halfway to crying. Junior brother, I need help. She had an extreme difficulty demon extermination quest due, mandatory for crystallization disciples, and if she didn't complete it, the sect would discipline her. How long have you had it? A while. Doing what? Hiding and reading romance novels. She set it into her sleeve. And then I forgot. The rules require a second person on that quest. Not for help, as a witness, to confirm nobody cheated and to run for reinforcements if it goes wrong. Nobody in the inner hall would go with her, not one of 1,000 disciples, because Chu Tianhan had asked to go with her. Chu Tianhan, the great master of the sect, Golden Core late stage, the best of his generation. He'd asked, she'd said no, and after that, every man on that mountain suddenly discovered he was busy. So, I said, let me be clear. You want me, Chi refining, to publicly become the man who went where the great master was refused? She nodded. Tiny. Because of romance novels. Smaller nod. No. And then she cried. Not performed crying. The real kind. The kind where the person tries to stop and can't and gets angry at themselves about it. She'd been turned down by every single person she asked in a place where she'd grown up being the youngest and the most spoiled, and I was the last name on her list. Fine, I said. Fine, stop that. I'll go. +10, current, 25. I spent the whole night before it standing in front of that diamond steely, sword intent, 5% every 10 minutes at first, then every 30, then every 2 hours, slowing as I drank the shallow part dry. By dawn, my swordsmanship aptitude was climbing toward numbers that would eventually get me accused of hacking. Players kept recognizing me. That's the cheater from the video. Girls came over to talk. I didn't take my eyes off the rock. At sunrise, Nangong Yue arrived and the courtyard forgot how to behave. Somebody said loudly that if a wife looked like that, he wouldn't care whose kid it was. She called the enforcement hall and they were on their way to the quarry for 3 days before they finished laughing. And then the gate guard, sucking up shamelessly, told her, Brother Lin's been standing here all night, senior sister, never left. She looked at me with her whole face. I did not correct him. +2. Current, 27. Should a woman wait for a man? I said. That's why I came early. And that's the exact moment Chu Tianhan walked into the courtyard. Tall, black cloud pattern robes, a coronet with real gems, a white jade belt. He moved like someone who has never once been interrupted. His entourage found out that a chi refining rookie was going in his place and they laughed until one of them had to sit down. Junior brother Lin. He was very gentle about it. You won't be helping her. You'll be a distraction she has to protect. Then he took out a sword, mystic grade. In an era where the average player on that server had never held anything better than spirit rank, he pulled a mystic grade sword out of his sleeve like a man producing a business card. Promise not to go, he said, and it's yours. The courtyard made a sound I can only describe as hunger. 3 separate players shouted that they would take that deal, that they'd promise anything, that they weren't even going anywhere. He had them assigned to scrub the mountain gate for a month. I didn't look at the sword. Thank you for your kindness, senior brother. But this junior has exactly one virtue. He keeps his word, and he has never once broken it. Silence. Good, Chu Tianhan said. Very good. I wish you a swift victory. And I wish you peace, prosperity, and congratulations on your wealth. His people were still telling me I dug my own grave as we walked away. Nanggong Yue apologized twice on the road. I told her the truth, more or less. The choice was offending the great master or watching my senior sister cry. I've run that math several ways, and it keeps coming out the same. +5, current, 32. You're the best person to me, she said, after my father and my grandfather. She let me hold her waist on the flight out. Lightly, she specified lightly. Forget Worry Village is a place where the sun does not go. I knew it before we landed, because in about 18 months that place becomes the Blood Infant secret realm, and I ran it 30 or 40 times. The smell is the giveaway. It smells like a butcher's floor in August. We should wait until noon, I said. The yin creatures are weakest at high sun. She thought I was scared and went straight in. Light cocoons went up over the village, and something came screaming out of an old well wrapped in chains. Hundreds of yin spirits at once, a wall of them. She cut the wall in half with one technique, and I remembered, with some force, that my senior sister was 4 realms above me. Then a man came out of a hut. Demonic cultivator. Starved looking. Golden core, early stage. Which meant the sex intelligence was wrong, because he'd been crystallization when the quest was written, and he had broken through very recently and very violently. He planted a spirit flag with several hundred souls screaming inside it, and then he threw a blood-red gourd on the ground. What came out of the gourd was an elite called the Demon Mother's Blood Infant. 7,000 health. A swollen, crawling thing with a head bigger than its body, a black tongue that unrolled across half the village, and a mouth that opened past where a mouth should stop. It went for Nanggong Yue's back while she was locked with the cultivator. I got there first and took the tongue off. Critical. 610. Hey, hey, it said, in a voice like wet gravel. I'll eat you. I'll eat her. I'll eat your mother, I said, and Phantom stepped into its face. Frost Moon Slash for 530, froze its elbow solid, and then Gus Swordplay just kept stacking, 30% attack speed at the start and another 1% every second, and this fight was going to be a long one. It called bats, a cloud of them, and their bite dropped my movement skill effectiveness by 30%, which for me is like cutting the tires on a car. So I used Phoenix Feather for the first time. 22 blades of light went out in every direction at once, and the bat swarm simply stopped existing. 770. 770. Critical, 1210. Cultivation, plus 500. And behind me, Nanggong Yue put the Golden Core Cultivator in the dirt by herself, which I want on the record because she is not decoration. Then the dying man threw a box at her. It burst into a pink mist made of thousands of tiny insects, and I knew exactly what they were, and I shouted at her to stand still and blow them off her skin. She did the opposite. She did what any cultivator does under attack. She circulated her internal energy and drew every single one of them inside herself. Bewitching insects. The mist is a toxin. It scrambles the mind, and the number it produces in your interface is not a real number. Favorability 52. Favorability 72. Favorability 92. 92 points in 11 seconds, and every single one of them was poison. She started coming toward me, and she wasn't walking right, and her eyes were wrong. So here's the calculation I ran, and I want to be honest about how it actually went, because I wasn't being noble. I ran the numbers. Option 1, take what the toxin was offering. Consequence, when it burns off, the fake favorability doesn't just drop, it inverts. Best case, she never speaks to me again. Worst case, she kills me, and she is 4 realms above me, and she would be entirely correct to do it. And my master finds out exactly what kind of creature she took as a disciple, and I am off that mountain by nightfall with nothing. Option 2, fix it. I am not going to bet a life on one night. I've spent 1 life on worse odds already. I had the nascent soul talisman in my hand, 1 crack of it, and Leng Feiyan herself would have been standing in that village, and then I remembered what's at the bottom of that well. Because in 18 months, this village becomes a dungeon, and the bottom of that well always spawns a specific set of pills. So I put the talisman away and jumped down a well full of the bones of everyone who used to live there. The yin energy down there ate me at 100 health a second, just constant ambient subtraction. I found the box under a skeleton and the formation woke up. Yin, lightning. The pendant Nanggong Yue gave me ate the first bolt. The second was already forming. Mist-piercing rush to clear the route. Phantom step to get vertical, and I came out of that well like a cork. The lightning came out after me. She was on her knees in the square with her eyes closed. I hit the ground next to her, tipped the entire box into her mouth, all of it, every pill, no time to identify anything, a completely blind bet, and the bolt caught me across the back. 3,000 damage. The only reason I'm here to tell you about it is Tree of Blood, my second random talent, which had my health at 6,600. I fell forward onto her and the lights went out. I woke up because someone was screaming. She'd come around with an unconscious man on top of her and her outer robe torn open from the fall, and she did what any woman would do, which was hit me with a golden core cultivator's full strength, 75 damage and about 9 meters of travel. You animal, I hate you. And then she stopped. Because I wasn't moving, and because nothing had actually happened to her clothing beneath the outer layer. And because there was a hole burned through the back of my robes the size of a dinner plate, edges still smoking with yin energy. And because the last thing she remembered me saying, before the fog took her, was hold on, I'll find you an antidote. She looked at the well. She looked at the formation still crackling down there. She looked at me. Favorability restored, plus 30 over the prior value. Current, 62. Mutual affection. Not for saving her life. She was never in danger of dying. For not taking the shortcut. She carried me all night on her flying sword, and I slept through the entire thing. She came in over the outer hall with me on her back, and 300 male players collectively lost the will to live. He's riding my goddess! Then she crossed over the inner hall square, which was mid-lecture, and 1,000 disciples looked up at the same time. Chu Tianhan was in the front row. I was unconscious, so I have this secondhand, but 4 separate people have told me the same thing. His face went the color of old paper, and the tendons stood out on his neck, and his hands stayed inside his sleeves for the rest of the lecture. She took me to Elder Tianjian, the greatest swordsman in the sect, and asked him to heal me. He refused. It's not that I can't. He was enjoying himself enormously. It's that it would be awkward. You're carrying a man on your back. If your grandfather learns I secretly saved him, things will go badly for me. He may not approve of this one as a grandson-in-law. She stamped her foot, went scarlet, and flew off to her grandfather. I woke up in a stranger's house with an old man sitting next to the bed looking at me the way you look at a stain. My name is Tian Yuan, surname Nangong. I am Nangong Yue's grandfather. Thank you for... I don't want your gratitude. I want you to understand one thing. Stay away from my granddaughter. Lay a finger on her, and being the sect leader's disciple will not save you. And then Nangong Yue walked in, and this nascent soul grand elder folded up like a deck chair. Grandfather was joking. Ha, just a joke. She looked at me with her entire heart in her face and left, and the old man watched her go with the expression of a farmer who has just noticed which way the pig is looking. Then, because he was contractually obliged to reward me for the quest, he took me to Spirit Beast Mountain. 3/4 of a mountain terraced into climate zones, each with its own formation. Snow at the top, swamp at the bottom. It's a zoo, if a zoo were also an armory. I looked at it for a while and said, the beast taming sect has more variety. The reaction was instant and total. More variety? They have quantity. I have quality. Come with me. He dragged me 300 meters uphill to prove it. Any nascent soul beasts? He opened his mouth with the expression of a man about to lie enthusiastically. Don't believe Grandpa, Nangong Yue said from behind us. Core formation is the top. He just doesn't want you laughing at him. I have never seen a man look so betrayed. The reward was one beast appropriate to my level, and we then had a 15-minute argument about what that meant. You're chi refining. Take a chi refining beast. You said appropriate to my strength. My strength is not chi refining. Your strength is exactly. He killed a foundation establishment middle stage cultivator, Nangong Yue said. 2 nights ago, I watched. The old man lost. I picked the iron-eating beast, which is a panda. In our world, a panda is a fat diplomat who eats sticks. In the Xiangxia world, the iron-eating beast is a sacred creature, the war mount of a god who fought with copper for a skull, and a mature one is minimum nascent soul realm. Not that one. He actually lunged. Absolutely not that one. His granddaughter had already picked the cub up and put it in my arms. And then, when he kept arguing, she did the most beautiful thing I have ever watched one family member do to another. She started listing his crimes, out loud, in front of his staff. Last spring, fishing with Elder Tianqing, grandfather secretly released a 3-eyed fox into the water upstream so it would eat all of Tianqing's fish. He won a box of 9-leaf mystic tea. You were. 3 months ago, at the Go match, grandfather hired the top player in Phoenix Melody City and had him transmit moves mentally. That's how he won an Earthgrade sword manual off grandfather Tianjian. That's enough. And half a year ago, he swapped a golden-eyed rhino essence for a mist rhino essence, traded it to Elder Tianke for an Earthgrade magic treasure, and then blamed the failed forging on Tianke's craftsmanship. Take it and get out. The old man had gone a remarkable color. And if I ever see you on my mountain again, I will beat you every single time. He walked away, holding his own chest. Then I had to negotiate with the panda, which took place entirely inside my skull and which I consider one of the finest pieces of diplomacy of my career. You, chi refining trash, you think I'm serving you? Get lost. Let's talk. Everything's negotiable. Negotiable my ass. I am an iron-eating beast. I am the pride of the beast races. We do not serve. Oh, whoa. Serve me, I said, and I will feed you every delicacy that exists in this world. Explain. There's an island south of Uehua where immortal bamboo grows. One stalk is worth a year of cultivation. Ever had it? No. Purple arrow bamboo in the crystallization secret realm. Sweet. Crunchy. Ever had that? No. Tongshuan fruit on Penglai. One fruit, 100 years of life. The Ranyi fish in the western waters. Body of a fish, head of a snake, eyes like ears, cures every poison in existence. Stop. Stop. I'm hungry. A pause. If I go with you, do I actually get those? You have my word, but they're all guarded by very powerful beasts, so you'll need to grow first. So I starve until then? 3 meals a day and lodging on me. Deal. Deal. Master. Spirit beast. Iron-eating beast. Young. Foundation establishment early. Health 8,000. Attack 90. Defense 85. Now for a name, I said, looking down at it. You're a bear. Your family name is Bear, but you look like a cat, so I'll call you Bear Appearance. I have never in my life seen an animal's soul leave its body. It tried to say something. It got as far as opening its mouth. I logged out. I logged out because there was an announcement waiting. The first major game update, 24 hours of downtime. In my last life, the first update came a full month after launch. I sat in a dark apartment doing math I didn't like. If the updates were compressed, was the merge compressed too? 5 years was my whole plan. 5 years was the number every calculation of mine was built on. Nobody to ask, nothing to do about it. So I got on a train to Beijing. I need to tell you about Gu Qiushui, and I need to do it properly, because everything else in this story is a game, and she is not. She's my cousin. Distant enough that legally and biologically we are not related at all, which is a detail that becomes load-bearing later. 3 years older. Nursing intern at a hospital in Beijing. When she was small, she had braces and the other kids called her Iron Mouth. I was smaller than her and skinnier than everyone, and I fought boys twice my size about it, and I lost every single time, and I kept doing it. When my parents died, I was 12. She called every other day. She came every school holiday. She cooked, she did my laundry, she sat with me through my homework, and she gave me her allowance. An 18-year-old girl gave a 12-year-old boy her allowance for years, and I took it because I was 12. After my university entrance exams, I found her diary. I wasn't snooping. It was on a table. She'd loved me since her first year of college. I put it back exactly where it was, and I pretended I hadn't seen it, and then I met Guo Jie, and for the next 4 years, I answered Gu Qiushui's messages with one word at a time. She kept sending me part of her intern's salary anyway. And in my last life, starting from this exact birthday, she pulled away from me, married a doctor, got depressed, died. I never once asked why. I was walking into her ward when I heard the noise from the emergency room. An old man in a silk tang suit, pupils blown, a monitor doing the flat thing, 4 doctors standing back with their hands open, and a woman in a business suit on her knees screaming at him. I walked over and started hammering acupuncture points with my knuckles. Hard enough that it echoed. Chest, arms, the base of the skull, the top of the head. I was making a noise like someone breaking up furniture, and a doctor grabbed my shoulder. You little animal, have some respect for the, take your hand off me unless you want him to die. 9 years of cultivation techniques are gone from this body. The knowledge isn't. The old man opened his eyes. Absolute silence in that room. Every doctor frozen. I left before anyone could ask me my name. Then I turned a corner and my cousin was standing at the far end of a corridor with a clipboard, and she saw me, and the clipboard hit the floor. She was in my arms before I got 2 steps. Her hair smelled like roses. Her hands were shaking. I put my face in her shoulder and said, I missed you, and found out that I meant it in a way I hadn't planned on. Then a voice behind us. Qiushu, is this your boyfriend? A doctor, gold-rimmed glasses, about my chin height. Even if he is, don't bring him into the gynecology department. Think of your reputation. Zhang Guangwei. When she explained I was her cousin, he lit up like a lamp. Warm handshake. Called me little brother. Then somebody's colleague mentioned in passing that our families were distant enough that we weren't really related. His smile went off like a switch. The nurses on that floor had a running joke about her, incidentally. Qiushu's raising her own husband. They thought it was hilarious. I filed it. The first thing she did when we sat down was take out her phone to transfer me money. It's expensive at university and I just got paid. I sent her 1,000,000 yuan. She stared at her screen for 4 full seconds and then grabbed my wrist with both hands. Lin Jichin? Are you in a money laundering ring? No. That's a criminal offense. They give you years. I'm a professional gamer. That's not a real. She tried to send it back. I stood up and started putting my jacket on and said, fine, I'll go home then, and she had my sleeve before I reached the door. I was wrong, sit down. Then the woman in the business suit found me, Yang Yiru, chairman of Yangfan Shipping Group, daughter of the old man, in the tang suit, and she called me, and she kept calling me. For the rest of the time I knew her, the little miracle doctor. I told her the truth, which is not something people in her position usually get. I only opened his meridians and moved the blood. He has between 3 and 7 days. Spend them with him. Don't leave yourself anything to regret. She cried on my shoulder in a hospital corridor for a while, and then she gave me a bank card with no PIN and a business card with a number on it. If you are ever in trouble, she said, call me. I kept the business card and left the bank card on the counter. We did her birthday properly. Barbecue on plastic stools instead of a restaurant because she wouldn't let me spend money. A movie. Then shopping, where I carried an increasingly absurd number of bags while she said that's enough, approximately 40 times. Then I saw where she lived. A building scheduled for demolition. No security. No lock on the outer door. One room, and that one room was scrubbed until it shone, because that's who she is. She opened a cupboard and took out 7 or 8 complete sets of men's clothes. I bought these on my days off, she said. I thought they'd suit you. They're all washed already. Her own wardrobe was half empty. What was left in it I recognized. Some of it was from high school. That night I took the bed because she made me, and she took the couch, and I lay in the dark and said, sister, quit. Quit? Resign. Come play the game with me. Live with me. And if the whole thing collapses tomorrow, we'll open a little shop somewhere, and I'll be the boss, and you'll be the boss's wife. I heard her breathing change. I reached over the edge of the bed and found her hand and held it, and neither of us said anything else. And I know now that she didn't sleep at all that night. In the morning there was congee and fried dough and pickles on the table and a note. I'll try the new profession. Resigning takes about a month, and I have to work out how to explain it to my parents. Give me the month. Shoo. Now here is what was supposed to happen at that birthday dinner, and I know because I watched the aftermath of it for 8 years. Zhang Guangwei's plan was elegant. Step 1. Get her to invite the whole department to Feuding, the most expensive restaurant in Beijing. Step 2. Let the bill land on her. Step 3. Pay it himself, publicly, generously. Step 4. She now owes him a sum of money a nursing intern cannot repay in 3 years. After that, pressure, her parents, her own guilt, marriage. And then on the wedding night he got drunk and told his friends exactly how he'd done it, in detail, laughing, and she was standing in the hallway with a tray. She tried to leave. He caught her. He wouldn't sign a divorce. She moved into hospital housing and locked her door, so he started telling people she was sleeping around, and it worked. And the nurses stopped talking to her, and eventually even her parents stopped defending her. Then one night in a dormitory room she took everything in her medicine cabinet. That's what was scheduled. He opened with roses and a designer handbag in front of her entire department. I have someone I like already, she said, and didn't take either. He absorbed it beautifully, magnanimous, understanding, and insisted the restaurant booking stood because the deposit was non-refundable. Then we walked out of the hospital gates and there was a red sports car at the curb. An 800,000 yuan Falcon with a bow on it and 4 rented Mercedes lined up behind it for her colleagues. Happy birthday, sister. Plan 1. Deceased. And then I went and found him by the cars, and I want you to understand that this next part was the most fun I have had in 2 lifetimes. Brother Zhang, I was practically bowing. My sister speaks very highly of you. She says you're honorable and generous. He inflated like a balloon. So I feel I should be honest with you about a few things. First, we're not distant cousins. We're blood. Full cousins. She tells people otherwise to keep men away from her. She's been doing it for years. He put an arm around my shoulders. Little brother, your business is my business. Second, the car's rented, for the day, for appearances. We're not exactly wealthy. He got warmer still. Third, I called ahead to upgrade the private room. We're on the top floor now. The pause that followed had a lot of texture in it. Second floor at Feuding is 50,000 yuan a room. The top floor is 100 and the deposit is non-refundable, and I had booked it in his name. Gu Qiushui turned around slowly. She is not an actress. She is possibly the worst actress alive. Lin Jichen. She was reading it off the inside of her own skull. I have failed to raise my brother properly. We are leaving. You can beat me at home, I said, winking at her with the eye he couldn't see. And Zhang Guangwei, watching an entire department of witnesses about to disperse, panicked and shouted the only sentence available to him. Wait, since the room's already booked, I'll pay. He spent 500,000 yuan that night, every account he had. He'd put the sedative behind the label of the wine bottle in a syringe, which is a genuinely clever hiding place, and I found out later he'd used it before. I smelled the wine and drank juice. He kept pushing. I explained I had to return the rented car and left. Everyone at that table went under within 20 minutes, including my sister. He got the colleagues distributed to their rooms, told a waitress he was Gukyu Shu's boyfriend, tipped her generously, and took my sister up in the lift. And then he stood over her, with his phone in his hand, and told an unconscious woman his plan out loud. I have it on video, so I can be precise. He'd meant to boil her slowly, he said. But her idiot brother had cost him over $1,000,000 in one night, so he was going to accelerate. He was going to record it, and a quiet girl like her would never take a recording like that to the police. And then he'd marry her, and after that he could play with her as long as he liked. He got that entire speech out before he registered that the room was not empty. I'd come back in 10 minutes earlier and put the phone on the shelf. But first, because I am who I am, I had knocked on his door with a very worried expression and told him I'd scraped the rented car and the agency wanted 100,000 yuan. He transferred me 100,000 yuan just to make me go away. Then I asked the waitress to take my sister to her own room, and he did not dare object, and she went. Then I came back. I kicked him into a marble side table. I broke his glasses with the first punch and his nose with the second, and the glass from the frames went into my knuckles, and I did not care even slightly. I hit him until he was on the floor, and then I hit him some more. And then I stood up and jumped and landed with everything I had. There was a sound like stepping on two eggs at once. Hotel staff called the police. I sat down on the sofa and waited for them with my hands where they could see them. They found the syringe mark behind the wine label. They found the sedative in the bottle. They found 40 minutes of video on a phone propped on a shelf. They also very nearly took me in because excessive force is a real thing, and he was a genuine question mark for the surgeons. So I made one phone call. 2 minutes later, an officer came back into the room and said, in the flat voice of a man who has just received instructions from several levels above his pay grade, "You're free to go." Zhang Guangwei got no money, no future, no children ever, and more than 10 years. I moved my sister into a proper apartment in a proper neighborhood before I left Beijing, paid a month up front and shifted her boxes myself while she was on shift. She stood in the middle of the new living room for a long time and then hugged me without a word, with her eyes red. "Thank you." "I should be thanking you," I said. "You raised me. Your little brother's grown up. It's my turn now." Then I went home and broke into chi refining late stage. 40 free points, all into strength and speed. Strength 121, speed 119, health 6600 because Tree of Blood had upgraded itself to plus 30%. Swordsmanship aptitude 45% and climbing. And the Blood Infant had dropped something I needed very badly. A heaven and earth treasure. Because of my talent, I can't do a normal breakthrough. Everything I do has to be the Heavenly Path version, which for Foundation Establishment means 3 Heaven and Earth treasures plus 6 elemental spirit orbs. Fire, water, thunder, wind, earth, wood. And if I'm one item short, I don't advance. Not slowly, not at all. The update also brought rankings. I wasn't on the cultivation ranking, not in the top 1,000. I hadn't been grinding levels, I'd been grinding advantages, but talent ranking. First, Lin Jichen. Heaven-defying change of fate. Second, Zhang Luoyu, elemental power. Third, Chen Yuan, sword maniac. Also on that list, Shishiyue, whose talent is literally called Chosen One, and who becomes the luckiest human being in that world. Yue Yu, first body cultivator. Ye Shuangxing, first demonic cultivator. Dang Jinchuan, first blade cultivator. Every name on that board becomes somebody, and I knew all of them, and none of them knew me yet. Pet ranking. First, Iron-Eating Beast, Magic Treasure ranking. 5 of the top 10 were mine. I went to wake up the panda by slapping it on the backside. Master. One eye opened. This bear is hungry. You ate an hour ago, you sack. Loyalty -10. Current, 90. Below 70 it stops obeying. Below 50, it turns on you. I spent the next 10 minutes apologizing to a bear. The update also added 3 secret realms, dungeons, 2 solo, 1 group. First clear on hard difficulty or above triggers a world announcement, and nobody had cleared anything yet because these things are less like raids and more like haunted houses. I was heading down the mountain toward one of them when a group of men stepped into the path. Finally decided to come down, did you? I'm going to come back to those men in the road, because first I need to tell you what happened in the dungeons, and the dungeons are where I made the money that made everything else possible. Moonshadow wanted a guide. Su Wanling asked me to take her guild through Corpse King Valley, the 100-player group dungeon. I said no, and I gave her a very reasonable sounding reason about their average gear level, and the actual reason was that Corpse King Valley contains the single biggest payday of the next 2 months, and I was not walking 100 witnesses into it. I offered Night Cave Ghost Ridge instead on one condition: your president comes. Don't you look at our president, Su Wanling said immediately. Her father will erase you, not metaphorically. They can't kill me. We live in a country with laws. Wang Jinghao intercepted me at the gates before we could leave. 3 million yuan for a guided run, plus every sword cultivator drop. I looked him in the eye and said, "Sorry, brother, she's my girlfriend now." Su Wanling, standing beside me, said, "Yeah," in the voice of a hostage. "Wait." Wang Jinghao squinted. "Weren't you engaged? Didn't your future mother-in-law want a bride price you couldn't? A rich woman is pursuing me. I've retired from working for a living. I broke up with my ex." He left, and Su Wanling turned on me. "Why?" "Because if you'd bid against him, whoever won, I'd be his enemy afterward. If you're my girlfriend, he's angry at you instead." I shrugged. "You get to be the villain. You couldn't have taken that hit for me? Once?" "No. We're business partners. Why would I eat a punch for free?" She stared at me, and I let her. Here's what I couldn't explain to her at the gates of a sect. There are exactly 2 people alive I trust, and both of them changed my diapers in a metaphorical sense. Everyone else I keep at arm's length, and I do not apologize for it, because in my last life, I gave a decade of trust to 2 people, and it ended with my ribs open. And I trust NPCs more than I trust players. That sounds insane. It isn't. In that world, the characters have actual characters. The bad ones are bad, the good ones are good, and they do not change on you when the money gets big enough. A real person can love you for 9 years and then hand your storage ring to somebody at the exit. I'm aware of how that sounds. I'm aware I sound like a man who only loves cartoon girls. The difference is that in 5 years, my cartoon girls walk out into this world with swords. Zhang Luoyu's terms were simple. I command. All sword cultivator drops and any heavenly path material is mine, and I want it alone. How much? As much as you can. She gave me 50,000 spirit stones without blinking, which tells you everything about the scale she operates on. She has 100 farming teams and buys entire market segments the way you buy milk. I signed a contract to return 130% inside 5 days. That put me at 51,000 spirit stones. At that moment, on that server, I was the richest player alive. At the dungeon entrance, I selected Hell difficulty without saying anything. "Hey," Su Wanling's voice went up an octave. "Did you misclick?" Our party. Me, Zhang Luoyu on spells, Su Wanling on a sword, a healer named Chao Xiying who was visibly regretting her life choices, and a body cultivator called Li Jinzi. Night Cave Ghost Ridge is a mass grave with a farmhouse on it. I want to be clear that these dungeons are horror content. There were forum threads about people who couldn't sleep after them. There was a guy who quit the game entirely. There was, allegedly, an incident involving a chair. The gravekeeper was waiting for us. Hunchback, one eye, a mouth that didn't close on one side. 5 have come to die. Go back. Then he gave us a quest. 20 years ago, a vengeful spirit killed his wife on this ridge. Find her white handkerchief and bring it to him, and he'll give us 2 mystic grade items. 2. On hard difficulty, he offers 1 spirit rank, which is exactly why every single party that comes through here believes him. I accepted with a smile I couldn't quite flatten. Then Zhang Luoyu, the richest woman in the world, 13th on the heavenly ranking, ice incarnate, leaned towards Su Wanling and said, "There's a human hand under your foot." And Su Wanling produced a noise that startled birds 2 provinces away. There was nothing under her foot. The trash mobs dropped 1 spirit stone each for everyone else. I got dozens, plus 3 or 4 items, including a spirit rank. "Master Lin," Su Wanling said slowly. "What rank is your luck stat exactly?" "That's classified." Then we found the hanging tree, and the woman in red on it opened her eyes, and there was nothing behind them, and skeletal hands came out of the dirt and grabbed our ankles. I put my sword point in the ground and the hands came apart. "Still restless? You're a skeleton. What do you even want, a hat?" And then the hanging woman looked at me and fell in love. I'm not being funny. That is what happened. "Young man," her voice came out of the tree. "You're so handsome. Won't you be my ghost husband? Convert to ghost cultivation and we'll cultivate together, and you'll grow so much faster." "Absolutely not. Then I'll kill you and drag your soul out, and you won't be able to refuse." Unbelievable. Rejected once and straight to violence. Were you this charming when you were alive? Is that what killed you? Her hair came at me in ropes, with needles on the ends. I cut the ropes, found where they were coming from, and hit it twice. Critical. 1,360. Twice. The next room had 4 spirits in it, and here's the mechanic. Kill one and the other 3 teleport to you instantly. 4 Foundation Establishment spirits at once is a wipe for any party at that level, so I let the panda out. I'd been keeping bear appearance hidden because a pet ranked first in the world attracts opinions. 3 women immediately forgot the dungeon existed. He looks just like the real panda my father used to keep, Jiang Luoyu said, only bigger. And then she said something else, quieter, and I don't think she meant to. Her father had told her he was going away for a while. On a holiday, he said. An indefinite holiday. And that she should prepare to inherit the company. That's what the 2-year bet is actually about. She doesn't want a guild. She wants to win something big enough to make her parents come home. I took 2 of the 4 spirits myself on purpose to pin the aggro. Pulling mobs is my job, the body cultivator said, in genuine professional distress. I've never seen anyone tank 2 and hang a 3rd on their pet. The healer had nothing to do for 11 straight minutes. Nobody's health moved. She got so bored she started poking a spirit in the backside with the tip of her umbrella, which did almost no damage but was, as she pointed out, extremely disrespectful. Then we came up the ridge and found the gravekeeper sitting on a rock, admiring the moon, and Su Wanling started walking toward him with the handkerchief. I caught her wrist. You're walking to your death. The gravekeeper is the boss, and the handkerchief isn't a quest item, it's a signal flare. You hand it over, and all 3 remaining spirits arrive at once, on top of a Foundation Establishment late boss, and that's why nobody had cleared this place. Jiang Luoyu heard exactly 1 sentence of that and finished the whole thing herself. So if you never take the quest or never pick the handkerchief up, they don't link. That's the entire dungeon. The difficulty is optional and everyone opts in. I stood there for a second. I gave you 1 hint. You gave me 2. I had been planning to sell that guide. She read my face and promised to keep her mouth shut so that I still could, which is either kindness or an extremely good investor's instinct, and with her, I've never been able to tell. The boss took off his own skin like a cicada, limbs stretched, 2.5 meters of black scales with a staff, 11,000 health, and a spellcaster. Ladies and gentlemen, I played a spell cultivator for 9 years. I know exactly what we're afraid of. We are afraid of anything with a sword that is currently inside our personal space. I stopped dodging entirely. I stopped defending. I ate everything he threw and spent 2 full minutes doing nothing but stacking goose sword chi on him, 10 stacks, 1 at a time, and then detonated all of them at once. 1,500 damage in 1 instant. He summoned a dozen ghost soldiers. Phoenix Feather deleted the dozen ghost soldiers, and then the leftover blades kept traveling and hit him mid-cast, and the 30% interrupt chance came up. There was a mass of black energy hanging in the sky above us, fully charged, with nowhere to go. It hovered. It considered its situation. It dispersed. Loot. 2 mystic grade items, both for spell cultivators. The perfect clear bonus bag. A robe. For spell cultivators. I put my face in my hands. 82 out of 100 for those hands, Su Wanling said. Just outstanding. I gave all of it to Jiang Luoyu and kept 2 things. An obsidian heaven and earth treasure, which was number 2 of the 3 I needed, and the goose sword chi technique. Clear time, 7 minutes 56 seconds. Rating, perfect. World first. Hell difficulty secret realm cleared. Moonshadow went from a mid-table guild to a household name in the time it takes to read an announcement, and Su Wanling posted recruitment on the World Channel before we'd even left the instance. Women only, chi refining middle and above, 20,000 yuan a month minimum. Wang Jinghao messaged me within the hour. I blamed my girlfriend again. She says she'll leave me if I help you. Then I offered him the guide. I don't take charity. Name a price. 2,000 spirit stones? Long silence. I found out later that Wanshi Guild's entire treasury at that moment across every member was 20,000 spirit stones. Oh, I said. Was that too much? Moonshadow gave me 3,000. I assumed that was the going rate. Forget it. Just take it as a gift. He paid the 2,000 in about 4 seconds because a man like that cannot be seen to be poor, and I sent him a guide that explained, in accurate and helpful detail, how to avoid linking the 4 spirits. I did not mention the gravekeeper. That's not my problem. He didn't ask about the gravekeeper. Then I added every major guild leader on the server and sold the same guide down the ladder at 800 to 1,000 stones. 70% bought. 10,000 more spirit stones. 70,000 total. And then I did the actual thing. I went to every pharmacy in all 4 provincial capitals and bought every single bottle of corpse poison potion in existence. 200,000 bottles, 20,000 spirit stones, roughly the price of a sandwich each. Here's why. Corpse King Valley is the 100-man dungeon everyone is grinding right now, and halfway through it, the corpse poison starts. Ambient, unavoidable, ticking. Without the potion, you do not clear it. With it, you do. Nobody had reached the halfway point yet. In about 2 days, every guild on the server was going to reach the halfway point. and there would not be a single bottle of that potion available anywhere in the world. I needed 6 elemental spirit orbs before I could break through, and I want to explain why, because it's the whole shape of my life. Normal players break through with a pill, one path, called the human path. That's why every name on the cultivation ranking has a human path foundation. It works. It's fine. It's a house built on packed dirt. My talent doesn't allow it. Everything I do has to be heavenly path, which for foundation establishment means 3 heaven and earth treasures plus 6 orbs of elemental essence at full purity: fire, water, thunder, earth, wind, wood. Cultivation is construction. Everyone wants the tall part. Nobody wants to argue with the foundation. So I went to the Blazing Land, which is a volcano that hates you personally, 10 damage a second just for existing in it. And I found the 3-tailed firefox's den, and I did not go in. I stood outside and shouted, "Hey, weasel, come out and die!" A creature with a temper made of literal fire came out at approximately the speed of sound. "Huh," I said, opening it up across the hindquarters for 710. You know, for a weasel, you look a lot like a fox. The panda hit it for 450, and then it outran the panda because pandas are many things, but aerodynamic is not among them, and it went into a bolt hole. A cunning fox has 3 dens, everyone knows that. So I filled the first with rocks. I stuffed burning brush into the second and smoked it. And I waited at the third. It came out coughing, and Bear Appearance took it by the neck and did not let go. I want to note something here about my pet. He did not let go because he is loyal. He did not let go because he is brave. He did not let go because he had been on rations for 3 days, and that fox was, to him, a sandwich with opinions. He ate the whole thing. Fire spiritual chi, purity, 100%. 2 days and 2 nights, and I had all 6. Everyone at full purity, because great fortune is the most underrated stat in that entire game. By then, the corpse poison market had done exactly what I told it to. The guilds hit the halfway wall. Every pharmacy in 4 capitals was empty. Price went from half a stone a bottle to 5, then to 11, then to 12, and at 12 there was still nothing to buy at any price. I listed 500 bottles at auction with no reserve, 4,500 spirit stones, 16 times what I paid, another 500, 4,800, and then the price started falling, because the market is not stupid. The market saw 2 identical lots inside an hour, and correctly concluded that somebody was sitting on a warehouse, and every buyer on the server folded their arms and decided to wait me out. I dumped too much too fast in visible batches. Write that down. I did. Renlan moved in for the summer with 2 suitcases. I took the lighter one. The heavier one, it turned out, contained 50 kilograms of iron plates. "Can you cook? When have you ever seen me cook?" She looked genuinely offended. "My dog tried my food once. Afterward, he made me 3 dishes and a soup." "Do you actually want this?" I decided I was going to eat 3 meals a day and train every morning, and I want to explain why, because it isn't vanity. When the 2 worlds merge, your game cultivation transfers into your real body. But it doesn't arrive all at once. It arrives in installments, and the weaker the body, the slower the drip. In my last life, it took me months to receive power I already owned, and I spent those months being unable to lift things. I was not doing that again. Then Guojie called. Her contact name in my phone was still Guo Baby, which I hadn't deleted, and Ren Lan found this out at high volume. "Ji Chin," said the voice on the phone. "Did you miss me? I'm outside your dorm and my legs are getting tired." Ren Lan took the phone out of my hand and said we'd be right there. Guojie played it beautifully, wounded, trembling lip, half a step forward, half a step back. "Who told you I was your boyfriend?" I said. "When did I ever agree to that?" Which was technically completely accurate. She'd strung me along for a year without ever once saying yes, because an unconfirmed boyfriend can be denied at parties. "Frankly," I said, "you chased me. First time we met, you sat down on my rented scooter, ate a lollipop, and called me big brother from behind me for 4 blocks, and then you asked whether my girlfriend would get angry." Renlan laughed so hard she had to hold the wall. "You," Renlan said, "smell overwhelmingly of green tea," which is not a compliment about beverages. "You kissed a rich boy in the middle of Zhengyang Street and got into his Ferrari. Want to see the video? I could put it online." "My future," Guojie said with real venom, "is to be the wife of a true dragon. You'll both regret this." "With your personality?" "One dented Ferrari and the mask came off." Ren Lan looked her up and down. "You think you're a Ferrari. You're a city bus." And then, to a growing crowd of onlookers, I made an announcement. "Correction," I said. "I'm not her boyfriend." I put an arm around Ren Lan. "I'm her fiancé. We're getting married after graduation." Ren Lan turned an interesting color and played along magnificently for about 4 seconds and then grabbed my ear. "Who said you could improvise on my script?" Also, it emerged she had already gone to the dean's office and filed my leave of absence paperwork while I was in the game, forging a signature I do not want to discuss. The lift incident. We were in a shopping center, doors closed, 6 people inside, and Renlan went very still. Xiao Lin, she turned around. Did you just touch me? You wish. The man behind her smirked. So what if I did? Do you know who I am? Let your boyfriend try touching me. He'll never see the sun again. I gave him my saddest, most sympathetic smile. Brother, you're right. I wouldn't dare touch you. I watched him inflate. Then Renlan kicked him in the groin. You touched my backside, she said conversationally. So today, you learn what happens when you touch a tiger's backside, and hit him with a spinning back fist that put his head into the lift door hard enough to dent it. The doors opened on a floor full of shoppers. The lift's under maintenance, Renlan said pleasantly. Would you mind taking the stairs? They nodded like chicks pecking rice. Xiao Linzi, step out and wait. You're in the way. I have never moved faster in either life. Then she pressed every single floor button and stepped out. I hope you make it to the ground floor. He crawled out on the ground floor about 9 minutes later and saw police in the lobby and burst into tears of relief. He asked them to take him away. He requested it, and her talent in the game, by the way, when she finally rolled it, Immovable King, Root Bone maxed, plus 5 attack and defense per level, plus 10% to all body cultivator skill damage, aptitude plus 20%. In my last life, exactly 2 people in the world had that talent. 3rd and 7th on the heavenly ranking. Both men, both legends. The character name she chose for herself was Ren Woxing. Her naming logic is a thing I have decided not to examine. I was watching a crowd of scalpers camp a pharmacy respawn timer when I hit myself in the thigh hard enough to hurt. Why was I buying potions from shops? I could own the shop. Muxian Prefecture is ruled by the Hidden Dragon royal family, and the Emperor, Ji Hongyue, is Feather Transformation Realm, which means the government of that province is a man who could delete the province. Buying city property requires reputation, not just money. I had 1120 points. That was enough. Let me explain what city property is worth. In 5 years, in-game real estate is more valuable than anything you can buy in this world. I watched a shop smaller than a bedroom get traded for an actual tower in an actual city center. I watched a bankrupt businessman buy one central lot, build a private auction house on it, and enter the global rich list inside 2 years. I bought a small shop near the Autumn Moon Tower for 50,000 stones and 800 reputation, which took me down to 320, and while I was signing, the third prince walked in. Ji Chen with a eunuch attendant who kept going red every time I looked in his direction, and who was, I would find out later, a princess named Ji Ling Long in a costume. The prince noticed my inner hall robes and asked politely which elder I studied under. He was fishing for a connection. I'm the sect leader's disciple. My master's name is Leng Feian. The room stopped. I showed him the talisman. And the way he looked at me changed completely into an expression I can only describe as the way a man looks at a priceless statue that has just walked into his house naked, and I did not enjoy it. He tried to give me his own shop, a gift from his father. I refused. A gentleman doesn't take handouts, and he refused my refusal, and we ended up in a haggling match in reverse where I forced him to accept 5,000 stones and 200 reputation for it. Then I went to look at it, over 1,000 square meters, 2 floors, absolute dead center of the city. First floor, equipment shop. Second floor, private auction house. I heard on my way out the eunuch telling the prince off for keeping company with a degenerate because I had winked at some of the Autumn Moon Tower girls on the way past. I registered the shop type as a pharmacy and named it the People's Pharmacy. I am a genius at naming things and I will hear no argument. Then I hired. The applicant list is a scroll. Li Tiadan, hardworking, 3 taels a month. Zhang Mazi, bookkeeping, 5 taels. And then Xiao Kui, 16, knows pharmacology. Description reads diligent, honest, kind, loyal. 3 taels of silver. She arrived with her belongings in a cloth bundle and could not look me in the eye. Excuse me, are you still hiring? My instructions were simple. Sell only corpse poison potion, 10 stones a bottle, 99 for 10, 950 for 100, 9,000 for 1,000. And this, which was the important part, the moment you have sold 10,000 bottles in a day, close the shop. If anyone asks, say we've run out. A player wandered in to make fun of the name and came out at a dead sprint. Within an hour, the entire province knew. 10,000 bottles were gone in half an hour, and my 16-year-old shop assistant pulled the shutters down with the anguish of a girl who wanted very badly to make her boss more money. I was hunting a Grey Wolf King for my 3rd heaven and earth treasure when several women came crashing out of the trees. The one in front was the eldest princess, Ji Tongyin, and behind her was her personal guard, and behind them were men in black robes with golden core auras, and one at the front who was core formation peak. "Run, princess!" her general was shouting. "Abandoning my general and running is not the way of our house," the princess said. "If we die together." Then she saw me, and I watched her open her mouth to ask for help, and I watched her look at my realm and change what she was going to say. "Just carry a message to my father," she said. "Tell him it was Netherworld Hall." Opportunity triggered. Here's what I knew, standing there. In my last life, the eldest princess died on this hillside. The Emperor razed Netherworld Hall to the ground for it, and less than a year later, that became the spark that started the war between the righteous and demonic paths, and hundreds of thousands of people died in it. I was reaching for the talisman anyway, and then one of the demonic cultivators, in passing, casually killed my half-dead Grey Wolf King. "You son of a..." I tore the talisman in half. That was my mob. The spirit of Leng Feiyan formed above that hillside. "Who dares," she said, "touch my disciple? Now." I could have described the situation accurately. "Master, it's them. They want to kill your disciple. And they also said that they'd leave you without your only student, alone and destitute in your old age." The man in the black robe turned toward me with an expression I can only render as, "She believed me." She looked at them once. There was no sound, there was no light, there was simply afterward no one there. "Master is magnificent, Master is mighty, Master is more beautiful than..." She noticed the princess. She looked at the princess for slightly too long, and then she looked at me, and I have never in either life felt more like a small animal in an open field. Rewards: 10 favorability with the princess, and 5,000 reputation in every city in Muxian Prefecture. The palace summoned me to receive it in person, and I declined because I was fairly sure my master was still watching. "Exorcising demons is the duty of the righteous path," I said, to a courtyard at volume. "Good and evil oppose each other, and that struggle lasts a lifetime." Princess favorability +5, status, respect. Somewhere, I like to think, a woman in white was nodding, and the wolf finally dropped the wind element I needed. The pharmacy did 20,000 bottles in 2 days. Profit: 187,754 spirit stones. There were still hundreds of thousands of bottles in my warehouse. I paid Jiang Luoyu her 65,000 back, the 50 plus 30%, and she looked at the transfer for 2 seconds and said, "You know Ghost Ridge by heart, so you know Corpse King Valley too. You told Wanling you couldn't run it because you were missing one thing, so you borrowed my money to corner one item." A pause. "It's the potion, isn't it?" I have decided to say as little as possible to that woman for the rest of my life. I bought 2 more shops. 4 now. I bought a bracelet for Leng Feiyan, 8,000 stones, and a necklace of dark blue stones for Nanggong Yue, and then I laid out 6 orbs and 3 treasures on the floor of my quarters and broke through. Foundation establishment, early stage. All attributes +20, doubled by the talent. New random talent, Eye of Heaven. 20% chance to permanently learn one skill used against you in combat. 30-day cooldown. Health 11,660. Strength 170. Speed 172. Defense 137. Heavenly tribulation in 30 minutes. My master stood over me and took both bolts, and I felt nothing at all. And then she said something I wasn't ready for. Those 2 were angrier than I expected. She was still looking at the sky. "Stronger too. That is the law of the heavenly path and the wheel of karma. If I keep shielding you, each tribulation will grow worse than the last. Eventually, there will be one that even I cannot take for you. Then, there's more. A cultivator who has never been washed by lightning has a body and a soul like wet paper, and your heart demon grows fatter every time I stand in front of you." She turned around. "On the path of cultivation, a teacher brings you to the door. You walk through it alone. I can teach you how to meet difficulty. I cannot always be standing beside you. If I am, you will never face a true trial, and you will depend on me forever, and one day I will not be there, and you will die of it." And then, and I could hear what it cost her, "Will you walk the rest of the road yourself?" I want to be honest about what that was. That was a parent opening the door and putting a child outside into weather. "Don't worry, master." I bowed properly for once. "I'll take it from here, and I'll do it beautifully." I thought about it that night. In my last life, I had a garbage talent and no master and no shield, and I clawed my way to being the strongest spell cultivator in existence out of pure spite. Now I have a perfect start, a sect leader's protection, and more money than any player alive, and I'm nervous about lightning, so I die. I've died before. Nobody hands out a second life so you can spend it standing behind someone. Leng Feiyan +10, current, 45, telepathy, and she gave me a sword. Mystic grade. Dark Knight Sword. Strength plus 40. Crit plus 25. Bleed of 120 a second, stacking 5 times. A shield that forms if you go 10 seconds without being hit. And an execute that instantly kills anything below 5% health. A weapon with its own name is Earth Grade or better. She handed me a legend and told me not to lose it. I used to look down on men who live off women, I said out loud, to nobody later. And now, what a life. What a wonderful life. She also let me put the bracelet on her myself. I took her left hand. Then I asked to see her right. Nobody had ever held that woman's hand before, in 300 years, and I know that because of the way she stopped breathing. What are you doing? I was thinking about how lucky this bracelet is, I said, to end up on your wrist. It must have saved a world in its last life. Why can't I ever have luck like that? Stop talking. You may go. Your master is tired. She sat in that hall alone afterward with her face in her hands. +5. Total. 50. She'd also told me where to go next, and it was not a friendly suggestion. When you reach Foundation Establishment late, go west, to Lazy Land. The land of small tribulation. Find the Thunder Dragon there and take its Thunder Spirit heart and forge yourself a Thunder Spirit body. It will reduce the power of heavenly lightning against you by 30%. And the downside? Lazy Land has no law in it. People go there to kill each other and take what falls out. Noted. Filed under later, when I stopped being made of paper. Nanggong Yue and I left the sect separately. Not for tactical reasons. She was hiding from her father and her grandfather, and I was hiding from my master, and when we met up outside the mountain gate, we both said, "I'm hiding from," at the same time, and had to stop and look at each other. "We're both cowards," she said. "We're both correct." I booked a private box on the second floor of the theater in Phoenix Melody City, and then watched exactly none of the performance. Junior brother, you're facing the wrong way. No performance in this world compares to my senior sister. You watch your show, I'm watching mine. And then I gave her the gift, and this one I'd planned for 11 days. Romance novels. Specifically, the ones she didn't have. I'd gone to the bookshop in the Mortal City and put in an order and paid a courier and waited. Because her father thinks those books are a waste of a cultivator's life, and her grandfather agrees with him, and she reads them hiding in a garden with her back to a wall. She held them against her chest, and her eyes went bright. "You're the only one who knows what I like," she said. "And you get it ready before I even ask." +3, current, 65. She was leaving the next morning. The Sword Sect tournament in Yongbyon City. Every sword sect in 4 provinces, crystallization and above, once a year. "I'll win," she said, "and I'll bring you the prize." I put the necklace on her, and when my fingers touched her collarbone, she jumped like I'd shocked her. Then she teleported away and came back 4 seconds later and stood on her toes and touched my face with her fingertips, which in that world means what a kiss means in this one, and vanished again without looking at me. +5. Current, 70. Harmonious Union. There were about 60 players in that street, and every one of them saw it, and the forum thread that resulted was titled "An NPC just kissed a player" and ran to 200 pages. The general tone was half disgust, half envy, and 100% sour. Dark Knight Sword knocked the Night Cave Scepter off the top of the Magic Treasure ranking about an hour after I equipped it. I bought a Beast Spirit pill at auction, starting price 120, everyone creeping up by ones, so I opened with 200 and cleared the room, and then posted a standing order, buying all Beast Spirit pills, 300 each, no limit. In a month those go for 10 times that. You are welcome to check. The panda had been sulking in its pet space since the naming incident. It came out for the pill, however, adopting what I can only call a professionally cute posture. "Look at that," I said. "Even a national treasure has to perform for money." Foundation Establishment Middle. 12,000 health, attack 125, 3 new skills, including one called Thunder Roar that makes anything below its rank shake and opens a weak point for 20 seconds. Loyalty 90 to 92, slowly climbing back. Meanwhile, outside the next dungeon, someone had set up a betting book. The question was whether I'd clear Nightmare on Hell difficulty, and whether I'd beat Ziling Yang, who has a talent literally called Martial Arts Prodigy, and who was sitting at 80% progress. Most of the money was against me. Liu Xiazi put her entire net worth, 100 spirit stones, her whole life savings, on yes, and nobody was surprised because she screams my name into a camera for a living. Nightmare is a story dungeon. There's one boss and you have to find it, and the finding is the dungeon. People come out of that place and don't talk for a while. There's a line that got repeated on the forums for a year. If you think your life is hopeless, run Nightmare, and you'll understand how lucky you are. You arrive on a road outside a town at dusk, and a carriage comes past you, and inside it is a woman named Wanner. You can't touch anything. That's the mechanic. Any interference at all, and the instance fails you and throws you out. You are not a participant. You are a pair of eyes. So I stood at the roadside and watched. Warner's husband was a soldier posted somewhere far away. She'd been unable to have children, and she was traveling to that town to adopt one, and she had brought her savings and 2 servants and a letter. The town took the money. They killed the servants on the road out and told her they'd left. They kept her in a room for a while and told her the paperwork was slow. When she worked out what was happening and tried to walk out, the town headman had her taken to a field at night, and they put her in the ground, and they went home. That's the crime. Money. That's all it ever was. The only thing she had on her at the end was a ring her husband had given her, and she swallowed it because she'd decided they weren't going to have that too. And the town went back to its evening. Then night came, and a man in that town died in his bed, and in the morning nobody could explain it. And the night after that, another. They brought in a demonic cultivator to bind her, and he tried, and he couldn't, and what he gave them instead was a bargain, an offering, every year, and the dead would stay 1 and not 2. They took the deal. And then the carriage comes over the hill at dusk again, and a woman named Warner looks out of the window at the town, and none of them can wake up, and none of them can leave, and none of them can die, and it has been happening every night for longer than any of them can count. That's nightmare. You watch the loop until you find the thing that's holding it together, which is a ring. I found it, and the town came apart like a stage set, and the boss came out of the middle of it. They call it a demon. The rule is, when a person dies, they can become a ghost, and when a ghost dies, it can become this. It was the size of a house and roughly human-shaped, built out of thousands of arms and legs it had taken, and it didn't have a face. It had a mouth that ran all the way around its head, with 1,000 teeth in it, and in the surface of every single tooth, there was a reflection of one of the townspeople's faces at the exact instant they understood what was happening to them. 15,000 health. And I want to note something here, because it doesn't happen very often. I didn't make a joke. I'm sorry for what they did to you, I said. But it's finished. They're all gone. You won. Let it go, and move on. She screamed anyway, because there wasn't enough of her left to hear me. Dark Knight's sword did 1111 on the first strike. For comparison, my previous weapon had done 200 to the Ghost King. Critical into the mouth for 2,808. It healed itself by eating what it dropped, so I stunned it for 2 seconds with Dizzy Sword Chi to break the loop, and finished it with Phoenix Feather. I hope you're reborn, I said, to the space where it had been, and I hope the next one is quiet, and I hope you never meet a bad person again. Loot. 3 Mystic Grade. A cloak with plus 10% evasion and a skill that teleports me behind an enemy while leaving a decoy standing where I was. A dagger for someone else, and a Mystic Grade flying technique, 100 meters of altitude at 200% of my movement speed. Clear time, 5.5 minutes, and 5 of those were the dream, which you cannot skip. World first, nightmare cleared on hell difficulty. Ziling Yang was still at 80%. A crowd formed outside the entrance and started closing in, and I went straight up into the air and left, because I had just learned to fly and I was going to use it for everything. The last thing I heard was Liu Xiazi wailing that she'd wanted an autograph, followed immediately by her shouting at the sky that she would follow me forever. Renlan had been saving for weeks to afford a cross-province teleport, and she spent the entire amount in one go to come see me. All my stones, gone, in 1 second. My heart is broken. The capital of Huafeng Prefecture had been treating her the way any city treats a 6-foot woman who benches 200 kilos. Beauty, I'm chi refining late stage, I'm basically an expert. Little sister, wanna be my in-game couple? And she'd been handling it with perfect politeness. Ask my brother first. If you can beat him, I'll go with you. Then they turned around and saw who was standing behind her. There were 3 separate world announcements with my name on them by that point. I have never seen men move like that. I gave her the Storm Gauntlets, 3rd in the world on the treasure ranking, and she immediately tried to give them back. These are worth 1,000,000 yuan, 2 million. Sell them. The value of these isn't money. The faster you get strong, the better the gear you'll eventually be handing back to me. It's an investment. I'm bad at games. You have Immovable King, I said. Hey. Do not confuse whatever you were playing before with this. Her inner hall entrance quest was to catch a red carp from Chiao Lake within 2 days. What the quest text does not tell you is that the lake is full of river monsters that take your carp, and that the standard outcome for a Lone Foundation establishment newbie is getting robbed and drowned. I carried her there on my back through the air. I will note, for the flight log, that the aerodynamics were non-trivial. She hooked a carp within a minute and then, instead of playing it, simply pulled. She won a tug of war against a fish. Then the river monsters came up out of the water, webbed hands, eyes on top of the skull, a mouth like a catfish that's been to prison, and she dropped the rod and went to work with her fists. Explosive fist, fire fist, piercing fist, and my own original technique, woman's fist. And here's my professional assessment, which I have never said to her face. Her combat instinct is better than mine, not her stats, not her gear, her timing, where she puts her feet, the half beat where she decides to eat a hit in order to land a better one. You cannot buy that, and you cannot grind it, and if I hadn't been reborn, if she'd entered that game beside the old me, I'm not certain I would ever have caught up. The panda ate the leftovers. Thunder roar scattered the rest. She made inner hall disciple in under an hour. 6 in the morning, she dragged me out for a run. 3 kilometers in, I was face down on a park bench. Enough. Please. I'm begging you, Supergirl. She sat down next to me, not sweating, breathing through her nose. Look at the state of you. Then she pointed at a little girl walking past with a hair clip shaped like a duck and said something about how cute she was, and I didn't answer because I was looking at the woman holding the little girl's hand, not for the reason you're thinking, because her face was familiar and I couldn't place it, and I have learned to pay attention when that happens. Ren Lan pushed me off the bench. Unbelievable. I point at a child and you stare at her mother. You only like married women. Several passers-by smiled at us in a way I did not care for. If you've got the energy to stare, she said, you've got the energy to run. 60 seconds. Then we go. 2 hours later, I crawled through my own front door and became one with the floor. Legs. My legs are pork knuckles. She picked me up like a bride and carried me to bed. Water? You need electrolytes. Plain water does nothing after that. She came back with a bottle. Drink. Can we not train tomorrow? No. A pause. But I'll go easy. 2 things happened that made the next month of my life possible, and I want them side by side because they're the same trick. First, I found a riverbed with more than 1,000 spirit stones glittering on the bottom of it. Free money in shallow water. It is, of course, bait. There's a water anaconda in there, and a cultivator in water loses 90% of his strength, which is why nobody who dives for that pile ever comes back up. So I didn't dive. I walked the reeds until I found where it was lying, and I hit it on the top of the skull from above, on land, before it knew I was there. Headshot. 3,000. 1 strike. That snake had spent its entire life being the cleverest thing in that valley, and it got beaten by an older, less honest fox. I took the stones. Second, and this is the real one, in my last life there was a broadcast called All Server First. Every time somebody achieved a world first sword cultivator to hit a realm, first alchemist, first anything, the show interviewed them and they sat in a chair under studio lights and explained, in loving and specific detail, exactly where they had found the treasure that made them. I was a guest on that show, and because I did not want to look stupid on television, I went back and watched every single previous episode first. Every one. So I know where the swords are. I know which mountain, which cave, which lake bottom, and which week they spawn. I know it for 160 different people who haven't found their fortunes yet because they told me about it at length on a talk show 10 years from now. I wasn't playing the same game as anyone else on that server. I was collecting. The first stop on my collection route was a cave that belonged or would belong to Chen Yuan. Third on the talent ranking, Sword Maniac, the man who becomes the god of the sword. There were 2 skeletons in it, a swordsman and a Buddhist monk, sitting across from each other where they'd killed one another a very long time ago. Under the swordsman was a mystic-grade spiritual skill called Sword Storm, a 50-meter ring of blades, 500 damage a second, and the timer refreshes every time something dies inside it. Anything that forces its way out gets marked, slowed 30%, and has its armor broken. That skill is why Chen Yuan becomes Chen Yuan. It's a little ugly, I said to the skeleton, taking it. Stealing another man's fortune. But what am I supposed to do? I got reborn. Why should the good things go to them instead of me? Then, because I'm not a complete animal, I dug 2 graves and buried them both, and under the monk I found a second book, Mystic Grade, Rebirth Buddha Seal, 2,000 damage in a 100-meter radius, plus 20% against undead. Chen Yuan, in my last life, evidently only buried the swordsman, turns out being decent pays. Who knew? By the end of that week, the pharmacy had moved 60,000 bottles and cleared 557,000 spirit stones, and I capped it at 30,000 a day because competition was finally waking up and I wanted the warehouse empty before it did. Then I built the machine. The little shop by the Autumn Moon Tower got renamed Shenbao Pharmacy and switched to selling exclusively the sort of pill people buy at the Autumn Moon Tower. Location is everything. The big one became Harmony Pharmacy, and Xiao Kui, 16, 3 taels of silver a month, unable to make eye contact, became its manager, with 10 staff and 20 alchemists reporting to her. And I hired a specialist. Ning Quan arrived pale, with bags under his eyes, listing slightly, and a wine gourd on his belt. I have one condition, he said. I work days only. My evenings are dedicated to them. He pointed out the window at the brothel across the street. The 2 women in the shop with me made identical faces. I wouldn't have to, he said with enormous dignity. if I had money. The women over there are only interested in my wallet, which explained, I felt, quite a lot about why a man of his talent was still at Foundation establishment. 20 master smiths on top of that. Ranks 1 through 5 plus tens of thousands of stones of raw material. Somebody knocked on my apartment door. Renlan dove behind the sofa. It's my parents. I checked the peephole. Nobody. Knock, knock. Is it a ghost? Renlan whispered. Has the merge started early? I opened the door and looked down. There was a girl of about 8 standing there with her chin up. Excuse me, are you Lin Jichin? The agency gave me your details. I've come to inspect my property. This was the landlady. This was the terrifying landlady with the impossible rules that nobody in the district would rent from. She came in and did a circuit. How many people are living here? The contract says no more than 2. Just us. Are you a couple? Why do you sleep in separate rooms? We're not a couple, Renlan said. We're just friends. Good friends. The child looked at Renlan for a moment and then moved behind my leg. I think Brother Lin is handsome, she said. Handsome people are easy to bully. You, said Renlan, put her up to this. This is about the running. And then the girl's stomach made a noise you could hear across the room. She was standing very still, looking at the table where there was food on it. My aunt says not to eat at other people's houses, she said, and turned around and walked to the door with her back very straight. Mr. Lin, I'll be going now. Goodbye. Doesn't anyone cook for you at home? She stopped. Sit down. I made too much anyway. I'll walk you back after. She was on a chair before I finished the sentence. Her aunt showed up 20 minutes later, early 20s, beautiful, out of breath, and scolded her for 11 seconds and then knelt down and hugged her and apologized for coming home late. The girl's name is Niu Nai Tong. Everyone calls her Tong Tong. Her mother, the aunt's sister, got divorced and then got sick and died. Her father moved abroad and does not call. The aunt took her. And what do? I asked. Nothing. She smiled at the tablecloth. I write songs. Everyone says no. I'm thinking of getting an office job. I put my hand on the table hard enough to rattle a bowl. I've got it. Because I knew her face. I'd known it for 10 minutes and couldn't place it, and it was because I'd only ever seen it on a stage. Qin Xiaowei. 2 years before the merge, she becomes one of the biggest singers alive, and afterward she starts writing in the old style, and the strange, wonderful thing that happens next is that NPCs start listening. Actual immortals from 8 desolations, entities several hundred years old, learned her songs. She had fans in 2 worlds. They called her a diva, and they were not exaggerating. Your first song, I said. The one about the old desk. Her head came up. Nobody knows that song. It was her debut. It went nowhere. I hummed the melody, badly, and she picked it up on the second bar, and she sang it in a kitchen with the extractor fan on, and it was 100 times better than anything I could produce. Your songs are just good, I told her. Gold shines eventually. I'm one of your future audience of several million. Hold on to what you love. She stood up and bowed to me, an actual formal bow. I'll remember that, Mr. Lin. I'll be a singer for the rest of my life and I won't regret it. And then Renlan, being kind, said to Tang Tang, Milk Candy, that's such a sweet name. Who picked it? My mother. And the room went very quiet and the child's eyes started to fill. Here's the part where I stopped being funny for about 90 seconds. I don't have a mother, I said, and I don't have a father either. So actually, Tang Tang, you've had better luck than your big brother. Your dad's still alive and you've got your aunt. She got down off her chair and put her arms around my leg. It's okay, brother, she said into my knee. Tang Tang will take care of you. I opened my arms and she climbed in. Want to be friends? And when you miss your mother, come over here. Your brother misses his too. Okay. Renlan didn't say anything for a while. She knew my past was a locked room. She'd just forgotten it was there because I'm always laughing. Afterward, she did the washing up without being asked, and I thought about how in a year of living together, Guojie never once washed a dish because, as she explained to me at the time, a fairy like her isn't built for housework and requires spoiling. Blood Fiend Guild was waiting at the mouth of Corpse King Valley with several thousand people. Lin Jichin. Li Fengwen had rehearsed this. Shouldn't we settle our accounts? Also, do you actually live off women? The entire Moonshadow Guild stands up for you. Is that your whole business model? Yes, I said. How did you know I like living off women? Are you jealous that nobody's offered? He wanted 10,000 spirit stones, 3 of my equipped items, and my panda. He was in the middle of saying, and honestly, I'd even be willing to accept you into the guild. Black Flash. Throat-slitting strike, minus 3,500. Instant kill. The president of a top 50 guild died standing in the middle of his own army because he'd spent 2 months investing in his guild instead of his character, and he was still chi refining late. I shook the blood off the blade. Somebody asked President Lee a question for me. I do carpentry. Does he want a sliding lid or a hinged one? I'll have the coffin ready tomorrow. Jiang Luoyu did not hesitate for even 1 second. Attack, she said, and opened with a rain of fire. I did not go into the middle. Going into the middle of an army is how heroes die in stories written by people who have never commanded anything. I went around and into their backline and started killing spell cultivators and healers. Every sword cultivator watching that fight lost their minds. Somebody on the stream said, "That's a real sword cultivator. He understands team combat. He knows one man can't break a guild, so he's eating the support." Their casters tried to lock me down, so I dove directly into the middle of the caster block, where their own crowd control would have hit their own people, and used Frost Moon Slash at point blank. Their healers rushed forward to save them, and I dropped Swordstorm on all of it. A 50-meter ring closed around roughly 300 people, doing 1 to 2,000 a second, and every single death inside that circle reset the timer. Nobody came out. Crazy Laughing Yan was already rallying them. That's his trump card. Skills like that have huge cooldowns. Forward. Which was good tactical reasoning and completely wrong because Jiang Luoyu had been charging something for 11 seconds. Annihilation of Devilish Chi. 300-meter radius. 6 times the size of my Swordstorm. 2 to 3,000 damage on thousands of people simultaneously, and I put my hands together and dropped the Rebirth Buddha seal into the hole she opened. 500 or 600 people stopped existing at once. "There's 2 of them!" somebody screamed on the general channel. "There's 2 cheaters!" Far off on a ridge, incidentally, a woman in a red dress was watching that golden seal come down and saying to herself, "That's the Rebirth Buddha seal of Zen Master Jiqing. The abbot sent us to find that. Someone got there first. And a sword cultivator, stealing an opportunity from little sister? I'm reporting you to the Buddhist sect. File that away." Blood Fiend broke. Li Fengwen begged 3 other guilds for help and every one of them declined, and the reason they gave each other was, who would make an enemy like that, just to save Li Fengwen's face? The valley floor was carpeted with soul tombs. Several small guilds who'd been watching started to drift forward to loot the field, and one man walked out into the middle of it and put his sword point down and closed his eyes. Not one of them took another step. Moonshadow collected everything at their leisure. Then I opened my eyes, smiled at all of them, said, "Thank you," and left. Killing that many players turns your name red, which means you drop everything on death and can't enter cities or use teleports. So I took the entire guild to a lake with a demon-suppressing stone at the bottom of it, which washes the red off. Everyone stripped to the underlayer the system won't let you remove. Several thousand women went silent. "You did that on purpose," Su Wanling said. "I'll go first." Some of them, I want it noted, did not turn around. Su Wanling had to physically herd them. "Shameless, all of you. Face the other way." It took me 4 hours because I'd killed the most. The women couldn't wait that long. One had a date. One had a night shift. One had a scheduled operation at a hospital, an actual operation. She was a surgeon. One had to collect a child from school. I swam to the far bank and stood facing the trees. One player speculated aloud about what a man alone in a lake might be doing under the water and lost half a month's guild salary. Jiang Luoyu got in last and kept glancing at my back the whole time. Afterward, Su Wanling handed me a dozen storage rings of Blood Fiend loot and a message from her president. "Someone's been asking around for your real identity and address. She's had all your data sealed. She says you have too much talent and no cover, and if the wrong people find you, they'll apply pressure in the real world instead. Stay careful until your feathers come in." That warning was not theoretical, and I want to explain why I took it seriously, using a man named He Ming. In my last life, He Ming got a heaven-grade treasure and did what any of us would do. He told everyone. Streams, forums, interviews. A studio of ex-convicts found his address in 11 days. They took him out of his own building, made him transfer the item, and then killed him, because a living victim goes to the police. An ordinary person is innocent. Owning a treasure is the crime. So I bought a very nice apartment and an expensive car in my own legal name, parked the car under the windows where anyone could photograph it, filled the apartment with cameras, and never once slept there. Anybody who buys my address gets that address. Meanwhile, I stayed in a rented 2-bedroom, and my cover was excellent because my landlady does not play 8 Desolations. I know she doesn't because I know she never did. Not in 10 years, not once. I also know she doesn't bend. She turned down a predatory contract from a major label early on and got blacklisted for it and did not fold. And after the merge, when a genuinely powerful man decided he was going to have her, she refused at the cost of her own life, and it took the intervention of an official several tiers above him to fix it. Qin Xiaowei is not a person who can be leaned on. She was, at that moment, sharing a single packet of instant noodles with a child. I went to my master's palace and stood outside it, because the last time I walked through that door it took 2,199 health off me. Foolish disciple, I turned it off. Inside, she was half reclining on a couch with her hair still damp, in a white outer robe over something much thinner, barefoot, one ankle swinging over the edge. I made a noise like a door hinge. Are you posing riddles for your master? I had come to ask for distribution rights, the sex-manufactured goods, wholesale, into my shops. She agreed with one word and gave me a 50-50 split. For scale, the standard rate offered to outside merchants is 20%, and most people don't get offered it at all. Elder Tianqing and Elder Tianke both signed off without argument, purely out of respect for her. Then she said the thing I'd been dreading for a month. I haven't been well. My cultivation has been stuck at the peak of feather transformation for some time. I sit on this mountain every day and there's no one here to talk to. A pause. I'm considering entering seclusion. For someone at her level, seclusion runs from several months to several decades. My entire umbrella, gone, possibly for longer than I'll be alive. Master, I said, how long has it been since you went down to the mortal world? About 100 years. There's a saying, before you save others, save yourself. You can declare that you've touched the heavens, but you're still just one lamp. It's the lights of 10,000 houses that turn into the true energy of the search for immortality. I let that land. A mortal's understanding of the Tao would do more for you right now than another century on this rock. Immortal lady, it's time to come down. She was visibly delighted. I think it was mostly the immortal lady. But I'd be bored alone. Your disciple will come with you. Let's go on a date off the mountain. Impudence. I said comprehend the Tao heart. I did not say go on a... Perhaps a fellow disciple would be more appropriate as a companion. You dare? She stood up. If you don't come with me, you can forget the pharmacy and the weapon shop. Humph. We settled on Everwinter City in the far north of the province. Permanent snow. Snowmen. Ice houses you're not allowed to knock down. Sky lanterns after dark. Ice fishing. I had a date with the strongest woman in 4 provinces, and it had been entirely her idea, and she had threatened my business interests to get it. The shop opened 3 days later. Ground floor, friendly equipment store. Second floor, honesty auction house. Plus, Harmony Pharmacy and Shenbao Pharmacy. 20 shop girls, all beautiful, which is a marketing strategy that has worked in every civilization that has ever existed. Stock, 3,000 items donated by Bloodfiend Guild, Sect Wholesale, and the output of 20 master smiths. And then, I bought advertising. A world channel megaphone costs 1,000 spirit stones for 1 sentence, which is why nobody uses them. I bought 20 and set them to cycle every hour, and I sent all of them anonymously. 3 shops, opening tomorrow, and in 3 days the first server-wide auction, with a mystic-grade weapon as the final lot. The server lost its mind trying to work out who could possibly own 3 large Central District shops, because that requires thousands of reputation, and there was no such player on any ranking. Wealthy players started stockpiling spirit stones ahead of the auction. The exchange rate spiked. Wang Jinghao bought a megaphone of his own and publicly offered the anonymous owner any terms he wanted. The anonymous owner did not reply. Zhang Luoyu simply asked me, "Those shops aren't yours, are they?" "No," I said. "I have never lied to anyone with less confidence in my entire life." Corpse King Valley, Hell difficulty, 5,000 people, and I want to talk about this one properly because it isn't a fight. It's a job. The backstory. A grand elder of the Corpse Gate found out his wife had been unfaithful with the head of a minor sect, so he turned that entire sect into zombies and sealed them in a valley where they cannot die and cannot be reborn. I led guilds in my last life. Small ones, against big ones, and I did it without losing people, and here's how you actually do it. First, I made them bring in another 50 to 100 healers before we even entered. Second, I put the healers in the front line, paired with tanks. Their cleanse has a short radius. From the back rank, it physically cannot reach the people taking the poison. Then I put a second rank of healers behind them whose only job was keeping the first rank alive. Su Wanling actually hit herself in the forehead. Third, on Wave 1, I banned skills. Basic attacks only. Conserve. Wave 2 was 2,000 or 3,000 zombies at once, so I had the spellcasters collapse the canyon mouth. The zombies hit the rockfall. And the ones behind climbed onto the ones in front, and it became a pile. A genuinely enormous heap of confused corpses, and several thousand women started laughing, and just like that, nobody in that raid was scared anymore. Stop laughing. Casters, fire, archers, volley. We burned the pile. Wave 8 was 200 Foundation Establishment zombies, all casters, with a skill that puts the poison straight into the heart. The cleanse window on that is under a second and the healers couldn't sink it, and about a dozen tanks went down. The healers started apologizing over the channel, panicking. I did not shout at them. Don't rush. This isn't the time for apologies. Stick to the plan. Third tank line, forward. Fifth team's healers, move up to second rank. I'd built the reserve in before we entered, because I have run this exact fight in a different life and I know exactly where it breaks. Wave 10 was the Corpse King. Crystallization early, 17,000 health, plus 10 corpse generals. Only one guild in the world had ever reached that room, and they'd wiped in it. Here's what I said before it started. Healers, ignore everyone, including your president. Everything into the tanks. Tanks, don't even think about attacking, just hold. Weapon cultivators, you're allowed to die, but you die after the tanks and you get all of your damage out first. Casters, damage only. The weak point on a zombie is the head. A beat. The boss is mine. I hope you're all still alive when I get back. And then the Corpse King opened with yin lightning, the exact same lightning that put me in a coma at the bottom of that well. Here's what went through my head, and I want to say it out loud because it's the closest thing I have to a philosophy. The only way to beat fear is to walk into it. You're allowed to lose. You're allowed to run. You are not allowed to be afraid, because everything you're afraid of eventually becomes your heart demon, and a heart demon is the thing that stops you at the last door. I have 2 of those already. One is the thing in the cave that killed me. One is what Guoji and Shu Zihui did at the entrance. If I don't settle both, they'll settle me. So I didn't dodge. I cut both bolts out of the air. Then I baited the boss into the sky and dropped straight down out of its reach, and when it came after me with a descending palm strike, I put Dizzy Sword Chi into its face at 0 range, and it went into the ground head first for 2,000 fall damage and lay there unconscious. I hit that head 3 or 4 times a second for a while. It vomited 1,000 years of corpse poison at me. How long have you been dead? Your breath is still like that. What have you been eating down here? Then it transformed into a drought demon, which is a thing where even the weakest specimen is core formation. Phoenix Feather. 7 of the 22 blades went through the shield. Death execution triggered under 5%. And then I did something I'm told nobody has ever done. I left the boss's soul tomb on the ground and flew straight back to the raid. Zhang Luoyu watched me do it, and something in her face changed because there is no player alive who abandons a crystallization boss drop. I came in behind the 5 surviving corpse generals and hit each of them once, deliberately not killing any of them, just enough to take every scrap of aggro onto myself, walked them into a cluster, and dropped Swordstorm. Clear time. 20 minutes, 25 seconds. Rating. Perfect. Casualties under 2%. Other guilds had been running 30% losses or wiping outright. Several thousand women mobbed me at the exit. Master Lin, I love you. Give me your address, I'll buy a ticket right now. Su Wanling shouted the second one and then covered her own mouth with both hands. 11 mystic grade drops. I took 4. A robe, a movement and strike skill called Wind and Thunder 1 sword that gives a 10-meter dash, 700 damage and 50% bonus speed for 5 seconds, a mind cultivation technique, and a belt with 1500 health and a stored blood pool. I refuse the rest. Your guild needs strength right now. That was the deal. Don't turn me into a miser. World first, Corpse King Valley cleared on hell difficulty. Moon Shadow now held both of the world's hell clears. I found out about the next part much later, and only by accident. Su Wanling and Zhang Luoyu spent an evening trying to work out what was wrong with me. The theories under consideration were gay or a hopeless case who prefers fictional women because they'd both seen the video of an NPC kissing me in the street, and then Jiang Luoyu, who is the daughter of the richest man alive and also the daughter of the most decorated criminal investigator in the country, put her cup down and said he's had his heart broken. Badly, somebody he loved lied to him or betrayed him. They found Guoji in about 10 minutes because Moonshadow has channels. Su Wanling came back furious. Second year, runs a rotation of rich boys. The wealthier they are, the more she bleeds them. Cheated on him the whole time. She was pacing. Master Lin's parents are both dead. He worked his way through school. And she did that to him. And Zhang Luoyu said very quietly, which is what she does instead of shouting, find every rich boy she's dated. I want them ruined, and I want each of them ruined by exactly the method their family used to make its money. Tomorrow morning, my family's media group will surface the evidence of her activities and put it everywhere. Then contact her university and ask them, politely, how they came to produce a student like this. Su Wanling had never seen her friend like that and did not understand why she was that angry. I knew nothing about any of it. I'd assumed revenge was a 5-year problem. Something for after the merge, when the laws that protect people like Guojie stop applying. We live in a country with laws. If I kill her, I go to prison, and you cannot play 8 desolations from prison. Leng Feiyan gave me a supreme marrow cleansing pill with no lecture, no test, and no conditions, and then handed me the next one too, which she has never done. Foundation establishment middle, 15,000 health, strength 262, speed 217, crit 40, evasion 25%. For reference, the Corpse King boss I just killed had 170 strength and 138 speed. I was now, in raw numbers, stronger than a crystallization realm boss while standing 2 full realms below it. Also, Liu Xiaozi finally cornered me in person. She's short, beautiful face, extremely flat, a fact about which she is remarkably vocal. Idol, she bowed at 90 degrees. I want to apologize about the video, the one that started the cheating accusations. It's fine. Can I interview you? Absolutely not, because her show becomes All Server First, because All Server First is the show where 160 successful people sit under studio lights and explain where they found their treasure. That show is my map, and if anybody else in the world got reborn the way I did, I am not going to be the man who hands them a directory, walk another person's road so thoroughly that there's no road left for them to walk. That's the strategy. I'm not proud of it. I'm extremely committed to it. I did agree to a photo. She doesn't reach my shoulder, so she went up on her toes, and I bent down, and we ended up face to face at a distance of about 4 centimeters, and she nearly fell over backwards. Then she ran into the woods and jumped around in there like a monkey having a religious experience, screaming that she was the first streamer alive with a photograph of the great god Lin. The opening was a stampede. Also, Phoenix Melody City was under martial law, guards at every corner, elite troops in the squares, NPCs staying indoors. That has never happened in the entire history of that city in either of my lives, and nobody would tell me why. Remember that. The pharmacy undercut the market by 1 stone on every line. The equipment shop sold common gear that was better than other people's common gear. My 100 refined sword was strength plus 7 for 10 stones against a street vendor's strength plus 3. Wang Jinghao stood in the middle of my ground floor looking genuinely disturbed. Where is he getting this much good common equipment? This is enough to outfit a large guild. Upstairs there were thousands of spirit rank items on the racks. We sold 20 to 30,000 items by noon and had to close 2 of the 4 shops. There are over 100 million players in that world. Even if 1 in 100 wants what you're selling, that's 200,000 customers. Day 1 revenue, about 200,000 stones from the pharmacy, 280,000 from equipment, 350,000 through the auction house, around 500,000 net. For scale, every gold farming team Zhang Luoyu employs, combined, produces tens of thousands a day. The problem was immediate and obvious. I had nothing left to sell tomorrow, and the next sec shipment was 7 days out. Then Zhang Luoyu invited me to lunch and dismantled me in 3 sentences. 1. Your shelves were full of Bloodfiend Guild's equipment, and I watched Bloodfiend donate it to you personally. 2. A real merchant would never liquidate his entire inventory in 2 hours. The owner of those shops has no commercial experience whatsoever, which matches my impression of you exactly. 3. The girl at the counter of the new pharmacy used to work at your old one. I put my chopsticks down. You wasted a career in law enforcement. My mother is the most famous criminal investigator in the country, she said. That position is taken. Father, richest man in the world. Mother, the best detective in it. That explains a lot about the daughter. Then she taught me my business. A new shop needs reputation, not turnover. Set a fixed daily limit and hold it. Don't close a sale instantly. Say it's out of stock or reserved, take a deposit and tell them to come back this evening. Raise common goods 20% and spirit rank 50. You are currently the only private weapon shop on the planet. That is a seller's market and you're pricing like a beggar. An hour of lunch with the daughter of the richest man alive is worth 1,000 lunches with any economist you can name. And then she showed me her own move, which is better than anything I've done. Reputation cannot be sold, but a person who owns reputation can be hired. She signed 70% of the women from our Corpse King raid, every one of whom had 2,000 reputation from the clear, to contracts assigning use of that reputation at 3 million yuan each and used it to buy prime shops in all 4 provincial capitals simultaneously. I taught her a dungeon. She built a retail empire in a weekend. Bloodfiend had a mole inside Moonshadow, and the mole told them the day Zhang Luoyu and Su Wanling were both offline for a board meeting. They brought 1,000 people, all elite, mostly Foundation establishment, and 2 other things. The first was an anti-flight formation they dug up somewhere in the 10,000 mountains. The second was 2 men whose only job was to insult my dead parents until I hit one of them first so that I'd be the one whose name went red. It worked. I killed both of them in 2 strikes. Isn't being alive nice? Why would you volunteer for this? I'll kill you both again next time we meet. And then 1,000 people came out of the trees and my flight went dead. President Lee, I called out. You donated so much equipment to me last time. I never got to thank you properly. He wanted 2 or 3 mystic grade items. You know, when you're not biting, you almost pass for a person. Where's the confidence coming from? Did you take a god as your master? 1,000 skills came at me at once, and every single one of them passed straight through my body. Shadow shift. Off the nightmare cloak. 1.5-second cast. Leaves a decoy that lives for 2 seconds and pops on any hit, which means you have to time it into a window narrower than a heartbeat with 1,000 casts inbound. I was standing directly behind Li Fengwen. Thank you, I said, for always donating so generously. I sold the last batch to a shop in the city for tens of thousands of stones. Keep it up and I'll buy a whole shop with the proceeds. One strike. Then I killed Crazy Laughing Yan, critical, 4,800, straight through the forehead, and took his Wind Chaser fire-tipped spear off his corpse in front of his entire guild. Oh, you shouldn't have. A parting gift as well. Thank you, that's very sweet. Li Fengwen offered 1,000,000 yuan to anyone who killed me, then 100 million. And here's the actual mechanic, because this isn't heroism, it's arithmetic. My mind cultivation technique returns 1% of my health with every strike I land. My health is 15,000, so every strike returns 150. Gust Swordplay gives me 3 strikes a second. 450 health per second, sustained, as long as there is anything in front of me to hit. Add 25% evasion, the cap in that game is 50, and 3,000 banked health in my belt, and my effective pool was 18,000 and refilling faster than 1,000 people could drain it. I answered more calls than I received. 7 or 8 out of every 10 died. The rest ran. My mana hit absolute 0 and I kept going on basic attacks alone, because basic attacks were doing more damage than my skills anyway. 700 common items and 200 spirit rank on the ground afterward. Zhang Luoyu found me, and I could see she was worried about the wrong thing, that I'd start believing I was untouchable, so I hit myself on the back of the head. You're right. I got comfortable. Today it was 1,000. What about 10,000? What about when somebody hires the actual top players from all 4 provinces? I'm ahead on numbers, not on people. Every one of those men has talent too, they're just growing slower than me. And eventually this game will add skills that cut defense, block regeneration, and ground flight, like that formation just did. She looked at me for a moment. Good, she said. She stayed and stood guard for 4 hours while I washed my name clean in the lake, because red-named players get ambushed at bathing sites, and it was the second time she'd done that. We traded. I explained spell cultivator mechanics to her, deliberately getting 2 things slightly wrong so she wouldn't ask how I knew the rest. She explained business to me and got nothing wrong at all. Your guild needs professionals, I told her. All women rosters run weaker on mechanics on average. That's not about gender, it's about the sample you're drawing from, and you know it. You need real players, talent or combat skill, or stubbornness. A person with no talent who sits down every night and drills their mechanics becomes the spine of a guild. Diligence makes up for a poor gift. How do I find them? Not off the cultivation ranking. That's just people who grind. 9 in 10 of them have a human path foundation, which means their real strength will never match their level. Recruit off the talent ranking. Top 1,000, all 4 provinces. Then, out of nowhere, my parents went on holiday very far away, she said, looking at the water. It's impossible to bring them back. I may never see them again. I did not ask. She offered me any salary I wanted, then the vice presidency. We only take women, but you could dress as one. Or there's surgery. She started calling me Xiao Lin, Little Lin. Could you do Da Lin? Big Lin? Where exactly are you big? You're younger than me. Li Fengwen's response to being killed twice was to file a formal complaint on behalf of 10,000 players, then rally other guild leaders and every solo player he could reach. The position was, even if he isn't cheating, his talent is abnormal and unfair, and we demand a nerf. Millions signed overnight. Actual millions. I read the thread with genuine interest because those people were not petitioning a game studio. They were petitioning Manhwa. They were demanding that the fundamental laws of a world be adjusted for their convenience. This is not a game. It's connected to another real world. What precisely did they think they were going to patch? There were petitions like that in my last life too. Dozens of them. Not one changed anything, ever. And then a hiring application came in that made me put down my tea. The ID was White Dove, Zhao Beige. In my last life, she reaches 8th rank and becomes the first player alchemist in the world, the one every guild in existence spends 2 years trying to buy. 3 generations of her family are traditional physicians. The family clinic had been dying for years. She bought a game ring out of boredom. She has no interest in combat whatsoever, and she is completely, unreasonably obsessed with making pills. In my last life, every shop turned her away because a low-level alchemist has a low success rate and burns your materials. Moonshadow eventually picked her up and raised her. I hired her before lunch. Then the main storyline started, and it started early. The announcement went out to every player in 4 provinces. Emperor Ji Hongyue, allied with 3 other royal houses, was marching to exterminate the demonic sects. Players could enlist. This is the war. The one whose spark was the assassination attempt on the eldest princess. I saved her. He went to war anyway, which means the first update came early, and the war came early, and I stood in the middle of a mustering field doing arithmetic I hated. If everything is arriving ahead of schedule, then the number at the end of my plan, 5 years, may not be 5 years. Also, Zhang Luoyu and Ren Lan met for the first time. They were extremely polite to each other. The air went hard, the way it does between two masters sizing each other up before a duel, and I felt something cold walk up my spine. Where? Ren Lan said afterward in an entirely normal voice. Did you find that? We're friends. Why are you nervous? I never said you couldn't get a new girlfriend. She considered. Honestly, if you two got together, I'd take my hat off. She's 100 times better looking than Guoji, so at least your taste is recovering. And then, I actually want you to find someone, so your orientation doesn't permanently relocate into anime. I looked at her. Don't explain. She held up a hand. Everyone processes heartbreak differently. Virtual girlfriends are better than becoming a supervillain. It's fine. I'm your friend. I won't laugh at you. She'd seen the photograph of the NPC kissing me. There is no version of those NPCs are going to walk out into this world as living people in 5 years that does not end with me in a hospital, so I let her have it. Then the third prince and the princess arrived on the backs of 2 enormous lions, dismounted, and ran across a parade ground full of 1 million players directly to me. Several thousand jaws hit the dirt. The third prince appointed me supreme commander of all temporary cultivators, all of them, every player in the province, with the authority to reward, punish, and strip merit from anyone who disobeyed. Opportunity triggered. Our objective was the 10,000 Poison Sect, a minor faction, while the regular army besieged Netherworld Hall and the Blood Refining Hall. The first thing I did with Supreme Command was walk over to Li Fengwen, who was trying very hard to be part of a crowd, and smile at him. He assumed this was a peace offering. He produced a small, hopeful laugh. Hey, my face changed. What are you laughing at? Smirking in the face of your commander? Disrespecting a superior officer? Out. You're dismissed from the army. Crazy laughing Yan shot to his feet. Who do you think you're talking to? Who dares address a superior in that tone? Out. You can't. Entire Blood Fiend Guild. Out. This is a personal grudge, Li Fengwen was shouting now. Is that how a commander behaves? Do I need you to teach me how to command? And yes, obviously it's personal. A gentleman takes his revenge every second of every day. Haven't you heard? He went to complain to the prince. The prince said, Who are you? And then, you dare incite the ignorant, undermine morale, and slander the supreme commander? Guards, 7 days in the cells and 1,000 spirit stone fine, Blood Fiend objected, at volume. All of them then. 3 days each and 100 stones ahead. If they don't pay, another 3 days. Cell time, incidentally, counts in online hours. You cannot serve your sentence by logging off. Then I addressed the army. Blood Fiend Guild does not respect me. In a battle, they would refuse an order or sell us out. So I've removed them with a heavy heart. Now, anyone else who isn't prepared to take orders, leave. Right now. No hard feelings. But anyone who disobeys during the battle, I will erase every point of reputation and merit you own. Nobody left. Then I restructured the whole thing, because you cannot command 1 million individuals. I distributed every solo player into an existing guild and gave orders only to guild leaders, 100 officers instead of 1 million soldiers. The solo women I sent to Zhang Luoyu, which solved my problem and her recruitment problem simultaneously. The mountain had a barrier formation on it with 100,000 health. My best strike took 50 off it. So I gave an order nobody understood. Body cultivators and healers, do not attack. Everyone else, break the barrier. A minute later, poison fog started coming up out of the ground and an ambush of demonic cultivators came out of the fog directly into our unengaged front rank. Tanks, forward. Then the enemy's elite disciples came out in formation. 10 times fewer than us and roughly 10 times stronger each, holding disciplined ranks. Everyone above Foundation Establishment, basic attacks only, no skills, everyone below Foundation, Establishment, burn every skill you have. Here's why, since half my own officers asked. The weak player's basic attacks cannot penetrate that armor, 0 damage, but skill damage always lands, and there are 40 times more weak players than strong ones. A fierce tiger fears a wolf pack. An elephant does not survive an anthill. There was exactly one problem I could not solve, and it was greed. Low-level players kept breaking ranks to run at the elite corpses for the loot and dying in job lots. Greed outruns the law. It certainly outruns me. Healers, do not heal them. Everything into the front-line tanks. The healers, I should note, did not need to be told twice. They were furious already. Then 30 of their elders came off the mountain at once. Foundation Establishment laid up to crystallization middle, and the entire first rank died where it stood, and I felt the army start to come apart. Nobody panic. These mangy elders are nothing. If you want reputation and merit, hold the line. One of them took that personally. You called us mangy? Then you die first. I'm sorry, I said. I misspoke. He visibly relaxed because he thought I'd lost my nerve. You misunderstood me. What I meant was that you're not merely mangy, you're also short. Look at you. Are you a yordle? Do you steal clothes from 5-year-olds? Where else would you find your size? Now, the mechanic here matters. A crystallization cultivator has a spiritual shield that absorbs damage. It also drains mana continuously, and it cannot be up while you attack. So I hit the shield, and I provided commentary. Shorty, have you turned into a turtle? That shield does look like a shell. It suits you. You're short, the shell's short. Together, you're basically a squash. He dropped the shield. 10,000 poisons blood palm came at me, and I did not dodge it. I went straight through it on Wind and Thunder 1 sword, critical, 3040 psych, bounced off the speed boost, and when he lowered his head to look at the wound in his own chest, I came back and opened his throat for another 1600 plus bleed, and then I did something I'm quite proud of. I landed in front of him and started openly charging Dizzy Sword Chi, visibly, slowly, where he could see it. He didn't dare drop the shield, so he stood there, and his mana drained, and I kept charging. When the shield finally failed, he ate the stun, fell out of the sky onto one of his own elite disciples, killing him, and took several thousand points of fall damage on top. He tried to fly away for help. My healers had an anti-flight field up before he cleared the treetops. Cultivation plus 5,000. Battle merit plus 1,000. For reference, killing dozens of rank and file had given me 5 merit total. The system doesn't count kills. It counts contribution. Damage dealt, damage absorbed, crowd control, healing, and how much of the battle would have gone differently without you. Meanwhile, on the same battlefield, 2 women were having a competition. I'd assigned my panda to guard Renlan. Zhang Luoyu noticed and went quiet. Su Wanling twice suggested recruiting Renlan, whose talent is impossible to miss, and twice got told, not her, anyone else, not her. And then, in the middle of a war, oh, these storm gauntlets are good. Renlan loudly punching an elder. No wonder Xiao Linzi gave them to me. This Night Cave scepter was a gift from Lin Jichen. Zhang Luoyu not looking up. He killed the Ghost King and handed it to me personally. Mystic grade. Excellent stats. Wow. This Fire Fist is so useful. Xiao Linzi gave me that too. I want to record that Ren Lan, at Qi Refining late stage, was personally holding a crystallization middle elder in place and only taking 1800 damage from his signature skill, which made several thousand people stop fighting to stare. That's Immovable King. Plus 5 attack and defense per level, compounding. She is functionally a cockroach you cannot step on. I went over to compliment both of them, and Renlan said, tell me, who's better, me or her? I didn't see your fight. Just check the merit counters, Zhang Luoyu said. 90 versus 120. And then it became, I'll fight you for it, and anytime you like. I have stood in front of 30 elders and felt less pressure. I tried to escape by announcing I'd go help another guild's front and asking if anyone wanted to come. They both came. Zhang Luoyu handed her entire guild to Su Wanling. Wanling, you have command. And then looked at me with her staff clutched in her sleeve and said in a voice I hadn't heard from her before, you'll take me, won't you? For the rest of that battle, they shouted the same sentence in stereo. Xiao Linzi, I've got him, hit him. Lin Jichen, I've got him, hit him. A mystic grade fist technique dropped and I handed it to Ren Lan without looking at it, which was the correct decision emotionally and a catastrophic one financially because that book was supposed to be the closing lot of my first auction. 3 people got to the summit ahead of us. Chen Yuan, the future god of the sword. Dang Jinchuan, the future first blade cultivator. And a woman in red called Chu Hongling, who becomes the first Buddhist nun in the world. I owe Chu Hongling a debt she doesn't know about. In my last life, I was farming a treasure in the 10,000 mountains and got ambushed for it. Here's the rule people don't know until it happens to them. Anything earth grade or above has a 100% drop chance for 7 days after you pick it up, cannot be hidden, sold, or traded, broadcasts your location once a day, and prevents you from entering a city or a sect. They had me. I was seconds from losing everything. She walked past by accident, killed them, and left. She did not take the treasure. She could have taken the treasure. I never got to thank her because I died 4 years later without seeing her again. Dang Jinchuan by contrast opened with, the temporary alliance is dissolved, farewell, at the first sign of danger. He does that. He also sells guild secrets for money, including to people who are his best friends at the time. Then stop talking and go, I said. He came straight back. Well, if Great Master Lin is that confident, 2 grand elders came out. Crystallization late, 21 and 23,000 health. I took the stronger one. And then the sect leader arrived, and I want to slow down here because this is the fight that made me. Li Chang'an, Golden Core early, 30,000 health, 301 strength, 260 defense, 285 speed. My best strike against him did 20 damage. His basic attack did 1440 to me, plus 100 poison per second. 7 ordinary punches, and I'm a corpse. I took off my Mystic Grade belt and handed it to Ren Lan. It's not doing much for me. If I fail to dodge one of his skills, I'm dead with, or without it. It's worth more on you. And to both of them, hold on. If it becomes impossible, run. Anyone who survives is a win. A Golden Core cultivator can open and close his spiritual shield at will and pull mana out of the ambient air to sustain it, which means the shield is effectively permanent, and which means numbers do not matter. You can throw 100,000 players at that man, and he will simply stand there absorbing them. One true master is worth 1,000 soldiers, and I have never seen it demonstrated so cleanly. Then he used an ultimate. Sky-crushing demonic seal palm. Ultimates are a tier above spiritual skills, and they cannot be dodged. Minus 11,440. I went through the wall of a temple, and my health bar dropped under 1,000. And then, Eye of Heaven triggered. Skill learned. Sky-crushing demonic seal palm. 20% chance to steal a skill used against you. 10,000 base damage, 3-day cooldown, 80% of my mana. I couldn't cast it. It requires crystallization. I filed it under soon. My master told me, I said, getting up, that real strength is born on the edge between living and dying, that a great calamity is also a transformation, a breakthrough. I agreed with her completely once I got past my Dao heart barrier. You intend, Li Chang'an said slowly, to use me as a step. You've understood perfectly. Yes. And then I went somewhere I have only been twice. Swordsmanship, aptitude, plus 5%. Swordsmanship, aptitude, plus 5%. Swordsmanship, aptitude, plus 5%. Over and over, in the middle of a fight, while a Golden Core cultivator tried to kill me, Chen Yuan was watching, and I found out later what he saw because it broke something in him. There's a state called the clear and enlightened mind of the sword. His father never achieved it in an entire lifetime. His great-grandfather achieved it once, alone in the whole family line, and founded an ancient sword sect on the strength of it, and told his descendants that whoever reaches that state becomes the summit of the sword path and is remembered forever. Until that afternoon, Chen Yuan's private assessment of me was abnormal numbers, shallow technique. Chu Hongling made a colder assessment, and she was completely right. It's useless. A Golden Core pulls mana out of the world itself. Even if Lin Jichin never takes another hit, his mana runs out first, and when it does, he can't even fly. Then he's a fish on a board. That is exactly what happened. My mana hit 0, and I dropped out of the sky and sat down on the ground. Everyone watching wrote it off. Renlan came over to tell me I'd done what I could, and the enemy was simply too strong. I sat cross-legged and swallowed a pill. Here's the thing I had not told anyone. I had deliberately capped my cultivation at the bottleneck days earlier and had been carrying a premium breakthrough pill in my pocket the entire time. I broke through to Foundation establishment late in the middle of a battlefield in a meditation pose while the man who was killing me flew down to finish it. He came in with a binding palm and a poison dragon strike. Mist-piercing rush clears crowd control. I vanished and came back down out of the sky with a full mana bar and dizzy sword chi at point blank. 2.5 seconds of stun. 8 strikes in 2.5 seconds. And every single one of them landed on a vital point where before, out of 8, maybe 2 would find the mark. That's what the enlightened mind does. The sword stops being a thing you hold. Just under 10,000 health, gone. You broke through? You're quick. And then Li Chang'an did something I did not expect, which was to be gracious. You're not an ant, he said. Your future achievements will far exceed my laughable little sect leader's rank. You've won. And then he cheated. He coughed up his own golden core and detonated it. Even if you've won, I won't make it easy. Die with me. The top of that mountain stopped existing. Rocks the size of houses went down the slope and killed players who had nothing to do with any of it. Everyone on that summit died. Zhang Luoyu, Ren Lan, Chen Yuan, Chu Hongling, my panda. I lived with a few hundred health purely because I have the most absurd health pool of any sword cultivator alive. I have founded a new school. We're called Blood Cow Swordsmen. Fortunately, his core was only human grade, earth grade, and I'd have gone with him. Cultivation plus 20,000. Battle merit plus 10,000. And then, standing alone in a crater, I went looting. Li Chang'an had no soul tomb, obviously, having converted himself into weather, but everyone else did. Zhang Luoyu's had loose change in it, Ren Lan's had less, Chu Hongling had dropped absolutely nothing, which is its own kind of talent, and Chen Yuan's had a mystic gradebook in it. Thunderous Fist of Fury, which banks every point of damage you take for 30 seconds and returns all of it in one punch. I looked around the crater. Whose book is this? I said out loud to the smoking rubble. If nobody claims it, I'm taking it. Silence. Seems it's nobody's. Must be mine then. It's a body cultivator technique. Renlan had, in one afternoon, won 2 mystic grade books in her exact class, because the 10,000 Poison sect is a body cultivation sect, and I was the only person left standing on their mountain. Muxian Prefecture was the only province in the world that completed that storyline. The other 3 failed. Their equivalents of Li Chang'an killed everyone. Players in my province spent the next day on the forums bragging about how easy it had been, entirely unaware that they'd been carried by one man, right up until somebody uploaded the summit footage. Then the whole province thanked me, which was worth 500 reputation and 100 merit each and cost them nothing, and I took it. Chen Yuan came to find me about his book. You contributed nothing to the red-haired elder, and you took my drop. I lied to him so smoothly I impressed myself. I didn't see it. Although, after the explosion I was stunned for a while, and when I came round there was a shadow standing over your soul tomb. I tried to stop him and he saw me and ran. I couldn't get a good look, the dust was everywhere. I frowned, helpfully. I did notice a bronze dagger in his hand. Chen Yuan went white. Dang Jinchuan. And left at speed. What was that? Renlan said. What's he going to do to me even if he works it out? He dropped it. I picked it up. I just gave him an exit so he wouldn't come at me out of pride and embarrass himself. I shrugged. Also, I don't like Dong Jinchuan, so I gave him an enemy. They both looked at each other and started laughing. Renlan wanted to take the Fast Human Path Foundation, and I forbade it outright. Everyone who takes the human path is chasing a quick result. If you want to spend the rest of your life getting beaten by people below your level, go ahead. Zhang Luoyu, without a word, produced a complete set of Heavenly Path materials from the guild vault and handed it to her, specifically so that I would not go and farm them together with her, alone, for a week. Renlan's jaw made a noise. I offered to pay for the materials. Lin Jichin. Zhang Luoyu did not look at me. Do we really have to keep accounts between us? Chu Hongling came to find me the next day, in red, with a stillness around her that you don't often see on a battlefield. I came to apologize. I reported your rebirth Buddha seal to my abbot. The Buddhist sect is coming to take it from you. Why tell me? Because you held Li Chang'an. Without you, we'd have gotten nothing and died anyway. I got a grand elder kill, merit, and a mystic grade item out of your fight. She met my eyes. In my sect, we call that karma. You did me a good turn. How could I go against my conscience and pretend I don't know? She asked to add me as a friend. There were at that moment 2 other women present, and I felt something cold on the back of my neck, so I said no. I wanted the ability to warn you, she said, if my sect moves against you. I added her. Both of the other 2 said in unison, of course, young men are helpless against a woman like that. HMPH. The battle merit shop converts merit to reputation at 1 to 10, and I had 12,705 merit, which is 127,000 reputation, which is 20 large shops. It also has a lottery, blind boxes, 10 merit for common, 100 for spirit, 1,000 for mystic, 10,000 for earth. In my last life, I fed a fortune into those boxes and pulled nothing, not one thing. Meanwhile, Shi Shiyue, the luckiest human being in that world, pulled an earth-grade mount out of them, a dragonfish egg, and several other people's entire careers. I have great fortune now, 2 spirit pulls, garbage, 10 more, a pill formula that would become the best-selling item in my pharmacy for a year, and Dark Cloud Scroll, defense plus 9%, heart protection plus 15, skill resistance plus 10, and immunity to armor penetration and to the crippling effect. Write that last one down too. It comes back. 1 mystic pull, 1,000 merit, a blueprint for a mystic grade healer's umbrella, and I swear I could see the future spirit stones of every medical cultivator in the world forming an orderly queue into my pocket. Then I stopped. You have to be able to walk away while you're up. That is the entire skill. Renlan spent every point of merit she owned on 12 pulls and got absolutely nothing, and spent an hour gloating that the boxes were a scam and there was nothing good in them. Then I showed her mine. She swore off gambling forever, and then Zhang Luoyu finished her. You could have sold the usage rights to your merit to a businessman for at least 10 million yuan, Renlan cried into my shirt. I threw away 10 million. Slap me twice. What's mine is yours. I'll sell my merit and give you the money. It's not the same. I could have been a millionaire by myself. You've forgotten, I said, who was paying for me before 8 desolations. You bought my housing. You bought my game ring with your own money. It's my turn. Then Zhang Luoyu waited until Renlan stepped away to take a call and asked me a direct question because that is the only kind she asks. Are you 2 together? No, friends. Just friends. A beat. Meaning you could be. And here is where I made the decision that cost me something, and I'd make it again because I refuse to keep a woman warm as an option. She's the only person besides my sister who's ever been kind to me and who I trust. But if I were ever really with someone, I'd think about my sister first, which required a short explanation about degrees of kinship. And if your sister doesn't want that, then we stay brother and sister. And is there anyone else you're considering, besides Ren Waxing? No. She kept her face perfectly, beautifully still. I understand. Thank you for being straightforward. Let's be friends. I'll call you Lin Jichen. You can call me Jiang Luoyu. A small pause. Or President Jiang. That's fine too. I let it sit for slightly too long. All right, President Jiang. Her shoulders moved once. She'd known the moment she asked. But she was never going to chase me because she is Jiang Luoyu, and asking to be loved is not something that woman can physically do. That pride is carved into her bones. She walked away without looking back. Su Wanling stopped as she passed me and said, Lin Jichen, I hate you. And I stood there watching a woman's back get smaller, and it took me a second to place why the image hurt, and then I placed it. 10 years earlier, I watched Ren Lan walk away from me exactly like that, after I screamed at her for telling me the truth. I wanted to call out. I didn't. I went and sat by a lake in a park in the real world with a bag of skewers and a beer, which is what I do instead of processing. Let me be accurate about what I was feeling, because I don't want to oversell it. That was a relationship that hadn't started being amputated before it did. I'd upset a woman, and I felt shabby about it. That's all it was. I have felt actual despair. I know the difference. In my last life, there was a stretch where my heart was tearing itself apart every day while my body was busy dying, and I still remember the exact texture of it. After a fall like that, what is a small bad evening? I burned all my naivety and my temper as fuel a long time ago, and what grew back on that ground is judgment and a certain amount of coldness, and I'm not sure I'd trade either one back. Then somebody sat down next to me with a guitar. You looked flattened, Qin Xiaowei said. I saw you walk off into the dark alone, and I got frightened you'd do something stupid, so I followed you. You underestimate me. What stupid thing does a grown man do? Not necessarily. People your age have naive thoughts. I read about a girl your age last week who drank a bottle of weed killer after a fight with her boyfriend. She worked the rest of it out in about 90 seconds. It's a girl. You turned her down. Do you like her? I wouldn't say that. I like being near her. She helped me. I helped her. We're friends. More than friends and less than lovers. That's the one. Who do you like more, her or Ren Lan? Ren Lan, obviously. Then you did the right thing, she said. You made your position clear before she sank any deeper into it. That's decent of you, and I think more of you for it. Then she played me a song she'd written the night before. I closed my eyes and listened to it all the way through. I found out much later what that meant to her, which is that she likes singing to someone who actually stops moving and listens, and that nobody else in her life had ever done it. I'm worried, I said when it finished, that once you're famous, I'll never get to hear you sing for me again. Even if I become the biggest star in the country, she said, as long as you want to listen, I'll sing. You'll be my private audience. Then, awkwardly, she asked me a favor. The company wanted her in Beijing for a music festival, several days, and there was nobody to leave Tang Tang with, and she was going to hire a sitter. Why would you hire a stranger? I'll take her. I run in the mornings anyway. I'll drop her at school and pick her up. One extra pair of chopsticks at the table isn't a problem. And then a child in bare pajamas came running out of the building because she'd been watching the entire conversation from a balcony, and she went past her aunt entirely and hit me at knee height. Zhao Beige messaged me first. Hello, are you the boss who is hiring alchemists? Only my success rate is very low, so nobody will take me. She led with her single biggest weakness in the opening sentence. She has, as far as I can tell, no social instincts whatsoever, and I found this enormously reassuring. Low success rate isn't a problem. I'll teach you. Nobody had ever said that to her before. Really? But training burns a lot of herbs. You'd lose money. I sent her a few hundred spirit stones for the cross-province teleport. Then there was a very long silence. Her income at that moment was 10 spirit stones a month. I had just wired her 2 or 3 years of salary for a bus fare. Her questions arrived one at a time. Could I walk instead and keep the stones? It's several months on foot. Aren't you afraid I'll take the money and block you? You clearly don't know this game very well. Search my name on the forum and you'll understand where my confidence comes from. She searched. And then she was frightened. And then, oddly, the fright calmed her down, because at least she now knew what she was dealing with. I'll come. But if you don't like me, I won't have money to get home. Even if I don't hire you, I'll pay your fare back. She admitted to me later that at that point she was secretly hoping to be rejected so that she could take the return fare and walk home and keep the stones. Terms: 8 hours a day, 10,000 yen cash plus 200 spirit stones a month, all herbs at my expense, 10% of the profit on everything she makes, 5-year contract. For comparison, the guilds pay 3,000 yuan, no stones, 12-hour days, and you personally eat the cost of every failure. That is why nobody hired the woman who becomes the greatest alchemist in the world. First trial, 10 attempts, 1 success. She came out of the workshop black to the elbows. Boss, I'm sorry. The worst enemy of alchemy, I said, is a divided mind. It doesn't matter what you're brewing, it needs all of you. And you don't have to be embarrassed, and you don't have to worry I'll fire you. I told you the herbs are mine. Your job is the pill and nothing else. She got it first try with me standing next to her. Boss, you're my benefactor. And then she smiled at me with a face so completely covered in soot that all I could see was teeth and eyes, and I lost it, and she didn't understand why until she opened her own character panel. Ah, why am I so ugly? I went back to the sect and got told off in the specific tone of a woman who has been awake all night. So you do remember the way back. It seems your attachment to the mortal world is 100 times greater than your attachment to your sect. Your disciple missed you so badly he couldn't stand it any longer. Should your master believe such childish nonsense? She was pink from the ears down. Then she picked up a dry branch off the ground and offered me a spar. Foundation establishment strength only. No skills. A stick. The stakes. If I so much as touch the hem of her robe, 2 gifts. If I lose, 1. I used everything I had, every technique, every movement skill, every combination I'd built over a month. I did not get within arm's reach once, and then she tapped me between the shoulder blades with a twig for 2,155 damage. You relax too early, disciple. Results of that beating: swordsmanship aptitude plus 10%. And 2 of my skills hit perfection, which is the 5th and highest rank, and which most players do not reach on anything in 5 years. Frost Moon Slash at perfection, 800 damage, guaranteed slow, 10% freeze chance for 3 seconds. Dizzy Sword Chi at perfection, 900 damage, guaranteed 3-second stun, 5% silence. The combination writes itself: freeze, charge, stun, everything else. And my swordsmanship aptitude hit 100%, which means a new skill now advances a full rank on a single successful use, where other people need hundreds. I also lost the spar and won it anyway, by falling over, playing dead, waiting for her to hurry over to pick me up, and grabbing hold of her to shout, "Master, you lose." And then registering, approximately half a second too late, what part of her I had grabbed. I traveled a considerable distance without touching the ground. She chased me across a training ground with a willow switch until I had 1 health left out of 17,000. I have been mauled by demons, poisoned by insects, and blown up by a sect leader's exploding core, and the closest I have come to dying was my own teacher with a stick. Her favorability didn't drop though, stayed at 50, which means she wasn't actually angry, which is its own kind of information. Afterward, she called me to her palace and came out in a black dress I had never seen, white jade belt, some kind of makeup, my bracelet on her wrist, and my cheap hairpin in her hair. You said you'd take me to Everwinter City to comprehend the Tao heart. I've bathed and changed. A pause that went on slightly too long. What? You don't like it? She had, I am fairly sure, been assembling that outfit for several days. I was covered in dirt from being beaten with a branch, so I asked to wash, and she pointed me at her own bath, a tub carved from a 1,000-year-old green spirit tree, filled with water from the Tianshan spiritual springs, which in about 3 years will sell for tens of thousands of stones a mouthful. Then she came running back in. Get out. That's the water I just bathed in. I haven't changed it. It's fine, master. I don't mind. She rolled her eyes so hard I heard it. I didn't say you minded. I said I. I refused to let her change the water, and I want to be clear that this was not romance. That water is priceless, and she was going to pour it down a drain. Then I made a mistake. There were her things folded on a shelf, and I was curious, and I picked something up to look at it, and she came back in for them. Your disgraceful conduct has caused Leng Feiyan to regard you as a degenerate. Favorability -10, current 40. She hit me on the head hard enough that I swallowed a mouthful of my own bathwater. In my defense, I am a 30-year-old virgin in a 19-year-old body with no supervision. The matter is closed, she said from the doorway without turning around. If it happens again, it will not be. Her mount is a Qingluan, an azure phoenix, enlightenment realm, which is 1 step below divine. There's a story attached. 300 years ago, there were 2 of them in the crimson underworld, and something at ascension level killed the male. She hunted that thing down and killed it for a bird she'd never met, and the surviving phoenix came and knelt to her afterward and has not left since. which told me that 300 years ago she could already kill an Ascension Realm creature. So I asked the question I'd been carrying since the day I woke up in that dorm room. Master, could you beat Zhujuyan? No. She said it without hesitating, which somehow made it worse. It's the most terrible beast in the 8 desolations. It is already at Ascension. You would need every strongest cultivator in the world in one place, or you would need me to reach Ascension myself. So that's the size of my revenge. That's the mountain. Fine, I'll climb it. Everwinter City is 40 below and permanently snowing, and I started losing health the moment we landed. Frostbite -5. She put one hand on my back and fed spiritual energy into me, and it was like standing next to a heater, and she said she'd find me a body tempering technique so it wouldn't happen again. She also put a concealment technique on herself because otherwise the street would have stopped. I cut 2 holes in the lake ice with my sword, set up a brazier, wine, and a paper packet of food. She had never been fishing, not once, in 300 years. She caught a silver carp and a bighead, and she laughed out loud both times, in public, in the snow. We talked. I told her about her own grandfather-adjacent elder Tian Yuan, the finest fisherman and Go player in the sect, and then I told her exactly how he'd achieved both of those titles. The three-eyed fox in the river, the grandmaster he'd smuggled in to whisper moves. She laughed until she had to put her cup down. He's beaten my father at Go, many times. Master, who was your father? She looked at the hole in the ice for a while. He was the previous sect leader. He died 100 years ago. My mother went with him. And I said immediately, without deciding to, then we've both lost our families. I lost my parents when I was very small. She reached over and put her hand on my forehead and smoothed my hair back. From now on, she said, your master will be your family. +5. Current, 45. My eyes stung, and I'm going to leave that there, because in 2 entire lifetimes, exactly one other person has ever said that to me, and she's the one who cooks me breakfast. My disciple was right, she said to the ice. It has been far too long since I came down. To seek immortality, you must be free of distraction, but you must not be severed from the world. The warmth and noise of human life is the greatest comfort there is. If the heart is in disorder, how can you flee the world at all? And then we hit the food stalls, and I want to describe this properly because it was the single most expensive military engagement of my life. She would point at a stall. Disciple, I want that. Buying it. She would eat 2 bites. I'm full. You finish it. 30 pastries, 7 boxes of meatballs, skewers, fried things, sugared things. I have never been so physically distended. Then she stopped in front of a water chestnut cart. Oh, I loved these as a child. Master, please. She made her eyes big. I gave in. She started laughing. I was joking. Take them home with you. I did not want to see a pastry for 6 months. Sky lanterns after dark. Everyone writes a wish and doesn't show it. She confiscated mine by force. A disciple may not keep secrets from his master, and read it out. I want to get rich. That is an extremely earthbound wish, disciple. She did not show me hers. Then she released her lantern and it went up beautifully into the falling snow. Mine went up about a meter, caught fire from the inside and came down burning, and by the time it stopped there was half a wish left in the ash. She laughed so hard she forgot to be cold and remote about it. It appears, she said, wiping her eyes, that even heaven cannot grant my disciple's wish to be rich. I bought her a sugar figurine of a fairy. She took a bite. I asked for a taste and bit down deliberately in exactly the place her lips had been. Much sweeter than an ordinary sugar figure. I wonder why. She turned the color of the lanterns. Another bite? No. A small one. Not one. Don't be stingy. Pie. Wicked disciple. You have already bitten the head off a fairy. +5. Total 50. Recovered. On the way out of the city, we were surrounded by monks. All of them above crystallization, led by a man named Jiqing at Nascent Soul and an abbess called Jingwei. The demand. Come with them to the Heavenly Sound Temple, have the Buddhist technique I'd stolen sealed away, and spend 3 days in seclusion on their consecration altar. Are you talking in your sleep? You stole a secret technique of our order. With which eye did you see the theft? Did I kill one of your disciples and take a book off the body? Name him. Then they tried the other approach, which was recruitment. Since you were able to learn the rebirth seal, you have an affinity with the Buddha. Why remain a swordsman? Come to us and the abbot will take you as a personal disciple. And I answered that one very carefully, at volume, because I was extremely aware of who was standing about 8 meters behind me. From the moment I entered the Heavenly Evolution Sword Sect, my life and death belonged to it. How could I betray that? My master's kindness to me is heavier than a mountain. If the Buddha himself came for me, I would sooner die. The monks moved to take me by force. I stood completely still. There was a sound, just one, a cold and every monk on that road went backwards through the air into snowdrifts 30 meters away. Jiqing, Nascent Soul, a genuine master, could not read her level at all. I watched sweat come out on a bald head at 40 below zero. I stood next to her with my chest out, rocking heel to toe, wearing the single most insufferable expression available to the human face. Heavenly evolution. Leng Feiyan. Both of them folded instantly. Two great masters became two humble little monks in the space of a syllable. So the Heavenly Sound Temple has grown bold enough to poach disciples from my sect. She let that hang. Do you imagine that because my father is dead, the sword sect has no successor and can be pushed around? And then the sentence. You wanted 3 days of reflection from my disciple? Excellent. The abbess will come with me to the sword sect and spend 3 days on the cliff of silent thought. The abbess fainted before the sentence finished and floated over to her anyway. In 3 days, I'll bring her back to your temple personally, and I'll have a word with your abbot. It's been a long time since I sparred with anyone. Then she gave me my 2 gifts from the branch fight, which she had lost by trickery and paid out on anyway because she keeps her word even when the other party is a criminal. Mystic Spiritual Skill. Elegy Chapter of Sorrowful Autumn. A passive. Every skill you use in combat adds a stack plus 2 strength and 2 defense, up to 10. An active. Throw all the stacks out as damage. That skill does not exist. It wasn't in my last life at all. It's from her personal collection, like Phoenix Feather. Mystic Purple Yuan Ring. Plus 1 innate charm. The first piece of equipment in this life to touch an innate stat and 1,000 inventory slots. And a warning. Lazy land has no law in it. Don't provoke anyone. If your enemy is stronger, run. There is nothing shameful in it. And a plan. Once you break through to crystallization, I'll enter seclusion. Half a month. Perhaps 2. She wasn't looking at me. I couldn't go in peacefully without seeing you get there first. Otherwise, your heart demon would take root while I was gone. And after the breakthrough, I'll treat you to a meal. Could it be something Master cooked herself? I've never cooked. Doesn't matter, as long as it's yours. She turned away, and I heard, extremely quietly, perhaps I could try. Remember that. That's a threat. I was out running when I ended up outside my old university gates, and there was a scene happening at the entrance. Guojie had been expelled. Her parents, the same 2 people who spent a year telling me I was too poor to be seen with their daughter, were shouting it up and down the street. What kind of university is this, expelling my daughter? They said her conduct was inappropriate, so what if she had a few boyfriends? Xiaoji, come on. Let your rich boys drive you past their school gates in a sports car. My daughter will marry a dragon among men. And Guojie was crying, and what she was crying about was interesting. Every one of the rich boys had dropped her, not because they'd found out about each other, because their families had gone bankrupt, one after another. One of them had been driving her to pick out a car as a present when his own car was repossessed at the dealership. Then the next one, then the next. They'd started avoiding her as a bad luck object, and then the university expelled her. I had no idea that Zhang Luoyu had done every part of that. I stood on the other side of the road and thought, she must have finally picked the wrong young master. And then I left before the end, because I did not trust myself to keep standing there. I'd assumed I'd have to wait 5 years for that. That I'd have to wait for the world to break before I could collect. It came early. Let it grind her for a while. In 5 years, I'll take my turn. The first server-wide auction had an entry requirement of 10,000 spirit stones, which was Zhang Luoyu's idea. At a genuine elite auction in the real world, she said, you will not see one poor person in the room. 1,000 people got in. Several million watched the broadcast without being able to bid, which is a device specifically designed to make people insane. Lot 1 was the Wind Chaser fire-tip spear, which I had taken off Crazy Laughing Yan's corpse in front of his entire guild. He was in the room. He had to buy his own weapon back. I bid it up personally, from an anonymous account, purely for the joy of it. 501. 601. The room worked out what was happening about 4 bids in and started howling. Bloodfiend paid 700 spirit stones, 140,000 yuan for equipment they had previously owned. Lot 2 was my old Crimson Cloud sword, and my NPC auctioneer sold it beautifully. The blade with which Lin Jichen effortlessly slew the medicine spirit falcon, and with which he single-handedly routed an entire guild, Crazy Laughing Yan came out of his seat. What did you just say? I am merely stating facts, she said. You are welcome to verify them. They threatened to have him removed. Li Fengwen messaged him from a prison cell to stop arguing with an NPC. Liu Xiaozi got into a bidding war for her idol's sword against a large young man in a full spirit rank set. I messaged her privately. Stop, that sword isn't worth this. Don't waste your money. Understood, great god Lin. The large young man won it at 2,100 stones, a record for a spirit rank item, and immediately walked it over to Liu Xiaozi as a gift. I'm your loyal viewer. I wasn't bidding against you. I was bidding to get your attention. She turned him down politely and said something I liked. Thank you, but no. You won great Godlin's sword. I hope you'll treat it with dignity and won't disgrace it. His name was Wang Fuchun, and I knew exactly who he was. In my last life, he spent close to 1 billion yuan in that game over 2 years. He showered gifts on streamers and dated minor celebrities, and everyone assumed he was the heir to something. He was a junior accountant at a large company from an ordinary family, and he was stealing, and when they finally came for him, he was doing 160 on a motorway with a second-rate presenter in the passenger seat. He was already wearing a full spirit rank set. He'd started early, 50 lots, 300,000 stones of turnover, about 200,000 of it mine, monthly from now on. But the real product was the name. By the end of that night, Honesty Auction House was a noun. She was waiting for me outside afterward. Alone. You said we were friends, so why are you deliberately keeping your distance? We agreed to run Corpse King Valley together. I haven't seen you in days. I thought you didn't want to see me. That's your choice to make and you made it. You haven't wronged me. She was looking somewhere past my shoulder. I just don't want to lose you as a friend as well. You're too good for me, I said. I was afraid you'd spend your time on me and end up with nothing but an apology. Is there such a thing as being a match in love? She looked at me properly then. If I love someone, then even if he's a beggar, I'll consider us matched. And then, with a real edge, do men genuinely care that much what other people think? By your logic, I'd have to find an alien, the richest one in the universe, before anyone would consider him worthy of my family. We went back to being friends, which was as far as either of us could carry it. I got home and a child grabbed my leg in the doorway. Brother Lin, talk my aunt out of it. She's learning to cook and she says she's going to cook for me herself. Her small face was very serious. If she cooks, Tang Tang will have diarrhea again. There was a sound from the kitchen like someone opening a skull. Qin Xiaowei came out holding a vegetable cleaver with a piece missing out of the blade, sweating and out of breath in the manner of a woman who has been doing cardio at a chopping board. What are you making? I bought a pork bone. I want to make Tang Tang a broth. You don't chop a bone for broth. You don't? You boil it whole? You boil it whole. Also, why are you chopping a bone with a vegetable knife? What should I use? A Damascus one? A cleaver. Oh. She looked at the ruined blade with dawning understanding. That's why it chipped after 2 hits. Tang Tang tugged my trouser leg without saying anything, her eyes enormous. The bone was so large I had to go to the hardware shop for a saw, and we cooked the broth in a basin. Sister Xiaowei, Renlan said, delighted. I had no idea your cooking knowledge was on the same level as mine. I thought a big bone would make a good broth, Qin Xiaowei said with dignity. I did wonder why everyone on the street was looking at me. Final arrangement. I cook, she shops. No. Revised arrangement. I cook and I also shop because there is no telling what she brings home next. Leize land is the land of small tribulation, and it is exactly what it sounds like, a marsh in the far west where it has been raining and thundering continuously for longer than anyone has been keeping records. In my last life, I did not set foot in that place until I was Golden Core. I went in at Foundation Establishment because without the Heart of Thunder, I was not going to survive the tribulation waiting for me at crystallization, and 30% off Heavenly Lightning is the difference between a breakthrough and a funeral. My panda came back 48 hours after the sect leader blew up a mountain on top of it, having lost half its accumulated cultivation and 10 more points of loyalty, 82. I spent the first 10 minutes of Lazy Land apologizing to a bear, then something came out of the mud and bit it. Bloodthirsty thunder crocodile. 8 meters, crystallization early, 13,000 health, 160 defense, and 40% lightning resistance because it has spent its entire life being struck by lightning and has grown armor out of the experience. Bear appearance got both paws into its jaws and tried to open it like a suitcase and did 400 damage. I put my sword through its eye. Critical. 3,140. That's the whole trick with crocodiles. The eyes and the belly. Everything else on them is a wall. It swung its tail at me. Miss. It bit at me and I stepped around it because it had 130 speed and I had 272, and then Bear appearance got the jaws again and held them and I took the second eye out. I butchered it and fed the meat to the panda, which put 1 point of loyalty back. Then 7 more came out of the swamp because they're social and they'd smelled the blood. I was about to leave, and then one of them came out through a stand of reeds and parted them, and behind the reeds there were 3 white things the size of a man's head. Crocodile eggs. Here's what you need to know. A mother crocodile will destroy her own clutch before she lets you have it. If she reaches that nest, there's nothing left to take. So I stopped running away and killed 7 crystallization realm crocodiles as fast as I have ever killed anything, and when she broke off and bolted for the nest, I caught her because nothing in that swamp is faster than me. 3 eggs in my pocket, an arrow came out of the trees, 2 men, crystallization middle, a bow, and a pair of gauntlets. Hand over the 3 eggs and we'll let you go, and before you get clever, we're the young sect master's men, 10,000 demon sect. He's brought 1,000 people into Lazy Land this week. That stopped me. The 10,000 poison sect I'd helped exterminate was a third-rate faction. The 10,000 Demon sect is a super sect. 2 feather transformation cultivators where my own sect has exactly 1, she's stronger than both of theirs, but that's not the point. The point is that starting a war between 2 super sects over 3 eggs is the single stupidest thing a 19-year-old could do, and I have been 19 twice now, so I reached into my ring to hand them over. And the second one said, he's also got an iron-eating beast. Take that too. The archer's next expression was surprise, and the one after that was the last one he had, because my sword was already through his heart. It wasn't me, he screamed, backing away with a sword in his chest. It wasn't me who said it. Correct. It wasn't. He died anyway. The second one got his signal talisman torn before I could close, so I killed him more slowly and left. Li Xinghun arrived a minute later, looked at his 2 dead men, and had their corpses chopped up and fed to the crocodiles for the crime of using an emergency signal on their own emergency. Then he looked at the wounds on the crocodiles. A sword cultivator, he said. Find him and take his skin off. Half a day later, I found footprints twice the size of an elephant's with white hairs around them. Caming beast, boss, golden core early, 45,000 health, 355 attack, 300 defense, 300 speed, a tiger's body with white fur and 9 heads, and every one of those heads has a human face on it. It had something I needed, a heaven and earth treasure for my crystallization breakthrough, and I want to be very clear that a foundation establishment cultivator attacking a golden core boss alone is not bravery, it's arithmetic, and I had run the arithmetic. The 9 heads opened their eyes at the same instant, frost moon slash for 970. Then all 9 mouths opened together and made a sound, minus 2080, and I was stunned on my feet, and a hand the size of a door swatted me into a crater for another 1400. My own hits were doing between 190 and 280, and its wounds were closing in front of me. Then it stood up, golden core transformation. Very few beasts can do it. It reared onto 2 legs and became a 7-meter white-haired giant with 2 golden axes, and it swung both of them down at me, and I caught them on my sword and sank into the mud to my knees. Is that everything? And here's the thing about a 7-meter target. Phoenix Feather scatters 22 blades across a 200-meter radius, which normally means most of them go nowhere. Against something that big, half of them land on one body. 7,522. Skill interrupted mid-cast, crippling, every part of it a weak point, no armor, 10 seconds. By the end of that 10 seconds, it had stopped acting like a god. Then it used its ultimate. 9 heads, 9 beams into the sky, a crack opening in the air, and a bolt of lightning as thick as my arm coming down with my name on it. You cannot dodge an ultimate from something above your realm. That's not skill, that's the rules. Minus 11,400, plus armor penetration. Armor penetration, Dark Cloud Scroll, immune. That scroll came out of a battle merit lottery box for 100 merit points, and it just saved my life. And this is why you always open the box. I had 2,000 health left. I drank the 3,000 out of my belt. And then the freeze came up on the 4th try of Frost Moon Slash, and freeze into Dizzy Sword Chi into everything I own is a sentence with only one ending. 2 of its 9 heads came off before it stopped moving. World first, Golden Core Realm Boss slain in 8 desolations. Hide the name? No. 3,000 reputation, a martial skill Dao Heart Fruit, a mystic grade item, a medal. The loot changed my life twice over. Mountain and river boots, speed plus 25, evasion plus 7%, and a passive called Leaving No Trace. You leave no footprints. Ever. Not while walking, not while fighting, not while being hunted. Mystic grade sword control technique. Flight on a sword blade. 300% of my movement speed. I want a moment for that one. In my last life, I was a spell cultivator and I found the sword control technique and I was too embarrassed to use it, so I tried to fly standing on a staff and I looked like a man being carried away by a broom. The Dao Heart Fruit I spent on Wind and Thunder 1 sword, not Phoenix Feather, which is my biggest number. Phoenix Feather has a 2-minute cooldown and I use it twice a fight. You max the thing, you press constantly. Wind and Thunder 1 sword, mastered. 15-meter charge, 1,200 damage, ignores slows and roots, 70% speed and 20% evasion for 10 seconds. Cooldown down from 5 minutes to 2. And the medal, Yao Beast Nemesis, 10% more damage to wild bosses, and 20% more aggro from them. So from that day forward, every boss in the world attacks me first. Thanks. I found a woman being murdered in a forest of Thunderwood by a man wearing her own sect's robes. She was Golden Core early, and he was Golden Core middle, and she was already losing. Junior Sister Fang, you know what I am now. I can't let you live. Liang Baiye, a dog of the demonic sect. If the sect leader learns of this, he'll kill you himself, which is exactly why you won't be telling him. Now, I want to be honest about my decision-making here because it wasn't decency. Her name is Fang Qingju, and in my last life, after the merge, she happened to be passing through Jiangling when the monsters came. She could have kept walking. Instead, she attached herself to the local military and treated wounded civilians for 11 days, and when the line broke, she went to the front herself, and she is a healer. They found her under a pile of dead monsters with one arm bitten off and her face burned away by demonic energy, alive by about 4 minutes. She saved a city of 9 million people, and she spent the rest of her life disfigured and one-armed, and she never once complained about it in any interview I ever saw. She is not allowed to die in a swamp at week 5. So I strolled out of the trees doing an impression of a monk, Amitabha. As the sutras say, a monk should meddle in other people's business, covet money, and, ahem. Anyway, let go of the girl and come at me instead. He came at me and hit a decoy, and by the time he turned around I had her over my shoulder and a rebirth Buddha seal falling on his head. He hunted that forest for an hour. No footprints anywhere. He assumed we'd flown. We hadn't. We'd run on foot in boots that don't leave marks, with me carrying her so that she didn't leave any either. And here's the part that actually frightened me. Fang Qingju should have lived another 5 years. NPCs killed by players respawn. NPCs killed by other NPCs are deleted from the world permanently. If I hadn't walked past that clearing, one of the great heroes of the merge would have been erased before her story started, which means the plot has already changed. The first update came early, the war came early, and now people who were supposed to live are dying. I did that. I'm the butterfly. Which means my knowledge of the future is a currency that is quietly devaluing every single day. And the more I do, the faster it goes. I need to collect everything I can before the map stops matching the territory. She gave me a crystallization pill with a 100% success rate and a recommendation letter to the inner hall of the Xuan Yi sect. Hold on to that letter. Then we walked into the territory of the second most dangerous thing in Lazy Land, Purgatory Dang Kang, boss, Golden Core middle, 52,000 health, 400 attack, 350 defense. My strength was 317. Read those two numbers again. His defense was higher than my attack, not hard to hurt, mathematically immune. Fang Qingzhu said, "Fellow Taoist Lin, cover me," and went in. A healer had just offered to tank for me. I have never been so professionally insulted. She was doing fine too, right up until it changed shape. A pig's head on a man's body, a rake in one hand, and a horn in the other, and blew the horn. Every Yao beast within several miles turned red-eyed and came running, hundreds of them. "Fellow Taoist Lin, can you hold off the small ones? I'll deal with Dang Kang." "No." She looked at me. "I'll take Dang Kang. You take the hundreds." I watched a woman decide in real time that I had lost my mind. Here is how a man with 317 strength kills something with 350 defense. Frost Moon Slash landed a freeze at 10%, then Dizzy Sword Chi into the freeze. Then, in that stun, instead of hitting it, I threw every single skill I own at it one after another. Not for the damage, for the stacks, because Elegy Chapter of Sorrowful Autumn gives +2 strength and +2 defense for every skill used, up to 10, +20 strength, then a strength pill, +3, then I drank a jug of carefree intoxication from the Drunken Immortal restaurant, +15 strength for 5 minutes. That jug cost 50 spirit stones, which is 10,000 yuan, which is enough to live at the Autumn Moon Tower for a week, and I drank 3 of them. Total, 355, 5 points above its defense. And with those 5 points, my sword finally started doing damage, and the damage was -50, 50, against 30,000 remaining health, 600 more hits, and it's mine. So for the next 10 minutes, I did not try to win. I refused to die. I flew, dodged, took a rake in the ribs, got up and chipped 50 at a time off a mountain, and every so often I'd shout something insulting so it would keep chasing me instead of going after the healer. And it worked, because eventually Fang Qingju finished the hundreds and came back and put a hand on me. All combat attributes +30 for 30 seconds. My damage went from 50 to 350, 7 times. One hand on my shoulder. That is what a real medical cultivator is, and every player healer in that world is a rumor by comparison. When it hit its third form and pulled its ultimate, the sky going red, thousands of blood-colored threads dropping down like fishing lines with us as the fish. She spun her umbrella and opened a lotus over both of us, and the threads bounced off the petals. Loot, a heaven and earth treasure that gave 15 to every combat attribute at once. An earth-grade horn that does 1,000 damage in a 1-kilometer radius and temporarily. Enslaves every beast below crystallization inside it. 3 charges, and a skill book. Earth-grade, concealing form and hiding shadow. You vanish. Nothing below nascent soul can perceive you. 60 seconds. You may move, you may not use spiritual power, or you break it. In my last life, that book was worth more than a Dao Heart fruit, and there were maybe 4 of them on the planet. Remember it. It's about to steal a dragon. Liang Baiye tracked us to a forest and started cutting down every tree in it, one at a time, to find her. We were inside a hollow trunk, pressed together, not breathing. We'll separate, she whispered. He wants me. He won't chase you. And I said the thing that surprised both of us. No, I can die. You have to live. I meant it, and I want to be honest about the price tag. Dying costs me 10% of every innate attribute I have, permanently, and my whole build is built on those numbers being maxed. I was going to spend it on an NPC. She grabbed my sleeve and told me she'd go instead, and we were still arguing about which of us was going out to die when his talisman went off above our heads. The dragon's been found. The young sect master wants you. He left. Fang Qingzhu's favorability, plus 20, current, 55. Li Xinghun killed the Thunder Dragon himself in front of 1,000 of his own men, and he made it look like a chore, a golden core late-stage beast, the strongest thing in that entire region, and he put a silver spear through it and said, "You call yourself a dragon? That's ridiculous." Liang Baiye scurried over to collect the corpse and the soul tomb for his master, and that's when the ground started shaking, and several hundred Yao beasts came out of the swamp from every direction at once, in a rage, for no visible reason. Somebody had blown a horn, while 1,000 demonic cultivators turned to deal with a beast tide that made no sense. One man went invisible for exactly 60 seconds, walked through the middle of their formation, and took a dead dragon and its soul tomb out from under the outstretched hand of the man reaching for them. Liang Baiye's fingers closed on nothing. He checked his own storage ring 4 times. He got down in the mud and dug with his hands. Li Xinghun came down and looked at the empty ground and lifted his own protector off the floor by the throat. "You stole from me. Young lord, I wouldn't. Not with 100 lives." He tore the ring off his hand, searched it, found nothing, and threw him to his own men. Beat it out of him. They beat Liang Baiye for a long time. I want to acknowledge, sincerely, that his suffering is what got me out of that swamp. Every minute they spent on him was a minute nobody spent looking for me. "Fine," Li Xinghun said, eventually, to the empty air. "You dare covet what belongs to me? I'll dig 3 feet into the earth. I'll pull your soul out and refine it and make sure you are never reborn." Getting out took a full day, and I got hit by ordinary lightning on the way, which took 3,000 health and my dignity. They sealed the exits before I reached them. Liang Baiye was standing at the checkpoint, face swollen like a pig's head, explaining to a crowd of angry cultivators that nobody could leave until the young sect master personally cleared them. He looked straight at me and did not recognize me, which makes sense. Last time he saw me, I was pretending to be a monk with no weapon. Now I was on a flying sword. So I flew straight into the crowd and started screaming, "Run!" The young sect master of the 10,000 demon sect is killing everyone in Lazyland. He's gone mad. Don't believe them. They're holding you here to slaughter you. Boy, don't talk nonsense. He kills anyone he sees. If you don't run now, it's too late. Several hundred armed cultivators decided they'd rather not find out, and the checkpoint became a riot, and I went out through the middle of it. Li Xinghun caught up with me at the border town anyway. Fang Qingzhu was waiting at the teleport array, and she saw me coming in, and then she saw what was behind me. "Go!" She threw the stone into the array core. It takes seconds to spin up. He came down like a falling star, and I turned around and did the only thing left. Frost Moon Slash. Miss! -0! 0 damage. Not a mark on him. And the freeze triggered. 3 seconds. It held for slightly under 1. That man's resilience is genuinely frightening. And in the time it took the ice to come apart, he had his spear in his hand and threw it. Not at me, at the array core. The core shattered. We disappeared about half a second before it did. I found out later what happened next, because a lot of people saw it. Li Xinghun turned around and put his hand on Liang Baiye's head and pulled his soul out of his body in front of everyone, along with his golden core, and crushed both in one hand while the man was still begging. "A Foundation establishment child," he said, "walked out from under your nose." The entire town emptied inside a minute. "I'll remember you," he said to a broken array. "You will never be that lucky again." I dumped a dead dragon on the floor of my master's palace. "How did you kill this?" "I didn't. I picked it up." A pause. "Stole it, technically." I told her the whole thing. When I got to the ambush in the first hour, she brought her palm down on a sandalwood table and turned it into dust. And then she stopped me. "When," she said very quietly, "did I ever permit you to enter Lazyland alone? You told me to go and get the Heart of Thunder. I told you to obtain it, not to walk into a lawless province by yourself at Foundation establishment. There are 12 grand elders on this mountain. Any one of them would have gone with you if you had asked." She hit me on the forehead. "How could I possibly have meant for you to go alone? How could I send you to your death?" I stood there feeling like an idiot, which I was. Li Xinghun went on to a list that day. Not mine. Hers. Also, and I only learned this later, the entire time I was in that swamp, the sect leader of the Heavenly Evolution Sword Sect had been in a kitchen with a cookbook, having quietly ordered ingredients through a logistics elder, teaching herself to cook. She had been test-feeding the results to her own 300-year-old phoenix, which by the end had lost the will to live and could not escape because it belongs to her. All of that because I once said I'd like to try something she made herself. 6 treasures, 1 pill, and a floor formation. Breakthrough, crystallization, early stage. All combat attributes plus 40, doubled by the talent. Heavenly Path bonus on top, plus 25 strength, plus 15 crit, defense and speed, 3000 health, and 30% lightning resistance from the Heart of Thunder. New random talent, Bewitching Bone. Favorability from NPCs of the opposite sex accrues 20% faster. I looked at that for a while. Is that a quality a man should be proud of? Hey. Strength 422, speed 380, 28,000 health, heavenly tribulation in 30 minutes. And this time she stood to one side with her hands closed into fists and did not move. The first bolt took 12,000. I'd taken my clothes off first, which sounds funny and is not. One bolt would have turned every piece of mystic-grade equipment I owned into ash. The second one broke through armor of thunder like it was a paper bag. 9,000. I had 7,000 health left and I was physically charcoal. The third one didn't hit my body at all. It went through me, into my dantian and my sea of consciousness, to take the thing that makes me a person and unmake it from the inside. In a world with no pain sensation, I felt something like a needle being turned in my brain. I didn't scream. I have been through the merge. I have watched cities fall. I have stood in front of Juju Yin, which is at Ascension Realm, and I did not run. So I looked up into the storm with my eyes full of blood, and I said, "Come on then, you miserable old man. If you can't kill me, you're my son." Half the sect heard it. My master heard it, and the lightning gave up. It came apart into specks of light and settled into me like dust into a lung. 3 tribulations survived. Achievement medal earned. Thunder Vein Successor. All skill mana costs reduced 20%. Lightning damage plus 20%. Then my eyes rolled back and I fell off the mountain, and 4 grand elders started forward at once, and a woman in white got there first and caught me and was gone before any of them had cleared the tree line. "Uncles," said a voice from a very long way up. "Feiyan will look after her own disciple. You may all leave." I woke up in her bed. I want to be precise about how I handled that once I'd worked out where I was, which is that I pulled the blanket up to my chin and inhaled. She was about to physically remove me when I distracted her with a question, and then she told me I'd survived it entirely on my own, and I lay there for a second feeling something I don't have a good word for, and then she told me about the surprise. It was on a table in the outer hall. I walked straight past it twice. "Master, you mean these are the surprise?" There were several plates. On one of them was a black substance. "You said you wanted to try my cooking. I made it while you were unconscious. Eat it while it's hot. Here is the first dish per the chef. Pork and cloud pigeon wings. Here is the first dish per reality. Charcoal. I ate a piece. I said it was outstanding. I ate another piece. Extremely salty, minus 300. Extremely salty, minus 300. Extremely salty, minus 300. The second dish was a sea spirit fish, which she had selected specifically because I just survived a tribulation and needed my strength. I got 2 spoonfuls in before my face went green. Poisoned, minus 1,500, duration, 5 seconds. "Master, when you prepared the sea spirit fish, did you remove the venom sac?" There was a pause of really excellent comedic length. "Oh dear. I forgot." I woke up on the table with her holding a pill to my mouth. I ate every single plate, all of it. I lost half my health bar to a meal, because the sect leader of a super sect, a feather transformation realm cultivator who has not needed food in 200 years, spent 4 days in a kitchen she has never used, being taught by a logistics elder who was too polite to ask why. Plus 5. Current, 55. "If you're still hungry, I'll make more. Master, your disciple is full, extremely full. Also, we are cultivators, and it's really best if we practice fasting." "You're right." She looked slightly disappointed. "Then when I come out of seclusion, I'll cook you a proper feast. I have a month to prepare my body." 2 final assignments before she went in. 1. Attend Emperor Ji Hongyue's birthday banquet in her place. 2. The Sword Control Pavilion, a branch of our sect out east, had stopped answering. Find out why. Don't do anything reckless. And 1 instruction, delivered without looking at me. Do not bring that princess back to my sect. I got out of there. The emperor's birthday banquet was 1,000 of the most important people in the province, and I spent it eating. I want to defend myself. Every dish on that table was a permanent stat increase. The Ice Flame Sword Tiger Meat, plus 1,000 health, forever. The Crystal Dew Wine, plus 1,000 mana, forever. Fruits with effects I'd have paid a fortune for. They were serving it to people who were watching the dancers. In half an hour, I gained 2,000 health, 1,000 mana, and 3 strength, and the elite disciples of 8 sects spent that half hour describing my table manners to each other. Is this the sect leader's disciple? A peasant. Reincarnated starving ghost. The first prince, Ji Qing, who was deep in the pocket of the Buddhist sect and had heard all about my master's recent visit to their temple, made it personal. Country bumpkins who eat dirt in the mountains and have never seen the world. Some people, I said without looking up, are useless themselves and spend all their time criticizing others. You can dress stupidity in silk and it's still stupidity. Honestly, of every prince in this room, I'd happily drink with any of them except you. Somebody laughed. Then everybody laughed. Then a young monk stood up. Holy distance. Personal disciple of the abbot of the Heavenly Sound Temple, Golden Core Peak, and he wanted satisfaction for what my master had done to his. I would like to experience Benefactor Lin's skills. And here's where I want you to notice something, because a lot of people at that table expected me to take that bait, and a younger man would have. No, I said. It's unfair. Where is the unfairness? How long have you been in the Buddhist order? I entered at 23 years. So you've cultivated for 20 years. I joined my sect less than a month ago. You're Golden Core Peak. I'm crystallization early. I ate a grape. You want to take revenge for your master on the weakest person in the room. What's the word for that? Bullying the small and fearing the strong? Silence. If you want a fair fight, go to my sect and challenge Chu Tianhan. Same realm as you, same years of training, unless you're afraid of him. In which case, this makes a great deal of sense. I am not afraid of Chu Tianhan. Then go and prove it. He couldn't get out of it in front of that room, so it got deferred to the Ascension Assembly next month, which suited me perfectly, because I intend to be Golden Core by then. The evening ended with the first prince screaming at his own sisters in public, the younger princess crying at a volume that brought both her parents out of a back room, the third prince helpfully adding that his brother had also nearly attacked the sword sex representative, and the emperor slapping his eldest son across the face and confining him to his residence for a month. Then, having finished everything on the table, I asked a palace maid whether she could bring me another portion of everything to take home. The room fell apart. The empress permitted it. Then came the gift, the hidden dragon stele. Every young disciple puts a hand on it and receives a random cultivation technique from spirit rank up to heaven grade. What nobody knew, what I found out much later, is that the emperor had planted exactly one heaven grade technique in it and buried it at the very bottom where the odds of drawing it were effectively 0, so that afterward he could open the stele and prove he'd been generous. It was a very good plan. I went last on purpose because good things sit at the bottom of a pile. Heaven grade movement technique. Burning blood, instant shadow escape. Passive. 15% evasion, 20% speed. Active. Burn 20% of your health and teleport hundreds of miles to a random location. 3 days of weakness afterward, minus 30% to everything. 7-day cooldown. The emperor stopped breathing for a moment, and then, 3 times in a row, across every channel in the world. Server-wide announcement. Player Lin Jichin has obtained the first heaven-grade technique in 8 desolations. For 7 days, anyone who kills him receives it. His location will be broadcast once per day. The first broadcast is in 1 hour. Here's the rule for anything heaven-grade or above. 7 days. Cannot be used, sold, traded, or hidden. 100% drop on death. No cities. No sex. Your position published daily. The forums caught fire inside 90 seconds. Opening bids for the book from actual wealthy players. 50 million yuan. Li Fengwen personally offered a villa in one of the most expensive districts in Shanghai. Every top player in 4 provinces got on a flying sword. Zhang Luoyu messaged me instantly, "Come to us. Moon Shadow will screen you." I said no, and I told her why. In my last life, the first heaven-grade treasure went to the leader of a large guild in Yuehua. His guild stood for him. Every guild in the province allied against them and hunted them for 6 days. His members died 10, 12, 15 times each. Then they killed him anyway and took it. And afterward, his own members billed him for their losses, and he couldn't pay, and the guild dissolved, and he quit the game. There is exactly one strategy for holding a heaven-grade item. You run. But first, since I was still inside the city, I did something I'm quite pleased with. Several thousand players had me surrounded outside the palace gates, so I insulted them, comprehensively, at volume, in detail, for about 90 seconds. I called them rotten potatoes. I invited them to find a puddle and study their reflections. I described their guilds. I got very personal about Bloodfiend specifically. Then I raised a spiritual shield and stood absolutely still while tens of thousands of people hit me. They couldn't break it. My defense was 325 against strength values between 100 and 200, and 30% of everything simply missed. Now, fighting inside a city is forbidden, and you go red named for throwing the punch, not for landing it. Chief Steward Gao, an elderly eunuch who turned out to be a nascent soul curse master, which is a profession so rare I had never met one in 10 years, arrived, put out every skill in the air with one sleeve, and lifted Crazy Laughing Yan off the ground by the neck. Blood curse, health minus 30% for 90 days. Power curse, strength minus 30% for 90 days. Beauty, curse, appearance minus 30% for 90 days. Fate, curse, luck minus 30% for 90 days. 30 days in the imperial prison for him. 3 days each for every red name present. Tens of thousands of players arrested simultaneously. They filed a joint complaint. The response was silence. Zhang Luoyu had actually raised her staff to intervene, and I caught her eye and winked, and she stopped her entire guild 1 second before they made themselves red too. If I'd been arrested, she said afterward pleasantly, I would have killed you. Then I left the city and outran the world for 6 days. My flight speed on a sword was 1140, that is, in this world's terms, slightly faster than a commercial airliner. The experts who chased me were left standing in fields. Every day the system published my location, and every day I was already 2 provinces away. I used the week productively. First, the monster forest, which is where I became the only pet supplier on the planet. I stole. That's the whole strategy. I followed a red-eyed horned eagle carrying dinner back to its nest, went up the tree, held the screaming mother off with one forearm. She was foundation establishment, I was crystallization, it was like being hit by a cushion, and emptied the hollow of eggs and chicks with the other hand. I'm not going to hurt you, I told her on the way out. Go and have more, I'll be back. 200 eggs and cubs in 1 day, ice-armored pythons, 3-eyed spirit foxes, iron-backed turtles, the lot. And then, at dusk, a thunder-patterned silver moon tiger jumped my sleeping panda. Boss, golden core middle. 32,000 health. A collateral descendant of an ancient divine beast, 3 meters at the shoulder, purple lightning through white fur. Frost moon slash, critical, 4,675, freeze. Dizzy sword chi, critical, 4,895, then 3 strikes at 2,900 each. Half its health in 3 seconds from a man 2 full realms below it. And then a second tiger came out of the trees, smaller and heavily pregnant. I sheathed the sword. Go on, I'm not going to kill you. I had to physically restrain the panda. They ran. I followed them home. Inside the den, a badly wounded king and a starving pregnant queen, and no one able to hunt. So I left a slab of chiming beast meat at the entrance, the flesh of a mythical beast worth an absurd amount, and walked away and memorized the exact location. I'd like to claim that was kindness. 5 golden core cubs is the centerpiece of a pet shop. I was making an investment in someone else's family, and I have never pretended otherwise. The sword control pavilion had stopped answering because everyone in it was dead. Not a survivor. Not a gatekeeper. Every vault emptied. The wounds were demonic. I'd known it was coming. I'd read about this in my last life the way you read about a battle in a history book. Reading about it and walking through it are different activities. Technically, my job was done the moment I confirmed the cause. I could have flown home and reported. Instead, I spent most of a day collecting several hundred bodies, digging graves behind the mountain, and putting up a stone. The tomb of the sword cultivator, disciples of the sword control pavilion. I laid out wine and food from the drunken immortal restaurant in front of it. Rest, I said. I'll settle it for you. And then I gave a formal sword salute to a pile of dirt. I know exactly how that looks. A player getting emotional about NPCs. There is a word players use for that, and it isn't flattering. But I have been to the other side of the merge. I have seen what these people become when the wall comes down. They aren't code to me. They're a country I've already lived in. What I did not know is that there were 2 grand elders in the sky above me, and had been for 3 days. My master had asked Tianjian to follow me before she went into seclusion. Tian Yuan had come along when he found out. They had watched me nearly die twice and not intervened once. Well, you old miser, Tianjian said. Do you still think the boy isn't good enough for your granddaughter? And for the first time, Tian Yuan didn't argue. A kind heart and that much loyalty to a sect he joined a month ago. The sect leader didn't misjudge him. Then, immediately. But what does that have to do with him seducing my granddaughter? I still object. On the way there, I made a detour to a ruined stone house on a lonely peak. From all server first, a top-tier sword cultivator named Ye Wentian once hid in that house from people who wanted him dead, pried up the floor out of boredom, and found the technique that made him famous. He also became later a murderer and a robber who preyed on people weaker than him, so I felt no guilt whatsoever. 7th flagstone, a box. Earth-grade swordplay, falling thunder swordplay. Passive, basic attack damage plus 50% and another 5% for every strike that lands, up to plus 100. Active. Every 10 seconds of combat, a Thunder Sword spirit condenses on its own and hits for 1,000 true damage through armor and gives me a stacking shield. Read the passive again. At full stacks, my ordinary swing does what other people's critical hits do. There was also an Earth-grade gem in the box, plus 30 strength and 1% lifesteal, socketed, which stacks with the lifesteal from my mind cultivation technique and takes me to 2% of every hit coming back as health. And then, before I'd finished reading the book, a dozen figures came out of the sky. 10,000 demon sect. Led by an inner hall disciple called Sui Wei, golden core early, 41,000 health. I heard you ruined my young lord's plans. I did. Where is he? Too busy to come himself? Why would my young lord waste his time on trash? Shame. If he'd come, I'd have to run. Sending you lot is just a delivery of equipment. I tested the new sword art on them. First. Man. Crystallization early. One plain thrust to the throat. Critical. 4,100. Then 2,800, then 3,850, and around 10 seconds in, a thunder sword condensed out of nothing beside me and went through a man's shoulder for 1,000 flat, and the execute on my Dark Knight sword took him. Sui Wei lost patience with his own people getting in the way and put a spear through one of his own disciples' hearts to reach me. The disciple turned around with his mouth open. Useless. Anyone who blocks my view dies. The part of that spear that reached me did under 100 damage. You know, I said, watching you work that hard for 80 damage reminds me of myself against Dang Kang. It's genuinely moving. He threw his ultimate, a hell dragon of black mist across the whole sky, and I used for the first time the thing I stole out of Li Chang'an's hands with the Eye of Heaven. Sky-crushing demonic seal palm. The mountain we were standing on ceased to be a mountain. When the dust cleared, he was on his knees and I was standing. So your excellency is also of the demonic path, he said. I misjudged you. I am from a righteous sect, you absolute farmhand. A technique is a tool. Tools aren't good or evil. People are good or evil. He tried to detonate his core at the end. I'd learned that lesson from Li Chang'an and never let him get the space. His soul tomb had an earth-grade spear in it, which I sold to Zhang Luoyu, deliberately talking her down from 70,000 spirit stones to 50 because she's a friend and I wasn't going to take the extra 20 from her, plus 5 mystic grade items and 30,000 cultivation. Meanwhile, in the real world, somebody had bought the apartment next to mine, not my actual apartment, my decoy. The cameras showed several men moving in over 2 days and one of them coming out every few hours to knock on my door and press his ear against it, which meant the trap had worked and was about to stop working because a door nobody ever answers eventually tells you nobody lives there. I needed a tenant. And that afternoon, on the recruitment board of the 8 Desolations forum, an artifact refiner posted an ad under the name, I promise you a lifetime, Shu Zihui. The man who carried my storage ring to the mouth of a cave and kept walking, let me tell you who he actually is, because I spent 9 years not knowing. He met Guojie before I did, and he wanted her, and he worked out immediately that he couldn't compete with me, so instead he became my brother. He called me brother for 9 years. He called her sister-in-law. He told me constantly what a perfect couple we made. They were together the entire time. And when I went into seclusion to break into Enlightenment Realm and handed him the guild I had built with my own hands, the two of them had it stripped inside a year. Everyone loyal to me was expelled or quietly killed, and when I came out, they kept the act running long enough to get the ring off me. He was, at that moment, lying in a customer's car at an auto repair shop playing 8 Desolations on a ring he could not afford, earning 3,000 yen a month and being screamed at by his boss. So a studio nobody had ever heard of called him. 15,000 a month, full-time gaming, room and board included. I still find this hard to believe. Then give me your card number and we'll advance you half a month right now. 7,500 yen landed in the account of a man who did not have 750. He quit that same afternoon. And I have this on good authority. He swore at his boss, took back a packet of cigarettes he'd given to the older mechanic who trained him, and told him he wasn't good enough to smoke them, told a customer in the doorway that the shop had been overcharging him, and urinated on his roommates' beds on the way out. You'll be repairing cars your whole lives, he told them. I'm going to be rich. The package arrived the next day. 2 sets of keys, an apartment in a luxury complex, and a car worth several 100,000 yen, with a note explaining that after 6 months of service the car would be transferred to his name, and after a year, the apartment. He drove around the city for 3 hours picking up phone numbers. That evening, a man with a shaved head and a scar knocked on his door and asked in a friendly way whether he had a contact for a renovation company. What's that got to do with me? Don't bother me, I'm gaming, and he slammed the door. Next door, a report was made. He's there, boss. Clean-cut, well-dressed pretty boy, but his mouth is filthy. Then it's him. That's exactly what Lin Jichin is like. A pause. Don't touch him yet. The boss wants him taken apart slowly. I watched all of it on a camera feed from a 2-bedroom rental across town, and then I went to pick a child up from school. They took him 4 nights later. A man in a delivery uniform rang the bell. Xu Zihui, who had been waiting an hour for food and was already composing a complaint, opened the door and said something about the driver having gone via the morgue. Then there was a cloth over his face and nothing else. I watched the whole thing on the camera feed, 6 men, a black van, and then I called the police. I want to be extremely clear about why, because it wasn't mercy. If Xu Zihui died in that van, the men who took him would eventually learn they'd grabbed the wrong person, and then they'd start looking again, and this time they'd find me. I needed him alive, and I needed him to keep being me. The police had the city locked down in under 20 minutes, which those men had not expected. They panicked and decided to cut their losses, but not before collecting interest. They took a finger off his left hand and threw him out of a moving vehicle, and he came to rest with his leg bent at an angle it isn't designed for. He told the police from a hospital bed weeping that his old boss at the repair shop had ordered it. They arrested a bewildered fat man at 3 in the morning. There was no evidence. He was released. Then Xu Zihui called his new employer to apologize for needing time off. And his employer, that would be me, through a voice changer, told him not to worry about a thing, offered to cover every medical bill, and asked him to focus on getting well. Boss, he was actually crying. You're a good man. When little Shu recovers, I'll serve you with my life. I'll give you everything until my last breath. Excellent, I said. That's exactly what I was hoping for. He moved back into the luxury apartment the moment they'd set his leg. He preferred it to the hospital and hired a nanny with the compensation money I'd sent him, and there are now plainclothes police watching that building around the clock. My decoy is currently living better than I am and is extremely enthusiastic about continuing. The tigress had 5. I'd been in that forest for 2 days waiting because a thunder-patterned silver moon tiger has a litter once in a very long time, and I had timed it. The king came out of the den, sniffed the air very carefully in every direction, found nothing, and went off to hunt for his exhausted wife. Concealing form and hiding shadow. Mountain and river boots. The same combination I'd used to take a dragon out from under 1,000 demons. She was asleep. The cubs were shouting at each other about which of them was loudest. 2 in each hand, 5 into cages, cages into storage. I left a piece of chiming beast meat behind as payment, which I want on the record, and tore a teleport talisman. The king came home to a sleeping wife, no children, and a slab of meat. I could hear him from a very long way away. Phoenix Melody City recognized me the moment I landed because I had survived a week of being hunted by an entire server, and the manhunt announcement had gone quiet. I walked through that crowd with my back straight and enjoyed it. Blood Fiend reported to Li Fengwen that I was back and under police protection in the real world. Then we wait, he said. They can't guard him forever. Jiang Luoyu was waiting. Hard week running? Don't. I only survive because I'm fast. I gave her the Earth-grade spear and took the 50,000 spirit stones and 5 million yuan we'd agreed. Su Wanling looked at the weapon with visible physical pain and announced that if she'd known, she'd have played a spear cultivator. I did not mention that I was about to open a pet shop. Now I need to tell you about the Go match because it's my favorite thing I've ever done in that world, and I didn't do any of it. I needed a permanent pet supplier. 200 cubs is a week of trade. The Spirit Beast Garden on my sect's own mountain is an infinite supply, which meant negotiating with Grand Elder Tianyuan, who has banned me from his mountain approximately 4 times. On the way up, I got ambushed by my senior sister. Nangong Yue had come back from the Sword Sect tournament in Yangbian City, having taken first place across 4 provinces, and she saw me from 30 meters away and arrived at speed. Nangong Yue +5, current, 75, harmonious union. Chu Tianhan was standing 4 meters away when she did it. I want to describe his face, but I didn't see it, because I had my own face in my senior sister's hair, and by the time I looked up, he'd already turned to go, and the last thing anyone heard him say was, "Enjoy yourself, for now." Then her father caught us. Nangong Wu, nascent soul, picked me up by the shoulder like a chick and carried me out of the courtyard to test my cultivation. The test lasted about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, and I spent all of it being beaten across a garden by a man 4 realms above me who never drew his sword. At the end, he told me my swordsmanship was excellent and that I was a once-in-a-century talent. I stood up, sheathed my sword, picked my nose, and said, "Elder Nangong bullied a junior today. I'll report the matter honestly to my master when she comes out of seclusion. Perhaps she'll want to test your cultivation. You have never seen a nascent soul cultivator go so pale so fast. Because 2 weeks earlier, my master had gone alone to the Heavenly Sound Temple, flattened several of their mountains, put their abbot into seclusion to recover, and taken their abbess home with her for 3 days. Boy, are you threatening me? If Elder Nangong says so, then so it must be. You brat. You groped my daughter, so I hit you. I didn't damage your foundation. It's a little physical discomfort. Do you really have to tell the sect leader? I got several bottles of mystic grade pills out of him and a formal agreement that the matter was closed. Then his daughter walked in, saw my face, and cried, and he had to stand there while she told him off. I told her it was fine. I told her Elder Nangong had been very restrained and had already promised me medicine as an apology, and hadn't he? Yes, said the nascent soul cultivator, handing over pills through his teeth. That's right, yes. Then we got to the actual negotiation, and the old man said no. I offered him a silver moon tiger cub. He took the cub and said no. Consider that compensation for the iron-eating beast you swindled out of me. Don't mention this again. So his granddaughter destroyed him with a sentence. Grandfather, should I go and tell Grandfather Tianjian how you won that celestial sword at Go 3 months ago? He went the color of a bad plum. Fine. He slammed his hand down. A game. Beat me at Go and you get your agency rights. Lose and you never mention it again and you give me a second tiger. Done. I'll bring my player. He assumed I meant a grandmaster from the city. He was already privately arranging for the best Go player in Phoenix Melody City to sit behind a screen and feed him moves because he has done that before, and it worked. I went home, logged out, and picked an 8-year-old up from primary school. I nearly got arrested doing it, incidentally. I was in a hurry, so I ran through the gates, picked Tang Tang up, and turned around, and a wall of school security guards closed on me shouting about child traffickers, and it took Yan Ruyu coming out to vouch for me before I got out of there. Because Tang Tang, in the game, had beaten the master of a starter village chess house 100 times, which is the entrance requirement for the chess sect, and she is now the personal disciple of its sect master. Nangong Yue met us at the mountain gate and looked at what I had brought. Junior brother, very carefully. That's a child. That's a chess sect disciple. That's a child. Grandmaster's disciple. She told me so herself. Grand Elder Tianyuan took one look at my player and started laughing so hard he had to hold on to a table. Best of 5. Every game you lose, I get a silver moon tiger. He was practically wheezing. Little girl, come and play with Grandpa, and no crying when you lose. Grandpa, said Tang Tang, climbing onto the stool. You're not allowed to cry either. Game 1, she stopped thinking. I mean that literally. She stopped considering the board. Every time he placed a stone, she put one down immediately, with the expression of a person doing chores, propping her chin on one hand while he sweated. 20 minutes in, he was scratching his beard and coughing and taking 4 minutes a move. Grandpa, hurry up. Tang Tang still has homework. His son leaned in and suggested a move. He played it. She wiped the board. He hit his own son on the forehead. This is your fault. Game 2, with his son silent, took less time. Before Game 3, he announced he was going to get water and came back with a confident expression, having installed the best Go player in the province behind a wall to feed him moves telepathically. Oh, said Tang Tang, 4 moves in. Grandpa, you got smarter. I was letting you win, you little rascal. Now I'm serious. Then Tang Tang will be serious too. She beat him and the Grandmaster together in half an hour, 3-0. He then demanded they play the remaining 2 games anyway, for new stakes. If he lost, he'd pay a golden core potential pet out of his own pocket. 5-0. Chen Sheng, the #1 player in Phoenix Melody City, came out from behind the wall with his face on fire. Immortal Tian Yuan, I'm sorry, my skill is inferior. How? You're the best in the province. Who in this prefecture could possibly? She's a chess sect disciple. He said it quietly. And forgive me, but I have never in my life seen that level of play. Not from anyone. I walked off that mountain with permanent agency rights to the Spirit Beast Garden and 2 golden core potential pets, and Tang Tang got a little golden sable as a consolation prize, which she chose over the tiger cub because she is 8. On the way out, she turned around. Grandpa, if you want to play Go again, you can always ask Tang Tang. The old man made a sound I have never heard a nascent soul cultivator make. Nangong Yue walked us down and could not stop laughing. Junior brother, don't come back for a few days. He's going to invent a reason. Small business. Elder Tianke socketed my killing stone into the Dark Knight sword, plus 30 strength, 1% lifesteal, stacking with my Heart Sutra to 2%. The mystic water tortoise went into the pet shop as the centerpiece. The eagle went to auction. The tigers I split. 1 for me, 1 for Ren Lan, 1 for Jiang Luoyu, 1 held back for my sister. The old man took 1. Tang Tang took 1. That accounted for all 5 and I still owed nobody anything, which is the definition of a good week. Then Bloodfiend came to Corpse King Valley to look at me. Li. Fangwen walked over with his whole guild behind him, and Su Wanling put herself in the way and promised to send every one of them to a respawn point, and I put my right hand inside my sleeve. Then I spoke to Li Fangwen politely. For the first time in either of our lives, I was polite to that man. He looked at my hidden hand. He thought about a severed finger, and I watched a man arrive at a conclusion in real time and start to glow with it. I only came to see how you were doing, he said, magnanimous, delighted. And I see you're doing fine. Well then, goodbye. He left happy. Moonshadow stood there in total confusion. Zhang Luoyu came up beside me and said very quietly, "Someone is threatening you in the real world. Until 10 seconds ago I was guessing, now I know for certain." She took my wrist and pushed my sleeve up before I could stop her. 10 fingers. He grabbed the wrong man. I was performing. Her face did something I'd only seen once before. "This is my fault," she said. "I didn't hide your data well enough." She offered me bodyguards. Her family's people, vetted, permanent. I said no, not because I doubted her. Because in my last life, I had bodyguards, and I know exactly which of them sold my location, and I am never doing that again. She let it go, and then she stood there for a while looking at nothing and thinking something she didn't say out loud, which I found out about much later, and which was, what if I moved to Jiangling? Someone rang my doorbell at 11 at night. I was certain it was for me. Renlan took position beside the door with her fists up and promised to send whoever it was to intensive care. I opened it. She threw the punch before the door was fully open, striking first as doctrine with her. And I saw who was standing on the mat and jumped into the path of it. It hit me in the eye. Again, same eye. There was a lot of noise after that, most of it from the woman kneeling on my doormat holding my face and asking a stranger, in a voice like a closing freezer, how anyone could hit another person like that. Gu Qiushu had resigned. She'd handed over her work, told her parents, packed 2 suitcases, and come to Jiangling for good, a week earlier than she'd told me, to surprise me. Renlan wanted to die. They sorted it out. They apologized to each other roughly 9 times. Renlan took the blame for all of it, which was correct. That night, my sister slept in my room, and I lay in the game pod, looking at the ceiling, thinking about the man I used to be, who had this and chose guoji. The next morning, she made breakfast. Seafood congee, fried beef patties, things I'd forgotten existed. Renlan burned her mouth on the first spoonful and kept going anyway. "Sister Qiushu, this is better than my mother's. You should open a restaurant. How is anyone this good?" Tang Tang did not lift her head from the bowl for 11 minutes. "I want to note something that isn't funny. That child had never eaten a proper breakfast, not once. She ate until she physically could not walk to school and had to be carried. By 9 in the morning, both of them were calling her Sister Qiushu, and my reputation as a cook had been destroyed permanently and retroactively. Also, the delivery man arrived with another gaming pod, looked at my face, and could not contain himself. "Young man, is that a birthmark on your eye? I only ask because you had the same one last time. I have never wanted a hole in the ground more." My sister picked medical cultivator because she's a nurse and I don't know how to do anything else. Her talent rolled as miraculous healer, plus 10 spiritual grace, plus 10% to all healing effects, and a free random healer skill book on every major realm breakthrough. I told her to hide it. If that talent goes public, every guild on the planet will be in her messages daily forever. Then I gave her the Xuanyi sect recommendation letter from Fang Qingzhu. Nangong Yue delivered the first shipment personally, and it was 5,000 pets instead of the 2,000 I'd been promised. I took them while grandfather was out. He only sells them to the Jubao Pavilion anyway. Are they more important than my junior brother? I want it noted that I had, an hour earlier, made a joke about her being the shop's mistress, and she had gone scarlet and kissed my cheek, and then I had suggested we try dual cultivation to improve both our realms, and she had fled the city entirely. The Freedom Pet Shop opened the next morning and became the only real pet shop in the world. Other people's pet shops have 3 cats. Mine had 5,000 animals in racks from floor to ceiling, flying, swimming, and crawling, from chi refining up to crystallization. The prices were obscene. Chi refining pets, 150 to 180 spirit stones, about 30,000 yuan. Foundation establishment, 500 to 800. Crystallization, 2 to 5,000 stones, which is millions of yuan for a pet. 60% of the players who came in couldn't afford anything and stayed anyway, to look. So for them, I installed a wheel. 10 spirit stones a spin, 99% chance of nothing. Prizes scaling down from a golden core turtle at a stated probability of 1 in a million, which I had set at that number specifically so nobody would ever win it and everybody would keep trying for it. 1 spin per player per day. 1,000 pets a day sold, hard cap. The wheel made 1 million spirit stones in 2 hours at a 90% margin. It felt like robbery. It was robbery. I have never been happier. And then a woman walked into my shop, ignored 5,000 animals, went straight to the wheel, paid 10 stones, and spun once. Congratulations. Golden core pet, mystic water turtle. The room screamed. Shishue. Innate talent. Luck. She is, by a distance, the luckiest human being in that world, and she had recently taken 2 mystic grade items out of a rival guild's raffle on consecutive days and become famous for it. She was extremely gracious about it. She told my shop girl to tell the owner that if he wanted it back, he could contact her privately and buy it, and she'd hold it for 3 days. and after that, it went to market. That's her method, by the way. And it's smart. A gambler who bleeds a casino dry gets barred, so she always offers the house first refusal. I decided not to contact her because contacting her meant admitting I owned the place, and a golden core pet is not worth my anonymity. First day, 3.8 million spirit stones through the register. About 2 million clean after the split with the spirit beast garden. That's 200 million yuan in one day. We went to the cinema, the four of us, and I got up halfway through and heard a woman screaming at a manager by the ticket desk. I applied to sell tickets, not to be a hostess for you. With what you pay, you're lucky I showed up at all. If I hadn't had a run of bad luck, I'd have every rich boy in this city queuing for me. You provincial nobody. Guo Jie, you're fired. I stood in a corner and watched. That was the 7th job she'd lost in a month. Since the expulsion, everything had come apart. The rich boys were gone. The money was gone. She couldn't afford cosmetics, and without them, and with 3 months of not sleeping, the face that used to be an 80 out of 100 was not clearing 60. She walked out past a virtual gaming cafe with a promotional screen over the door. Want to play 8 Desolations but can't afford a ring? Come to Blue Aurora, maybe you'll be the next Lin Jichen. And on the screen, in ancient robes with long hair, was a man fighting 1,000 people at once. She stopped dead in the street. Nobody who knew me casually would recognize me in that game. The build is different, the hair is different, the way I carry myself is completely different. Classmates have walked past me. She dated me for a year. She got out her phone and searched my name and stood in the street reading for a long time. #1 player in 8 Desolations, the Sword God. Guilds offering him contracts with numbers she couldn't parse, and I watched her face do the arithmetic. Not I miss him, not I was wrong. He was always going to be worth this much, and I let him go too early. Her exact reasoning, which I learned later, was that with talent like mine, I'd have gotten rich eventually no matter what, so all she'd needed to do was apologize, cry, promise, and wait. I'd have forgiven her. I always forgave her. Then she tried my number, which is dead, and called an old roommate to ask about my dorm and found out I'd left the university. Ji-Chen, she said it to a shop window. Wait for me. If I can't find you in the real world, I'll find you in the game. 2 days later, the sky over all 4 provinces went black for about 30 seconds in the middle of the afternoon. The forums decided it was a bug. The system does not have bugs. Sealed Demon Land sits in the exact center of the map. It's the entrance to the underworld, and it was sealed shut a very long time ago by the combined strength of the 4 provinces, and when that seal loosens, the things underneath start coming up. In my last life, this was the first great catastrophe of the righteous path. Tens of thousands of cultivators died, elders died. It's the event that starts the era of chaos. I was offline for one afternoon, and I missed the start of it. Nangong Yue was already there. The sect had sent its inner hall elite with Grand Elder Tianjian hours earlier. I got to Spirit Beast Mountain at a dead run and told Tian Yuan the truth in the only form he'd accept. This isn't the seal weakening. This is the demonic sect's timing an ambush on every righteous sect in the world at once. You're certain? No. But if I'm right and you wait, your granddaughter dies with everyone else. He was in the air on a golden eagle before I finished the sentence. We arrived 30 minutes into a massacre. Every sect in 4 provinces had walked into the same trap on the same afternoon. 6 of my sect's inner hall disciples were already dead and 20 were wounded. Grand Elder Tianjian was pinned by 3 Enlightenment Realm demonic cultivators and had no attention left over for anyone, and the great master of my sect, Chu Tianhan, the best of his generation, was not commanding. He was following Nangong Yue around. Junior sister, don't be afraid, I'll protect you. I don't need your protection, protect the ones who are weaker. He kept following her anyway, killing things next to her, while 100 meters away disciples he'd trained with for a decade were being taken apart. Then Luo Muxian arrived, Netherworld Hall's finest young demonic cultivator. Golden Core Peak, a woman in purple who fights with her mouth as much as her hands and who beat Chu Tianhan 5 years ago and has clearly been living rent-free in his head ever since. Li Mu, our second disciple, went at her first. She deflected him with a jade bracelet without moving her feet. Then her eyes went red, a mark lit up on her forehead, and he was coughing blood inside 10 exchanges. Nangong Wei went next, out of fury, and lost. Little sister, you're talented. Give it a few years and I might actually worry about you. Luo Muxian smiled. So I've decided to kill you now. And that finally moved Chu Tianhan. And Luo Muxian, who is very good at her actual job, said this to him in front of his entire sect. Have you forgotten your old flame so quickly? As I recall, Great Master Chu was quite taken with my succubus shadow. If your master hadn't given you a protective treasure, you'd have fallen for me years ago, wouldn't you? Several hundred disciples turned around. The sword sect broke about 4 minutes later. Both grand elders were locked down. Over 100 inner hall disciples were dead. Every other sect on that plane was in the same state or worse, and you could hear it happening in all directions. And then a square formation of blades fell out of the sky and deleted an entire Netherworld Hall squad. Swordstorm. I came down off the eagle's back into the middle of my own sect, and I did not comfort anybody. Are you disciples of the sword sect? One setback and you're all hiding behind an elder? You're garbage. Pick up your swords and kill something. Then I killed 3 crystallization demons and a golden core in about a minute, in front of all of them. Strength 455. Falling thunder swordplay stacking, a killing stone in my blade. Several hundred people who had spent a month calling me the pretty boy who got in through connections stood there recalculating. Junior brother, why are you here? It's not safe. That's exactly why. Today either I die or we go home together. There isn't a third option. Luo Muxian had been watching the whole time, and she'd noticed something I hadn't. Every time Nanggong Yue moved toward me, Chu Tianhan's guard dropped, so she said casually, mid-exchange. Look at that. She's standing awfully close to him. Oh, are they embracing? He looked. For half a second. She put a soul-stealing seal into his chest and leaned in and said something quietly, and what she said was, kill him and take her back. His eyes went red. I was mid-strike on a demonic cultivator when the man behind that cultivator was cut in half from behind and a golden sword shadow came through the gap at my forehead. Armor of Thunder came up and disintegrated instantly. I got my arm in the way, the blade went through my forearm and stopped in my shoulder, and I traveled about 10 meters backward through the air. CHU, you dog! You're attacking your own side in the middle of this? Have you lost your mind entirely? The golden eagle knocked him off me with a wing. Luo Muxian immediately tied up the eagle, deliberately, to give him a clear run at me. Nanggong Yue put herself between us, and he went through her in 3 exchanges. Then the ground broke. Black shapes came up out of it in every direction, and the shadow demon old ghost who'd been fighting Tian Yuan simply stopped. Haha, the seal is broken. You righteous sects are finished. I won't waste time on you today, Nanggong Yuan. Next time I'll take your head. And every demonic cultivator on that plane left at once, in perfect order, because they'd achieved exactly what they came for. Tian Yuan put Chu Tianhan down, examined him, and sighed. A ghost soul-stealing seal. No wonder he lost his mind. He removed it. Chu Tianhan looked around with an expression of gentle confusion and asked what had happened, and then he was appalled, and then he offered to accept any punishment, and Tian Yuan looked at him for slightly too long. You are the great master of the Heavenly Evolution Sword Sect, and you were controlled that easily? A pause. You truly knew nothing about it? It was disciples' momentary carelessness. Have I committed a great error, Elder? No, said Tian Yuan. Not at all. The punishment was 10 days facing a wall. I got 2 mystic-grade attribute pills from Elder Tianjian as compensation, which rolled plus 10 strength twice. And as we left, Chu Tianhan looked back at me over his shoulder and mouthed something, and it was, you won't be this lucky next time. Here's what I know that they don't. A golden core peak cultivator does not accidentally take a soul seal to the chest in the middle of a battle he is winning. He is the best of his generation. He has been trained since he was 6 by the finest swordsman in the sect. He let it happen. He let her put it in him because it gave him a free swing at me with a documented excuse and a witness list, which means Chu Tianhan is not just strong, he's patient, and he's clever, and he is willing to be publicly humiliated. In exchange for a shot at me, I need golden core. Fast. 2 days later, my sister messaged me, and I broke several travel records getting to her. 4 men were holding her in the starter village. Not for money. They wanted her to accept friend requests because friends can make physical contact in that world, a handshake, a hug, and they'd worked out that if they killed her every time she left the village, eventually she'd agree. They'd already done it several times. Renlan put her hand flat on the table hard enough to crack it. I'm coming. I'm going to make them quit the game. I flew into that starter village on a sword blade, which 400 brand new players had never seen a human being do, and got a reception like a superhero landing. The 4 had joined the game 9 days earlier and had no idea who I was. So what if you've played longer? We're in a major guild. We can have 100 people here in. I didn't draw my sword. I rolled up my sleeve and slapped him. He died in midair. The other 3 had time to understand what had happened before I slapped the second one. The last 2 ran into the village, which has a protection mechanic, so I followed them in and slapped them there instead. 4 soul tombs. Anyone who wants these, I told a crowd of stunned beginners, take them, all of it. They'd been red-named for killing her repeatedly, which means they dropped everything. Every spirit stone they'd earned, every piece of gear, and their cultivation rolled all the way back from chi refining to mortal. They stood at the village boundary swearing at me and did not step outside it. Nobody came to help them, obviously. No guild on Earth sends a squad to a starter village for 4 nobodies. Renlan arrived a minute later. Right, mine now. I love dealing with men like this. I grew Dark Knight's sword into a platform, caught my sister around the waist on the way up, and left. She is, as far as I know, the first player in the history of that server to fly on a sword before leaving the starter village. I never got to. She was terrified of heights and spent the entire flight with her face in my chest. Behind us, 4 men's nightmare was just getting started. The Xuanyi sect is 9 parts women to 1 part men, and my arrival there caused a small institutional crisis. Fang Qingzhu came out to meet us, and the disciples on the gate had to be reminded twice to do their jobs. The recommendation letter plus my sister's talent got her in front of Fang Qingzhu's master, who took one look and said, "A once-in-a-century medical genius," and then did something nobody expected. Took her straight up the mountain to the sect leader, personal disciple of the head of the strongest medical sect in the world. Players spend years failing to get that. I gave Fang Qingzhu the dragon's blood she'd been sent to Lazy Land for in the first place, and mentioned in passing that I was stuck at a bottleneck without a supreme body tempering pill. She took a quest for one. For me, immediately. The quest was to kill a Dan demon, an alchemist who'd gone mad from chi deviation and started using people as ingredients. Fang Qingzhu, it turns out, is also a 5th rank Feng Shui master, which I did not know. She drew a diagram in the air with one finger, and a golden bagua rolled out over the mountains, and a hidden cave mouth appeared where there had been a cliff. I reached 3rd rank in Feng Shui in 10 years and died there. Inside, a cauldron, 100 imprisoned villagers, and a man laughing about how his pills would let him defy his own sect. I attacked before she could, and I told her to save the innocents because their lives mattered more, and the actual reason was that I did not want to split the loot. I killed him in 10 breaths. He dropped over 100 bottles of pills, a pill formula worth a fortune, and, the real prize, an Earth-grade pill furnace with plus 30% alchemy speed, plus 15% success rate, and plus 1 to output quantity. Every alchemist alive dreams about that furnace. I already knew who I was giving it to. Then the evil spirits came, because the seal was broken and they were loose in the world now, and the people we just rescued were outside. I'm not going to describe what happened to them. A black cloud with a laughing face in it came down on a group of unarmed villagers, and afterward there was nobody left, and Fang Qingzhu went out of that cave at a dead run to try to stop it. My instinct was to wait. 2 evil spirits were fighting each other over the remains. The correct play is to let them finish and take the survivor. She didn't wait, so I went out after her. "I'm too soft," I said out loud to nobody, and drew my sword. I killed a golden core early elite spirit in about 90 seconds from crystallization, and then 4 core formation demons arrived at once. Not spirits, demons. What a spirit becomes when it survives long enough. Half solid and half not, and my sword went through all of them like they weren't there. Miss. Which meant their defense was higher than my strength again. Their answer was a critical hit for 4,880 and half my health. I cut my own wrist and coated the blade in blood, which is the old trick for hitting a phantom, and it worked, and it wasn't enough. Fang Qingzhu was bleeding from the mouth and taking 2 of them alone. Burning Blood Instant Shadow Escape requires 20% of your health to activate. I checked. I was under 20%. The Heaven Grade escape technique I'd won from an Emperor's Steely, the one the entire server hunted me for a week to take, was unusable because it needs health I no longer had. Ji Hongyue gave that away for free. I understand why now. So I took a demon core out of my ring, the Thunder Dragons, the size of a man's head, glowing, and held it up over my head and shouted at 4 core formation demons at the top of my lungs. "Come and get it. Thunder Dragons core. 1 day only. Rock bottom price. 998. All 4 of them turned around. Then I ran in exactly the opposite direction from Fang Qingzhu, with 4 demons on my back, taking hits the entire way, flying in a straight line so that they'd all follow, and the whole time I was screaming, "Fang Qingzhu, run! Fang Qingzhu, if you don't run, I died for nothing. Fang Qingzhu, run, you!" My voice got further away, and then it stopped. She was still standing there when it did. I made it about 50 miles before I ran out of everything. Health under 20%, so no escape technique. Mana at 0, nothing in the ring. The 4 of them came around for the last pass, and I straightened up and closed my eyes, because if I was going upright. So what? It's 10% of my innate attributes. I'll find restoration pills at higher realms. It's not the end. I stood there for a while. Nothing happened. The screaming had stopped. The sky was blue. There wasn't a trace of evil energy anywhere. A woman in green was standing on the air. As expected of a disciple of the Heavenly Evolution Sword Sect, willing to sacrifice himself for another. She pointed one finger at me. "My Xuanyi sect owes your excellency a debt. Minor healing spell, health fully restored, mana fully restored. From under 1,000 health to full, in one gesture, from 100 meters away. I have met exactly one person who can do that. I am Yun Lanyi," she said, "the current leader of the Xuanyi sect. Feather Transformation Realm. The second one I have ever seen with my own eyes. In my entire previous life, I never met one. I only heard the stories. I bowed properly. Which elder of the sword sect do you study under? My master is Leng Feiyan. The temperature of that conversation dropped about 40 degrees. You claim to be Leng Feiyan's disciple? Don't lie to me. Leng Feiyan does not take disciples. She accepted me recently. She looked through me, and I mean that. I have never felt so completely inventoried. And then her eyes found the Dark Knight sword at my feet, and she believed me, and got worse. Then everything I said before is void. You saved Fang Qingzhu. I saved you. One life for one life. We are even. She turned to go, and then turned back. You are not welcome in the Xuan Yi sect. Do not come here again, and do not go near Fang Qingzhu. If there is a next time, you will bear the consequences. And she was gone. I stood in an empty valley with full health and absolutely no idea what had just happened to me. I have introduced myself as Leng Feiyan's disciple in perhaps 30 places. It is the single best sentence I own. Doors open, elders bow, monks apologize. That is the first time it has ever made someone hate me. When I got back, Fang Qingzhu was gone. When I flew to the Xuanyi sect gates, the same girls who had blushed at me 2 hours earlier turned me away flat. The elders have given orders. Your Excellency is not welcome. Please leave. My sister had to sneak out to the tree line to talk to me. Lin Jichen, senior sister Fang says you've upset our sect leader. She wants to know what you did so she can plead for you. I didn't do anything. She has a problem with my master. The second I said the name, she froze over. Then I'll leave the sect. You will absolutely not. It's a game. It is not. I got hold of myself. Sister, you are the personal disciple of the head of the strongest medical sect in 4 provinces. Players spend 3 years failing to get that. Stay. Build a relationship with her. Sect leaders have vaults. I'll sort this out when my master comes out of seclusion. She stayed, and she passed on a message and a pill. Supreme Body Tempering Pill. 80 free attribute points and a guaranteed break from crystallization early to middle. Senior Sister Fang says thank you for saving her again. The sect leader has confined her until she reaches Golden Core late. She'll spend the month on it. She says she'll see you at the Ascension Assembly. Then my sister checked the time, said, oh no, it's 2 o'clock, I have to start lunch, and logged out. She had been made the personal disciple of a feather transformation realm cultivator 90 minutes earlier, and she left to cook rice. The 12 Grand Elders held a meeting about sealed demon land and decided to reward me. Tian Yuan delivered it with a face like a closed door. You warned me. Without you, the sword sect's losses would have been far worse, and you fought well down there. Don't let it go to your head. Your cultivation is still pathetic. He threw me a jade slip and a token and stalked off, and the moment I was out of sight, he apparently started laughing. His son asked why he'd added a sword manual when the meeting had only voted contribution points. He saved your daughter. If he hadn't dragged me down there, Yue'er might not have come home. What's a piece of swordsmanship next to that? Then could Chen Yuan have a copy too? Get out. Earth grade, mountain splitting sea severing sword. 20,000 base damage in a straight line, 50% splash to everything within 200 meters, plus a tendon rupture effect that stuns the target for 1 second every time they cast anything, and a healing ban. 30 seconds, 3-day cooldown. Plus 10,000 contribution points, which I spent on an Earth-grade martial skill from the vault, and then the Supreme Body Tempering Pill, Crystallization, middle stage, plus 40 to all base attributes, 4,000 health, 4,000 mana, plus 80 free points into strength and speed. Strength 525, speed 460, 45,000 health, 4 million spirit stones, 5 shops open, and a 6th waiting. And even with all of that, sitting on the floor of my quarters reading my own stat sheet, I did the honest calculation. Chu Tianhan still beats me, comfortably. His master is Tian Jian, the finest swordsman in the sect, a man my own master says surpasses her in pure swordsmanship, and he has been fed by that sect since he was 6 years old. Numbers aren't the whole of it. They never were. I needed a supreme body refining pill for the next step, and there was exactly one quest in the inner hall that paid one. Extremely difficult. Lead 50 outer hall disciples through Stormwind Valley for 3 days. Bring all 50 back alive. 0 deaths. Stormwind Valley has hurricanes, Yao beasts, and, as of last week, a fresh population of evil spirits that crawled out of a broken seal. If I went in alone, I'd be fine. 50 people who need protecting is a different profession. The squad was waiting when I got there, discussing what they hoped for. Please let it be a pretty senior sister. Last time we got an inner hall disciple who ran first when it got bad and I died. Then I walked in, and half of them recognized me, and the other half were informed at speed. Su Wanling was in that group, which I hadn't expected. 3 days, I told them. You follow orders. Anyone who acts on their own initiative loses every assessment point. If you don't like the terms, leave now and I'll take somebody else. Behind me, quietly, we'll film it. When he runs, we post it. We rode out and I lay on my panda's back like a man on a sofa, which prompted Su Wanling to ask for a turn, which prompted the following negotiation. 10 minutes. No. 5. No. 3 minutes and I'll buy you the roast duck at the Drunken Immortal. 2. 2? That duck costs 20 spirit stones. That's 4,000 yen. And that's not enough for you? If you don't like it, walk. Fine. You skinflint. You are worse than a landlord. I'm calling you Lin the Bloodsucker. She got on. Then she asked whether I'd have charged her president, and I said no. Obviously, the president rides free. So it is about looks. It's about leverage. If I'm on good terms with your president, I can ask her for help someday. Your word doesn't carry the same weight. That's just business. Are you actually 19? Where did you learn to be like this? The panda ran fast enough that the two of us kept getting pressed together, and she went red and did not ask me to slow down, because if we slowed down, the rest of the squad would catch up and see. Halfway there, we came through a mulberry grove and found Wan Shi Guild robbing Shi Xiue. They wanted the golden core turtle she'd won from my wheel. Hand it over, and if you're lucky today, I'll kill you every time I see you until you get unlucky. She's Foundation Establishment. She could not have fought a child. You're a toad looking in a mirror, she told him. I'd give it to a beggar before I gave it to you. The interesting part was the big man standing off to one side, arguing. Xing Senur #1 axe cultivator in the world. He kept trying to stop it. This looks bad for the guild, and got told to phone the president if he cared so much. He phoned. Wang Jinghao, who had been online 60 seconds earlier, went offline mid-ring and did not pick up again. Well, said the vice president, seems he's busy. And when Xing Sen kept pushing, that man said this to him, out loud, in front of everyone. You signed a lifetime contract with Wan Shi. You're my dog. I say what you do. And your sister is still in that hospital, isn't she? Do you want her to keep getting better? Xing Sen went quiet and picked up his axes. That's the leash. That's what Wang Jinghao actually bought. Then a panda came out of the trees and removed 2 people from the conversation. Bear appearance fights like a veteran now, incidentally, hits, disengages, changes target, never stays in one place. Somebody finally checked its stats and started screaming that it was a pet, and whose. Then Frost Moon. Slash came out of the tree line into the vice president's chest for a critical 5,800 and turned him into a statue. I walked out with my sword down. Nothing to do with me, I said, pointing at Su Wanling. My girlfriend made me. Su Wanling, She recovered beautifully, though. She stepped out in front of a dozen men and said, you said this was personal and had nothing to do with your guild. Well, mine's personal too. And then, grown men in a pack on one girl. You're a disgrace to your entire gender. If you've decided to be bandits today, then I've decided to be a hero. She drew her sword. Xing Sen looked at her for about 4 seconds too long. Brother Lin, the vice president, was cracking ice off his shoulders. You and our president are best friends. You won't interfere, will you? I let it hang. You know, I said, your president really is my brother, my closest friend. But what? But I have no idea who you are. Who are you, exactly? Xing Sen apologized before he attacked me, which tells you everything about him. Lin Jichen, I'm sorry, I have to stop you. Do you think you can? I think it's possible. Golden Core Middle. Heavenly Path Breakthrough. 2 Earth-grade axes, the ones I personally sold to Wang Jinghao, and a defense stat of 420 when other Golden Core players struggle to reach 300. In my last life, he beat me in a tournament in front of 40 million viewers and then told the interviewer he'd been lucky. Here's how you kill something a full realm above you. I opened with an ordinary thrust to his heart, not a skill. He accepted it happily because trading his skill for my basic attack is the best deal he's had all year. Half a second before his axes landed, I was gone. Phantom Step, timed into the exact frame between my hit landing and his connecting. Too early and you miss. Too late and you eat it. He got nothing. And my basic attack did 2,200. That's, you have over 500 strength at crystallization, then 1,870, 1,890, 1,950. His skill hit me for 5,200 and applied 3 effects, of which 2, crippling and armor penetration, were negated outright by the dark cloud scroll from a lottery box. He charged me and went through a decoy. Frost Moon Slash from behind, and the 10% freeze came up, then Dizzy Sword Chi into the thaw, and a 5% silence proc on top of it. A 5% chance? You win on a 5% chance? Is that legal? 3 seconds of stun, 10 basic strikes with Falling Thunder fully stacked, 20,000 damage. He threw his axes at me on the retreat, which is a good move. I caught both of them on my blade through the gap under the heads, threaded them like meat on a skewer, spun once, and threw them back. He very nearly got killed by his own weapons. At the end, he pinned me with a gravity field and started charging his ultimate, and he had every right to feel good about it, except that a root is not a stun. It stops you moving. It does not stop you casting. Heavenly Light Slash. Critical. 7,200. Death execution triggered. Instant kill. I killed the #1 axe cultivator in the world from one realm below him and then walked over and killed the rest of them in under a minute. Lin Jichin, the vice president shouted, dying. This isn't over. It's got nothing to do with me. Take it up with my wife. Shushiue tried to give me the turtle egg back. I got it from the Freedom Pet Shop and the owner never came for it, and it's dangerous for me to hold. I'm the owner. She turned an interesting color and pushed it at me harder. Keep it. You won it with your own luck. I'm not from Wanshi. I can take a loss. Then she told me her plan for the game, and I recognized it because I watched it kill her. She was never going to build strength. She was going to rent out her talent, open other people's soul tombs, spin other people's raffles, take a percentage. In my last life, she made tens of millions a month doing that and became a genuine billionaire in under 3 years. And then the merge came, and her money became paper, and every person she'd ever cost a fortune came looking for her at once, and she spent her last 2 years running, and eventually didn't. You'd do very well, I said carefully. You'd also make a lot of enemies, and eventually you'll cost somebody enough that they'll decide to solve it outside the game. Are there really people like that? Su Wanling backed me up. The #1 player in this world already has a personal safety problem. He's not exaggerating. So I gave her the alternative. Build your own strength. Open your own tombs. Kill your own bosses. Great fortune works just as well on things you killed yourself, and then nobody has a claim on you. She went away lit up like a lamp, calling me her benefactor, and joined Moonshadow that afternoon. Thanks, said Su Wanling, watching her go. You've just recruited a walking jackpot for my guild. 2 of my 50 were a problem. They turned up 2.5 hours late, explained that girls need their beauty sleep, and informed me that being late is a woman's privilege. I told them that if it happened again, I'd dock their assessment. Are you even a man? Where's your chivalry? We thought you were handsome and were going to flirt with you. Apologize, and we'll give you our contact details. Su Wanling arrived before I could throw them out of the province. 50 people waited 2.5 hours for you. Do you think you're celebrities? I've met actual celebrities, and they don't dare be late in front of me. People who are always right and never take responsibility for anything are the most repellent thing in this world. Waste my time again, and I won't need Lin Jichin to remove you. I'll drag you back to the sect personally. Their solution to being ostracized by the entire squad was to hunt alone, which is how I ended up watching 2 crystallization players lose a fight to a crystallization early Yao beast while screaming and crying with 2/3 of their health left. Their combat technique consisted of swinging with their eyes closed. I did not help. I hovered overhead with my arms folded and let it chase them, and when they were nearly dead, I dropped in, killed it in one strike, looted the corpse completely, including the quest fragments, and left. Handsome. Can we at least have the fragments? We were wrong before. Help us finish, and I'll send you my photos when we get out. The kind with stockings. Sorry, you couldn't beat the beast, so I'll take it. My job is your safety, not your quest. Good luck out there. I did that 4 more times. They eventually tore their teleport talismans and quit the trial in a rage. Which is exactly what I wanted and cost me nothing because my quest requires me to bring 50 people back alive, and someone who leaves on their own is not my problem. I nearly set off fireworks, and then a bird landed in the valley. Crimson bird. Boss. Golden core. Late. 60,000 health. Attack 505. Defense 450. 40% immunity to wind. Speed 550. Mine was 460. 7 or 8 golden core players attacked it together and did not remove a feather. I opened with a critical 1500 to the back of its neck, and then spent the next 10 minutes being taught a lesson in my own specialty. That bird did to me exactly what I do to everyone else. It came in, hit, and was gone before I could turn. 3 times it opened my shoulder to the bone. I have never in either life been outrun by anything. Here's how it actually went, because this fight is the best one I've had. Wind and Thunder 1 sword gives 70% speed for a few seconds. Briefly faster than it E, so every use bought me a window of 4 or 5 strikes. Frost Moon Slash to slow it, which is the same as speeding me up. Swordstorm to cage it, which does 1650 a tick and puts a slow on anything that forces its way out. Rebirth Buddha Seal through the roof of the cage for 4,250. It answered with a ring of shadow claws that took 5,000 off me and left poison in the wounds, and then with a hurricane made of fire, which set the spectators alight from the overspill alone. Armor of Thunder blocked half of that and reflected 20%, which hurt it more than it hurt me. 10 minutes in it was under 30,000 and I was under 20,000 with less than 10,000 mana. And then it did the thing I had been waiting the entire fight for. Its pupils turned purple and it stopped moving to charge an eye technique. A 5-second stun. 5 seconds against a golden core late beast is a funeral. I knew it was coming because in my last life, players spent a year mapping that bird's kit and I read every word of it. I stepped through the beam with mist-piercing rush half a second before it fired and it was locked in its own cast animation and I put everything I had into a technique I had never used. Mountain-splitting sea-severing sword, 20,950 damage, healing band for 30 seconds, tendons ruptured. The overflow cut a mountain behind it diagonally in half and the top slid off, and every Yao beast within 30 miles left. It had 5,000 health and I had no mana at all. My bracelet gave me 3,000 back, and then it started its last technique, feathers coming off in hundreds and spiraling, the clouds over the entire valley pulling into an eye, everything going still. If that lands, everyone in this valley dies, including 50 people I have contracted to bring home. Heavenly Light Slash for 3,450, 2,000 health left on it, 0 mana on me, and I dropped out of the sky. Death Execution, triggered below 5%, 2050, execute, it fell, and so did I. Which is when I summoned my panda directly underneath myself and landed on its back. Thank you, darling. Take this one for me. Bear Appearance hit the valley floor and made a crater and took 18,888 damage and disappeared into the ground up to its ears. I lost under 2,000. The water spout it had raised came down as rain full of fish and one of them landed on the panda's head and it forgot the entire incident and started eating. Which is fortunate because I don't think our relationship would have survived a conversation about it. 50,000 cultivation from 1 kill, half a realm. On ordinary monsters, that's 1,000 of them. The drops, 4 Earth Grade and 6 Mystic, and not one piece of junk. An Earth Grade sword called Azure Underworld, better than my Dark Knight in every raw number. A skirt only women can wear, which I eventually sold to Zhang Luoyu for 60,000 stones after trying to give it to Su Wanling, who refused it on principle and then had to watch her own president buy it. An Earth-grade Feng Shui technique that scans 50 miles for treasure vaults, beast ends, and cultivator tombs. A gem worth 30 speed. A movement art that gains me 10 speed every 30 seconds of combat, 10 times over. And out of its heart, a wind spirit heart, my second elemental heart. In my last life, I hunted for one of those for over a year and never found it. The footage of a man cutting a mountain in half went up that night, and the number of new sword cultivators on that server doubled inside a week. 3 days later, at the valley mouth, with all 50 alive, the sky went black and 100 figures in black robes came out of it, and every teleport talisman we owned stopped working. Luo Muxian had grown. Golden Core peak when I last saw her. Core formation now, in under 2 weeks. Personal disciple of the Cold Sect Master, and here I thought you were a nobody. She came up close and put her hand on my face, which is a thing she does. So handsome. Did your Cold Sect Master take you as a disciple for your looks? She really does have an eye. I knocked her hand away. Which? What do you want? She wanted me to come to Netherworld Hall as her guest. She described the role in some detail. I told her she was welcome to kill me and I wouldn't flinch, which was true, and which she seemed to like. Do you think you still have the option to refuse? Fine, I said. I'll come. On one condition. You're negotiating with me? You want me because I'm leverage against my sect. If you want that leverage cooperative, meet the condition. Otherwise I kill myself right here and you get nothing. Suicide in that world costs you 1 or 2 entire major realms. It is the most expensive thing a player can do, and it is also, from her side, a complete waste of an afternoon. Name it. I pointed at 50 terrified Outer Hall disciples. Let them go. I brought them here. They're my responsibility. You came for me. Leave them out of it. She looked at me for a moment and laughed. You really are something. I'm starting to like you a little. A wave of her hand. Let the small fry go. Su Wanling wouldn't move until I looked at her properly and told her that staying would just add to the count. 50 teleports fired. 0 deaths. Quest complete, incidentally. Then I asked the question I actually needed answered. How did you know I was in Stormwind Valley, and how did you know who I was? You don't need to know that. We received intelligence that the Cold Sect Master's personal disciple was here. Nobody knew I was leading that trial except my own sect. No player could have told her that, which means an NPC of the Heavenly Evolution Sword Sect sold me to a demonic sect, and in that sect, exactly one person wants me dead. Enough stalling, she said. Tear the talisman. And I looked over her shoulder and my whole face lit up and I shouted, Master, you came! 100 demonic cultivators turned around at the same time, every single one of them, including her. You have to understand, a threat from a person means nothing to a mouse. The sound of a cat is different. Lang Feiyan's name is a cat. My talisman was still locked, obviously. She'd sealed those first thing because she's competent, so I spat out a mouthful of blood and essence and burned 20% of my own health. Burning blood, instant shadow escape. Her palm went through the space where my shadow had been. The last thing she saw of me was my eyebrow going up, and a gesture, which she did not recognize but understood perfectly. Luo Muxian has spent her entire career being the one who tricks people. You deceived my feelings, she said, to an empty valley. It doesn't matter. We'll meet again, and you'll regret it. I came out of it 100 miles away and half dead, and by the time I got home, the sect was in an uproar. 4 grand elders were standing in the outer hall interrogating Su Wanling, and Nangong Yue was refusing point blank to be sent home. Grandfather, I heard junior brother was taken by Netherworld Hall. Go back to your mountain. No, I'm going to get him. Absolutely not. I don't care. 4 grand elders, Tian Yuan, Tian King, Tian Jian, Tian Ke, were about to fly to Stormwind Valley personally for one player. Several hundred players watched that happen and had to go and sit down. Then I walked in through the gate, filthy and weak but present. Tian Qing plus 10 to 30, Tian Yuan plus 20 to 20, Tian Ke plus 20 to 20, plus 10 to 10. Rewards: the Supreme Body Refining Pill, a mystic technique, 1,500 stones, 1,000 contribution points, and from Elder Tianke, something I didn't expect. Sword Sect, Miscellaneous Services Hall. Steward Token. The authority to command the servant disciples of the sect. It is the lowest office in the entire organization. It's the sect equivalent of assistant caretaker. It is also the first actual position of authority I have ever held in either life. And I want you to remember that I now own it because it becomes extremely relevant in about 2 weeks. I spent 3 days recovering on Spirit Beast Mountain because Nangong Yue would not permit anything else. She made me porridge. I ate it braced for injury, given my recent experience of a woman's cooking, and it was the best thing I have ever eaten. Senior sister, did you actually make this? What, I'm not allowed? No, I mean, this is genuinely. My mother taught me. When I lived with her at the Star-Plucking Law Sect, she taught me cooking and embroidery, and I learned all of it. Who is your mother exactly? Ling Feihong, Grand Elder of the Star-Plucking Law Sect. I put the bowl down. Ling Feihong is Jiang Luoyu's master, and the Star-Plucking Law Sect is where I spent 4 years in my last life becoming the greatest spell cultivator alive. 3 days, and she gained 5 more points on me, 80, now. And somewhere across the sect, on the Heavenly Sword Mountain, someone passed a core formation tribulation. Chu Tianhan had broken through again. Before I left, she promised me the tournament prize she'd won, held in trust until I reached Golden Core. And I leaned in close to her ear, and she went absolutely still and started saying something about her father. And what I actually asked her was whether the offer I'd made in the shop still stood once I got there. She stamped one deerskin boot, said, "Fine," covered her face with both hands, and ran home. I took a hell quest for a herb called Purple Luo Illusory Spirit Incense because it paid 3,000 contribution, 5,000 stones, an earth-grade pill, and 1 transmission of power from a Grand Elder. I know where that herb grows because I knew in my last life. Fixed spawn, 10,000 mountains, far north. And the moment I walked out of the registration hall, the clerk who took my details ran up the Spirit Sword Mountain. He took the Purple Luo quest, Great Master. Good, here's your reward. Go back and say nothing. Chu Tianhan stood and looked at a sea of clouds. You've escaped twice on luck. This time you die. He does not wait for enemies to grow. He does not challenge them fairly at their peak. He removes them while they're small by any means, and he does not care in the slightest how it looks. He sold my identity and my location to a demonic sect and then stood in a sect meeting and accepted a punishment for it. This time, he was going himself. On my way out, I heard my own name in a voice I'd hoped never to hear again. Ji Chen! She was in servant's robes with a broom. Guojie had joined my sect, as a menial, the lowest rank there is, the one no player will take because the pay is 1/3 of an outer hall disciples and the work is manure and latrines. She had taken it and then talked her way onto the gate-sweeping rota specifically so she could stand where I'd walk past. And for 1 full second, I genuinely intended to kill her. I have never felt anything like it. My hand was on the sword and my brain had produced a complete plan before the rest of me caught up and remembered that murdering a fellow disciple in front of 100 witnesses is the one thing even I can't buy my way out of. She saw it, and then she dismissed it because in her model of the world, I'm just sulking. Yikin. The tears arrived on schedule. Are you really so heartless? Have you completely forgotten what we had? She is, and I say this with professional respect, an extraordinary actress. If I didn't know her, I would have believed every second of it. Move. I apologize for what I did. If you forgive me, I'll only love you, from now on, forever. I looked past her and called out to a passing senior servant. He came over at speed, because I'm the sect leader's disciple and he wanted something from me. Is she a servant? Joined a few days ago, junior brother Lin. Then I took out the miscellaneous services hall steward token and held it up. Do you recognize this? His posture changed completely. I do, Steward Lin, whatever you require. Good. This servant is having some kind of episode. Delusions, I think. I don't want her embarrassing the sect at our own gate. From today, she gets the dirtiest and heaviest work available. I don't want to see her here again. Do we understand each other? Understood, Steward Lin. I'll have her hauling manure and cleaning latrines within the hour. I handed him a bag with 100 spirit stones in it for his trouble, which for a servant disciple is several years of pay, and he nearly wept. Sister Guo, you're talking nonsense and bothering Brother Lin. It's a dereliction of duty to have you at the gate. Come with me. Ji Chen, she was being physically towed. I won't give up. I'll prove my sincerity to you. Just wait. I stood there in the sunshine for a while, feeling better than I had in weeks. Actually, on reflection, I'm glad she's in my sect. I can collect this slowly. 2 hours later, she was in a vegetable field with a bucket, and she opened the forum, and the top thread said, "Shocking. The mystery owner of 4 of the main city's gold shops is the solo player Lin Jichen." Because I'd bought 4 more prime shops that morning, and a player had noticed that I walked into the city hall, never came out, and that 4 premium listings vanished off the map in the same hour, and that nobody else in the world has the reputation to buy them. I own 10 shops now, almost every prime commercial site in Phoenix Melody City. And in a vegetable field, a woman with a manure bucket started reading, and her eyes came back on like lamps. Princess Ji Tongyan caught me in the Imperial Garden and asked the question I'd been avoiding for a month. Has your master come out of seclusion? Did she agree to the marriage my father proposed? I lied. She's still in seclusion, I said, and I've been back many times, because telling Leng Feiyan that the emperor wants me as a son-in-law is a conversation I intend to have exactly once, at a time of my choosing, ideally after I've made myself indispensable. It's all right, the princess said. Cultivation is outside of time. I can wait, however long it takes. Then she gave me a talisman, nascent soul talisman, a sealed strand of her father's spirit. One use, the single most valuable emergency in that world. You're in the field constantly, and things are still coming out of that broken seal, and the demonic sects are getting bolder. Carry this. And I refused it. I want to be honest about what that cost. 9 days earlier, I had been standing in a valley, unable to use my own escape technique with 4 demons closing in, and that talisman is precisely the thing that fixes that. But it was a gift from an emperor to his eldest daughter, and there is no version of me that takes it. I told her I already had one from my master, which was a lie, and left. Her younger sister was waiting for her at her residence, complaining bitterly that their father had matched her with an inner hall disciple of the Supreme Blade sect who isn't even as good-looking as Lin Jichen's toes, and whose voice sounds like a street vendor's. And then she caught her elder sister smiling at nothing and accused her loudly of being in love. Then Qin Xiaowei called me from Beijing and couldn't come home. At the music festival, a young man had decided he wanted her to have a drink with him. She'd refused. He'd insisted. She'd slapped him. He took her identity card, told her she'd pay for it, and her company, a regional subsidiary, informed her that they were not in a position to help. I'll be fine, Shaolin. I'll just hide. For a while until he loses interest. What's his name? Yang Yu. His family has a lot of pull. I heard his grandfather was a general. Yang Yu. Yang. I hung up, went to the wardrobe, and dug a gold-edged business card out of a shirt pocket. Yang Yiru, chairman, Yang Fan Shipping Group. The woman whose father I kept alive for 6 extra days in a hospital corridor in Beijing. I called at midnight. She answered, half asleep. Are you Ms. Yang Yiru? I'm the one who helped your father at the hospital 2 months ago. Little brother. She was instantly awake. The little miracle doctor, which is what she calls me, and which I have failed to prevent. Her father died the month before last. Peacefully, with time to arrange his affairs, with his daughter beside him, which is what I bought him, and which she has evidently not stopped thinking about. I explained about my landlady. Who is he? This is outrageous. I'll deal with it. In Beijing, my word carries weight. His name is Yang Yu. There was a silence of several seconds. Are you telling me Yang Yu? If there isn't another one. That boy. Her voice had changed completely. He's my second brother's only son. Spoiled since birth, arrogant, thoughtless. Little doctor, I am so sorry. I will settle this tomorrow. Thank you. No, thank you. My father is barely cold. My family has a great many enemies. If that idiot had been caught doing this by the wrong people, he'd have taken all of us down with him. You've done us a service. At 8 the next morning, she sent me a video. A young man on his knees in the middle of a very expensive living room, and a middle-aged man standing over him with a belt. How did I raise such an animal? Your grandfather built the family name and you were going to bury it. Dad, I didn't do anything to that little singer. I only made a bet with a friend that she'd have a drink with me, and she wouldn't, and I lost face. You lost face? The sound went on for a while. I have listened to it perhaps 4 times. The identity card was returned via her company, along with a formal apology and a check for 5 million yuan. Qin Xiaowei tried to give me the check and I would not take it. Yang Yiru then messaged me for the rest of the morning, and I want the record to show that a 36-year-old divorced billionaire who runs a shipping conglomerate spent an entire working day trading jokes with a 19-year-old and at one point sent her secretary out of the room. Little brother, are you still a student? 6th grade, nearly middle school. What primary school student is 6 feet tall? She also sent me a red envelope with 88,888 yuan in it to buy a game ring and told me she'd get me a proper capsule when I graduated. I am aware of how this looks. I would like it noted that I did not ask for any of it. 2 families had dinner to celebrate, and both women drank wine they cannot handle. Qin Xiaowei made a toast, drank the whole glass in one go, and choked for a full minute because she has never done that before in her life. You helped me with Tang Tang and you helped me with my career. Both of the things that matter. I won't forget it. By the end of the evening, I was carrying 2 grown women home in stages. I got Qin Xiaowei to her bed and pulled the blanket up, and she opened her eyes halfway and said, "With you here, I'm not afraid of being drunk." And then she sat up, took hold of my collar, and kissed me. Tang Tang, standing in the doorway, put both hands over her eyes and turned around. Tang Tang can't see anything. Tang Tang didn't see anything. Then, without turning around, Brother Lin, you have to take responsibility now. I would like to point out that I was the one being kissed, and that this child is 8. The next morning, her aunt interrogated her. Tang Tang, did I say anything strange last night? No, nothing at all. You didn't say anything. You just kissed Brother Lin. And then she fell asleep mid-sentence and could not be woken. In the lift that morning, we performed an outstanding scene of 2 people who had never met. I licked my lips without thinking about it. She saw me do it. Neither of us survived that moment with any dignity, and we were saved only by neighbors getting in on the 4th floor. The 10,000 mountains are 5 days north, and there is nothing there but fog. I lost the route within an hour and had to travel low on the panda, which had reached crystallization late and needed one more push to grow wings. We cleared a pack of black wolves with a golden core leader in about a minute. Then Bear Appearance went into a cave to scout and came out of it like a cork out of a bottle, followed by 100 insects the size of fists with horns and long stingers. Poisonous horned stinger bees. Golden core early. 40,000 health each. Swarm creatures. They do not retreat. They do not scatter. They come until they're gone. And their honey is a better healing item than anything an alchemist can make. So I stayed. Their queen was golden core late with 65,000 health and a needle barrage that put 3,000 poison damage into my arm in one pass. Heavenly light slash, critical, 8,900 plus a 10-second silence, and I want to record what I said out loud when that number came up. That is what a sword cultivator's skill is supposed to look like. Then freeze, stun, and a beating. That's for stinging me, and that's for stinging me. I have an excellent temper. I never hold grudges. She answered with an illusion of the sky going black with 10,000 bees, which Armor of Thunder revealed as a bluff, and then with 3,000 thunder slashes coming back the other way for 6,600. My new skill, 20% stronger in my hands than in anyone else's, because of a medal I earned by insulting the sky during a thunderstorm. Her last resort was ordering her own swarm to detonate themselves on me, one at a time. The only reason I survived that is a passive that gives me 10 speed every 30 seconds of combat, and by then I had been fighting for a while. The panda broke her final cast with a body slam, and I finished her. Behind the hive there was a hidden valley with a hut in it, and under the hut, my new feng shui technique found it in about 4 seconds, a tomb with tens of thousands of spirit stones and 2 bottles of mystic-grade combat pills that require a 5th-rank alchemist to produce, and in the hive, a young queen, golden core, which is a second pet once I break through. Getting her cost me every bee in that colony, and my panda held all of them off while I filled cages, and by the end, we were both so swollen we could not see properly. I looked at my reflection in a stream. My face was the size of a lantern. My lips were sausages. My ears were something from a butcher's window. The honey cures the swelling. I applied mine and went back to normal. The panda ate its entire share of the honey rather than putting any of it on its face and remained deformed for the following 2 days, and I want the record to show I offered. Loyalty went up 3 points though. 88. Then I found a treasure chest on a lake bed, which is only possible for me because my robe has a swimming skill on it that I had never once used. 20 minutes of lockpicking underwater bought a healing skill I'm keeping for my sister and a key to a treasure vault that in my last life turned a complete nobody into a top 100 player with a shop of his own. I need golden core to use it. While I was down there, somebody dived into the lake to bathe, and I made the socially correct decision to wait on the bottom until she'd finished, and my air ran out. You degenerate! Hold on! How long have you been down there? Chu Hongling. We established that I was there first, that I had stayed under specifically to avoid embarrassing her, and that she takes an extraordinarily long time to bathe. Then she asked me to team up. She'd come hunting a beast called Chang Yu, and the 10,000 mountains were more than she could handle alone. On the road, she asked why I thought she joined the Buddhist order, and she answered warmly, she believes, the abbot told her she had an affinity, she is happy there. Which does not fit anything I know, because in my last life, Chu Hongling falls to the demonic path, and I have never learned why, and she plainly has no idea it's coming. She also asked whether I was single. Why? Have you fallen for me? Dream on. I like older men, rugged, bearded, the kind who could conquer me. Then you want a man made of gravel. Who? Look him up. She looked him up and laughed for a while and told me she was asking on behalf of a friend of hers who is a fan of mine, which I chose to believe. She killed a golden core python in front of me to establish her credentials, and did it well. Chang Yu turned out to be a four-eared ape, boss, golden core late, 55,000 health, 520 speed, and it opened by knocking her across a clearing. She couldn't touch it. Too fast. I went in with Wind and Thunder 1 sword, broke a golden core spirit shield, and put half a foot of blade into its chest for a critical 4,300, and after that, it couldn't leave. 10 minutes. Afterward, she admitted she'd been holding several things back and could probably have won alone. It would have taken an hour and cost her everything she had. I took only the corpse and the demon core and gave her all the equipment, including an earth-grade bow, and that kill pushed me into crystallization late. Strength 615, speed 550. And then I turned around and Chu Tianhan was standing behind us. He had learned a tracking technique. He had come himself, and he was core formation now. Aren't you both from the same sect? Chu Hongling asked. Same sect. He's here to kill me. An NPC? Why? Because the woman he wants doesn't want him. She wants me. Chu Hongling looked him up and down. You couldn't win a girl, so you came to murder a man. There's no class in you at all. He opened without a word and hit us both from 30 meters for 8,500 and 6,800. I told her the truth. There's no fight here. Run, and I'll buy the time. And she said no. You go. I'll cover you. I can't stand his face. Then she did something I have thought about a great deal since. She put her hands together, and the air behind her tore open, and an Arhat walked out of it, a giant of gold with a dragon coiled up one arm and a galaxy behind its shoulders. Chu Tianhan looked mildly interested for about a second and a half. A golden core early Buddhist with a technique like that. I did underestimate you. Then he broke it, and then he broke her, and I was already gone. I want to be extremely clear about this, because it is the ugliest thing in this account, and I am not going to dress it up. I ran. She died buying me the seconds, and I spent every one of them running, on foot, using no spiritual power at all so that his tracking technique couldn't find me. Here is the calculation. Since I made it in about a second and a half, and I've had a long time to check it, Fang Qingzhu is an NPC. If an NPC dies to another NPC, she is deleted from the world permanently, and there is no version of that I will allow, which is why I took 4 core formation demons onto my own back for her. Chu Hongling is a player. She respawns. She loses experience and some cultivation, and she wakes up in her sect annoyed. And I lose 10% of every innate attribute I own, permanently, forever, on a build that only works because those numbers are perfect. Coward! Chu Tianhan shouted at the trees. He stood there and watched his woman die and ran. Her message arrived a few minutes later. I'm dead. Did you get out? Running. Good. You'd better. Otherwise, I died for nothing. Why did you make me go instead of you? Because I couldn't stand that NPC's attitude. And because you've helped me a lot, and I'd finished my quest. Dying once isn't a big deal. You haven't finished yours. Thank you. I owe you a large one. Again? When did you ever owe me anything? Don't ask. If you ever need me, say the word. She has now saved my life twice in 2 different lifetimes and has no idea about either. That night, I found a cave to sleep in, and there was something in it eating a golden core tiger. Yaosha Evil Demon, boss, spirit severing early, 70,000 health, 550 attack, 525 defense. I couldn't run. Running requires spiritual power, and spiritual power brings Chu Tianhan, so I discovered something. Phoenix Feather applies a 15-second crippling effect. Every part of the target becomes a weak point, ignoring armor. Falling Thunder Swordplay makes my ordinary attacks hit like critical strikes. Crippling makes every one of those a genuine critical, which means at full stacks, under crippling, my basic swing does roughly 4 times its listed damage over and over with no cooldown and no cast time. That is my second personal combination, and I found it in a cave at midnight by accident. Add a bloodlust pill for 2% lifesteal, and I stopped dodging entirely. I stood in front of a spirit-severing demon and let it hit me and hit it back faster. 13 vengeful ghosts came out of its mouth, and 1 heavenly light slash removed all 13 because the cave was narrow and they had nowhere to go. Finished with mountain-splitting sea-severing sword, 20,900 plus an execute, and then the entire mountain started to come down because I had used a mountain-splitting technique inside a mountain, and I got out with about a second to spare. Congratulations on the first kill of a core formation realm boss in 8 desolations. Global announcement. Hide your name? Don't hide it. 5,000 reputation. A medal that adds 10% damage against undead. A. Dao Heartfruit, which I spent maxing Swordstorm. 100 by 100 meter cage now, 1200 a second for 7 seconds, and the timer refreshes every time something dies inside it, so the more of you there are, the longer you're all trapped. And 1 special item. An Earth-grade magic treasure, a mask. It lets you take on the appearance, physique, voice, aura, and eyes of anyone whose realm is below yours. 2 hours, no gender restriction, 1 day cooldown, unlimited uses. Read that again. I'll wait. Chu Tianhan had seeded the mountains with trigger formations, and I walked into one. He was coming. I had about 40 seconds, so I put on the mask. And because a female cultivator of my own sect would be recognized in a heartbeat, and because I spent 4 years of my last life inside the star-plucking law sect and can answer any question about it in my sleep, I picked a star-plucking disciple. Specifically, I picked Jiang Luoyu. I would like to formally apologize to her, and I would like to note that I did it anyway. He came down out of the sky expecting to find me, found a beautiful stranger, and I watched the most dangerous man in my life turn into something else entirely inside 2 seconds. This fellow Taoist appears to be of the star-plucking law sect. I am Chu Tianhan of the Heavenly Evolution Sword sect. It's a pleasure. I have known Chu Tianhan for 2 months. I have never heard that voice. My name is Zhang Luoyu. Sorry, Miss Zhang. Zhang Luoyu. What a lovely name. He decided we were going the same way. For the next 90 minutes, the great master of the sword sect, core formation, the finest swordsman of his generation, flew beside a woman he had met once and talked continuously. He told her that the grand elder of her sect and the elder of his were practically family, and that this made the 2 of them practically family, which is not true and which he invented on the spot. He called her silly girl. He took her hand. I want you to understand that I was in there. I could not use my sword flight without giving myself away, so I flew badly, on purpose, for an hour and a half while being courted. And then we arrived at the peak with the purple luo herb on it, and the herb was guarded by a tree demon at spirit-severing middle, so I put my hand to my mouth. Oh no, I think I've overestimated myself. My master always said I was too ambitious. I should abandon the quest and go home and cultivate properly. A herb like this is better left to someone truly capable, like you, senior brother. I won't trouble you any further. He caught my wrist. Don't be discouraged. You cannot handle this tree demon, but I am here. If Zhang Luoyu wants it, then never mind a herb. I would find a way to pull the bright moon out of the sky and hand it to you. And then he stroked the back of my hand. I would like to state for the record that I have since scrubbed that hand. Then, Senior Brother Tianhan, would you hold the demon while I gather it, and afterward, there will be a special gift for you. He was airborne before I finished the sentence. He killed a spirit-severing middle tree demon in one exchange, which incidentally tells you exactly how the real fight between us would have gone. I picked the herb. Senior Brother Tianhan, come here. He came at speed. Close your eyes. The gift is coming. He closed his eyes. He was breathing quickly. He leaned in and he pursed his lips. I slapped him across the face as hard as I have ever hit anything. There's your gift. Do you like it? He opened his eyes with his hand on his cheek and said, genuinely bewildered, a gift? Miss Zhang Luoyu, why? And then he noticed the teleportation light going up around me, and half a second before it took me, I took off the mask. Great master, thank you so much for completing my quest for me. This junior brother is deeply, deeply grateful. Ha 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 ha. I was gone before the laugh finished. He stood alone on a bare peak with a handprint on his face. Moments later, there was no longer a peak. Lin Jichen, I will tear you into pieces. I will grind your bones into powder. I turned that quest in with tears running down my face. The reward included 1 transmission of power from a grand elder, and it was assigned to Tianjian, the strongest swordsman in the sect. The man my own master says beats her at pure swordsmanship, Chu Tianhan's master. He put a finger to my forehead and an ocean poured in, and I ignored every point of cultivation experience in it, because experience is the cheap part. Swordsmanship aptitude plus 5%. Over and over. and deeper in, past the light, there was a figure holding a sword, and every motion it made was a sword immortal descending, and I got close enough to see the movements and could not understand a single one of them. You have comprehended a heaven-grade sword art. Returning origin sword art. Critical rate plus 100%. Sword speed plus 100%. Sword skill damage plus 50%. All sword skill cooldowns minus 20%. And a passive. After every skill, the next basic attack does 150%. Elder Tianjian's eyes came out of his head. Good, good. No wonder the sect leader values you. A genius my sect sees once in 1,000 years. Do you know, Heaven Cold received my transmission many times over the years, and the best he ever drew out of it was an earth-grade sword art. You're far stronger than he is, and Chu Tianhan was standing in the doorway. What followed was 4 minutes of two people being extremely warm to each other in front of an old man. Junior brother Lin, bring any cultivation problem to me. I'll teach you everything I know. You're too kind, great master. You're the leader of an entire generation. I'm nothing beside you. And you're clearly such a generous person. I'm sure you're always out there helping people, completing their quests, slaying tree demons for them. His master left. Both masks came off at once. Do you think I wouldn't dare kill you right here? I know you wouldn't dare. Please try. You weren't this brave when you were running like a rat. That's fair. But then you weren't this gallant either, were you? All that trouble for a beautiful woman. Shame she wasn't real. She did ask me to thank you for finishing her quest. His knuckles made a sound inside his sleeves. You'll regret this, he said, and left. My swordsmanship aptitude is now 150%. A new skill advances a full rank on one successful use. Other people need hundreds. The panda ate a mythical beast's demon core and broke into golden core, which doubled its size and gave it 3 new skills, and one of them stopped me in my tracks. Innate skill. Devour. Consume the corpse of a Yao beast once every 24 hours and gain a permanent enhancement based on what you ate. I fed it thunder dragon meat as a test. Health plus 2000. Attack plus 15. Lightning resistance plus 5%. Permanent. Every day. Forever. I posted a standing order on my own auction house within the hour, buying all Yao beast and exotic beast corpses, golden core and above, price negotiable. I am going to build a monster out of a fat bear 1 meal at a time. The second auction cleared 1,300,000 spirit stones in an evening. Entry threshold was raised to 100,000 stones, and the room was still full. A large young man in a full spirit rank set stopped me at the door and demanded I sell him one of my shops. That was Wang Fuchun, the accountant who has been stealing from his employer for 2 months to play a rich man in a video game. I'll say it again. Move aside. Are you refusing to give Wang face? Get out. Don't make me say it twice. The room went completely silent, and 1,000 of the wealthiest players in the world quietly updated their model of me. Then Jiang Luoyu, who had a seat saved for me, decided to end the evening early because I mentioned my sister was holding lunch and told Su Wanling to jump the bidding on an earth-grade blade from 80,000 to 100,000 in a single step. The room made a noise like a punctured tire. She then did that on every subsequent lot, which meant that if nobody contested, she got it, and if somebody contested, they started at 10,000. A guild leader stood up and accused us of running the price up together. If I were inflating prices, she said, without looking at him, would I do it so clumsily that you noticed? Every lot you declined to bid on came to me at the asking price. There were no unsold items, and the highest bidder won. The fact that you cannot produce that many spirit stones only proves that you are poor. She deliberately let the final lot go so that people would still come to my next auction. It closed at 150,000. It was Tang Tang's birthday, so I gave her a top-tier gaming capsule worth over 1,000,000 yuan, and a room full of women found out what I'd been spending. Everyone came. My sister, Ren Lan, Qin Xiaowei, her teacher, Yan Ruyu, and Yan Ruyu's cousin, who turned out to be Liu Xiazi, the biggest streamer in the world and my most enthusiastic fan, who had worked out where I lived by pure coincidence and had come to look at me. I put her through a fairly hard interview about that at my own front door, and she swore an oath involving lightning strikes and traffic accidents, and I decided to believe about 80% of it and told her to stay for dinner anyway because a child had invited her. Qin Xiaowei tried to cook and filled the kitchen with smoke, and my sister saved dinner. Then Liu Xiazi identified the capsules as top tier at over 1,000,000 each, and the entire table turned to look at me. So I told them the truth, or most of it. I'm a professional gamer. I'm going to spend my future in that world, and I can't hold it alone. I need people around me, and they have to be people I trust. And that's you. That's all of you. Get strong and help me. Ren Lan swore she'd become a top player if she had to fail every course to do it. My sister said for the first time that the game was my dream, and therefore hers. And Tang Tang put her hand in the air and said she would grow up to be Brother Lin's good wife, and the table fell over. Then Qin Xiaowei sang, with a guitar, a song she'd written that week, and looked at me for most of it, and asked me afterward what I thought. Insufficient breath support, unstable phrasing, Over-reliance on the throat, no chest resonance. The table stopped. Those are all my problems with singing. You were perfect. And then Liu Xiazi, who is a lovely person and a walking disaster, asked my sister what kind of girl she'd like for her brother, and my sister explained that we're related beyond the 5th degree, so we're not really brother and sister at all. 2 women at that table put their chopsticks down at the same time. The evening ended shortly afterward. I found out later what Tang Tang wished for when she blew out her candles because she told her aunt that brother Lin would become her aunt's husband. On the way back to campus that night, 5 drunks blocked the road. Ren Lan was off the scooter before I'd stopped it, because a woman who benches 200 kilos has never in her life considered walking away. I went in after her, which was unnecessary, and which I'd do again. Somebody broke a bottle across my forearm and put glass in my knuckles, and I took a man down and kept hitting him until 3 others pulled me off, and Ren Lan flattened the rest and then bandaged my arm with a strip torn off my own sleeve. And here's what I was actually thinking, sitting on that curb. In my last life, I was Enlightenment realm. I could have killed everyone on that street with a look from another street, and I got opened up by a drunk with a beer bottle outside a noodle shop. A tiger on the plains gets bullied by dogs. The police arrived. Ren Lan announced that these men had attacked her and that her boyfriend had defended her, and I became mute for the rest of the evening. The officer who took my statement was a woman called Tang Ning, who drove me home afterward in her own car and lectured me for 20 minutes about how young men should study instead of playing games, and then asked whether it was true that university tuition had gone up by exactly 5,999 yuan this semester because her younger brother had told her so. 5,999 yuan is the price of an 8 Desolations game ring. I said I couldn't speak to tuition, but I could confirm the price of a ring. She went very quiet, and then she said several things about her brother. The second major update landed while I was sitting in that police station. 4 new classes, 6 new secret realms, 4 new rankings. Equipment quality tiers within grades, white, blue, purple, gold. Teleport scrolls nerfed to city use only. And 4 territories that any guild can claim, if they can find a guild founding token. Moonshadow publicly offered 1 billion yuan for a token. Every other major guild offered hundreds of millions. I know where all 4 are and who gets them. I have no intention of founding a guild. I learned what happens when you hand one to people. The new rankings went up that afternoon. Beauty ranking. First, Zhang Luoyu. Second, Gu Qiuxu. Third, Ren Waxing. Fourth, Chu Hongling. Fifth, Yan Ruyu. 10th, Su Wanling. I knew 7 of the top 10 personally, which I found genuinely alarming. Wealth ranking. First, Lin Jichen. Handsome men's ranking. First, Lin Jichen. That one is calculated on innate charm and requires you to be an adult member of a sect, and mine is at maximum, and as far as I can remember, nobody in the history of that game ever maxed it. So there is now a public list, visible to 200 million people, with my name at the top of it twice. Every capitalist in the world knows I own 10 shops. Every player knows my face. And somewhere out there is a man who paid people to cut a finger off someone he thought was me. I stopped being anonymous the day I stopped being poor, and I'm not sure I got to choose. Howling Ghost Ridge is an ancient battlefield where several 100,000 soldiers died, positioned exactly where the yin and yang currents meet. They call it the Gate of Hell. The rank-and-file ghosts there are golden core. I needed a 9-colored lily of the valley, the last of 5 materials for my golden core breakthrough, and the only source is something inside a ghost emperor. I collected 20 complete equipment sets on the walk-in from mobs. And then, past a ruined watchtower, a girl came running out of the fog crying, and she was not touching the ground. Behind her were 3 dozen vengeful ghosts, laughing. Stop running, the wedding's tomorrow. You should be grateful the ghost emperor wants you at all. And then something enormous in a red wedding robe stepped out in front of her. Soul refining ghost emperor. Boss. Spirit severing middle. 90,000 health. 630 attack. 610 speed. 2 full major realms above me. Wife, why won't you believe me? I've been devoted to you since I first saw you in the Redlands. I brought you here so that we could be married. I will never marry you. Then don't blame me. Take her. Tonight we're wed. I would like to be honest about why I stepped in, because it was not chivalry. That thing is the only source of the last material I need, and I had come several hundred miles for it. But I'll admit the line I opened with was more sincere than it needed to be. A lecherous piece of filth stealing an ordinary girl off the road. Go and find some water and look at your own reflection. That fight is the best one I have ever had, and I want to walk through it properly. Swordstorm at ultimate. 100-meter cage, and I set it at an angle that caught the Ghost Emperor and most of his retinue at once. 1,550 a second on him, over 5,000 a second on the ghosts, and the timer refreshes every time something dies inside it, which means the more of his own army he had with him, the longer he stayed in the box. He spent 10 seconds in there watching his own people keep him imprisoned by dying. and he came out having lost tens of thousands of health and his composure. His answer was, soul penetration, 10,222 damage, plus a 30-second ban on healing, and then a chain curse that came up out of the ground and wrapped me from the feet up and drove me into the earth like a meteor. 13,888. I came out of that crater walking, coughing blood with a few thousand health left. You're still alive? You think that tickled? You're not even qualified to annoy me, chi. And then I coughed more blood, which undercut it. He came down with the palm to the top of my skull, and it went straight through my head because the man he was hitting was a decoy that had been standing there for 3 seconds. Mountain-splitting sea-severing sword, 23,555, tendon rupture, healing band, and the splash removed every remaining ghost soldier from the ridge simultaneously. He got up with a wound from shoulder to hip and did the only smart thing left, which was to attack the weakest thing on the field. He put his palm on my panda's back and started draining it. 2,000 a tick, healing himself while Bear Appearance lay there unable to move. Wife, he called out cheerfully, once I've killed this one, we'll be married. You must treat me well. And then he turned around because the sky had gone black. There was a demonic handprint the size of a house above him and a man underneath it with black energy coming off his arm. Is this child righteous or evil? The Ghost Emperor screamed. How does he know Buddhist, sword, and demonic arts at the same time? Sky-crushing demonic seal palm. 12,555. Everything he had recovered went with it, and then so did he. I killed something 2 full major realms above me, and I want that on the record because at the start of this story, I did 1 damage to a pig. The girl didn't leave. She came over and bowed properly and asked to become my ghost servant, a master servant contract, 100 times rarer than a pet, a bound spirit with human intelligence and real combat power. Her panel said, name, unknown, rank, unknown, golden core, early, 60,000 health, 4 skills, 3 of them mental, charm, soul suppression, an area attack off a red bell, unknown name, unknown rank. I have never seen a creature in that world with 2 blanks on its sheet. That Ghost Emperor took me, she said. I don't remember anything, not even my own name. I have nowhere to go. I accepted, and then she came close enough for me to see her face properly, and I knew it. I have absolutely no idea where from. I stood in a ruined battlefield trying to place a face and could not do it, and then I remembered what the Ghost Emperor had said. I fell in love with you when I passed through the Redlands. The Redlands are the territory of the Drought Demon, and her rank says unknown. I stood there with my eyes getting steadily wider and did not say a single word out loud, and I have not said one since, and I would very much like to be wrong. I named her Xiao Wan. My panda, who has been called Bear Appearance since the day we met, looked at me with an expression I will be dealing with for months. 6 spirit orbs, 5 heaven and earth treasures, the 5 best ones, not the acceptable ones, because I refused to compromise on a foundation and spent 3 weeks and a great deal of blood getting the correct set. The core that formed was nearly twice the size of a normal one and had almost no impurities in it. Breakthrough, golden core, early stage. All combat attributes plus 100, health plus 10,000, mana plus 10,000. Heaven-defying change of fate triggered. All combat attributes doubled. Heavenly path, golden core, strength plus 80, crit plus 50, defense plus 50, speed plus 70, health plus 8,000, mana plus 8,000. New random talent, psionic rain, mana plus 10%. When mana drops below 10% in combat, instantly restore 60%. Strength 915, speed 870. Defense 655, health 85,000, crit 295, swordsmanship aptitude 150%, 7 million spirit stones, 10 shops, heavenly tribulation in 30 minutes, 4 bolts. I took the first one on my bare skin with no armor and no technique, and it did 5,000, and I started laughing. 9,000, 15,000. I put the lightning armor up for the last one out of politeness. 11,000. Tribulation survived. And then I put my hands on my hips and pointed at the sky. You old scoundrel, if you can ever manage to kill me, then I'll be impressed. Who am I? The chosen one, the one and only future pillar of the already this arrogant at golden core? I want you to imagine my face. It seems your master has been far too soft with you during her month away. Ling Feiyan was standing on the air behind me in white, out of seclusion, and she had been there for all 4 bolts. I immediately began to perform. Master, your disciple nearly didn't survive to see you. 4 tribulations. I hovered between life and death. I held on by a single breath, purely from the desire to look upon my master one last. I watched. You were untouched. You shouted at heaven and laughed. Was that somebody else? And she took something out of her sleeve. While she was in seclusion, I had gone to her palace every few days and left a wooden tablet outside her door with a line written on it. The mountain has trees, and the trees have branches. My heart has you, and you do not know. The first year of missing my master. The mountains and rivers fall between your brows. Still only a glance. The 7th year of missing my master. If not for you, why would I care about black hair or white robes? The 25th year of missing my master. She had picked up every single one of them. Did you write this? Your disciple did. How could you write such things for your master? She was pink to the ears. Do you know nothing of respect? I stepped in close enough that she had to look up. Master, your disciple doesn't understand respect. Your disciple only knows that if love is separated by mountains and seas, then the mountains and seas can be flattened. The person I love will not be decided by rank or distance. You're talking nonsense. Those are fallacies. I took her hand and put it flat against my chest. Do you know what a month of seclusion was for me? I once believed I was a giant, past being trapped by feeling. This month taught me exactly how small I am. Her head went down. Master feels the same. Leng Feian +5, current, 65, deeply in love. Then I tried to kiss her and got a palm in the face. Rebellious disciple, how dare you bully your master? Have I taught you nothing? Her favorability did not drop, and I want to note that because it means she wasn't actually angry. Then she took me apart for 2 days. 2 full days and 2 nights of sparring on Sword Palace Mountain, no sleep, being knocked down and getting up and being knocked down, while the strongest woman in 4 provinces dismantled every bad habit I have. At the end of it, every skill I own had reached major achievement, including the ones I'd learned that week, and, Phoenix Feather, had reached perfection. 2 days for what 2 months of grinding would not have given me. And one thing she said, which I have not stopped turning over. I asked about the friend she'd mentioned once. She looked at the water for a while. You wouldn't know her, she isn't of our sect, and because of a misunderstanding, we haven't spoken in several hundred years. I know exactly who she means. I've been banned from that woman's mountain, which brings us to Yanyu Plain, and the reason I'm telling you all of this. Moonshadow found a core formation boss that people believed would drop a guild founding token. They were halfway through it when Wanshi Guild arrived to take it off them. 20,000 people on each side. Lu Xiazi was streaming it to 1 million viewers and calling herself a war correspondent between thank yous for donations. I messaged Zhang Luoyu and got nothing back. I messaged Su Wanling and got nothing back, and that's because Zhang Luoyu had given an order and I only learned what it was afterward. Don't reply to him. Why? Are you two fighting again? I don't want him in this. It isn't a personal quarrel. It's a war between 2 guilds. If he helps us, Wanshi will take it out on him, in the real world, where somebody is already looking for him. We don't get to be that selfish. And if Moonshadow can't beat Wanshi on its own, what right do we have to call ourselves the first guild in the world? I want us to be the strongest, not the most famous. Otherwise, I could buy a founding token tomorrow and still not be able to hold my own house. That is the best thing anyone has done for me in 2 lifetimes, and she did it by leaving me on red. I went anyway. My flight speed at Golden Core with the Azure Underworld Sword is 3,510. The trip takes an ordinary player 2 hours. It took me under 5 minutes. I arrived to find Wanshi's assassins in Moonshadow's backline, killing healers and casters, and the whole front collapsing because of it. Xingsen was cutting through their line like weather. He'd just killed one of their best players, felt bad about it, and messaged his president asking him not to kill Su Wanling because it would provoke me. What's he going to do? Wang Jinghao said. I have thousands of men. He's 1 player. I went into Wanshu's rear. 6 Golden Core spell cultivators in the first 10 seconds because a spell cultivator has 300 defense and I have 915 strength. Critical, 15,668. Ordinary strike, 10,255. The guild channel verbatim, 1 hit, 1 hit. I had full health. And then Wang Jinghao messaged me, and I want to give you this conversation in full because it is my favorite thing I have ever been part of. Brother Lin, this isn't very honest of you. We're brothers. Of course we are, Brother Wang. You're my dearest, closest brother. Then why are you attacking your brother? I can't help it. My girlfriend told me to come. If my girlfriend's in trouble, how can her boyfriend not help? Brothers are like limbs, women are like clothes. Absolutely right, but whoever touches my clothes, I chop off their limbs. Why do you have to listen to a woman? Come to me, ask for any girl you want. I'll get you actual actresses, first tier, 1 phone call. Really? Of course. Name 1. Any star you like. Dinner, the night, whatever you want. I like Audrey Hepburn. Hepburn's been dead for 50 years. I know, but I still like her. Can you arrange it, Brother Wang? I'll arrange and then approximately 40 seconds of material I won't repeat. I let him finish. Brother Wang, if Hepburn's difficult, Marilyn Monroe is fine too. Lin Jichin, I'm asking you one final time. Walk away now and we forget everything and we're still brothers. Otherwise, Brother Wang, please, stop. You're making me feel terrible. You really are my good brother. I let my voice break. I've made a decision. I want to turn over a new leaf. There was a hopeful pause. I've decided to kill you. Hee hee. A sword light went past 4 of his bodyguards without stopping. He sent the 10 best players in his guild, 3 body cultivators, 3 weapon cultivators, 2 spell cultivators, 2 healers, several of them top 100 on the talent rankings. Every one of them golden core late, 2 of them core formation. Xing Sen was among them. The first one to test me was Yi Yanhui, top 30 on the talent list, a rogue with a talent called Heavenly 3 Talents, and one of the famous assassins of my last life. He offered a straight trade, his dagger for my sword, 1 hit each because his blade was poisoned and he had 9 friends and I had none. I accepted, then vanished half a second before his dagger landed, having planned to do exactly that from the beginning. My trade did 5,820. Is that your confidence? All mouth and no technique. Are you the legendary king of talking? He came back twice, and I hit him twice more, and then he panicked and burned his ultimate, a mystic-grade gold-quality ultimate out of a new secret realm, 13,000 base damage, with a 70% bleed, a 30% tendon sever, and a 10% paralysis. It hit me. Minus 6,000. No effects triggered. You suffer 4,000 backlash. He spat blood and looked at his own hands. 6,000 out of 13,000. The backlash nearly matched the damage. And not one of 3 effects landed, including the 70%. Used your ultimate already? You're a bit fragile. Then 3 of them jumped me together, and I opened them all with Ghost Slash, an Earth-grade skill I had learned 6 days earlier and which my master had personally drilled to major achievement during those 2 days on the mountain. 12,555, 9,744, 9,522, plus 20% of their mana, gone. 2 of those 3 were body cultivators. Their defense is the highest in the game. And then Xing Sen said the thing that ended the fight before it ended. All of us, at the same time. None of us beats him alone. The #1 axe cultivator in the world, in front of 9 other legends, telling them out loud that they had to gang up. They agreed, and came, and I did not run. I went for the healers first, not the weakest, not the nearest. The healers, because 10 experts with 2 healers is a siege, and 10 experts without them is a schedule. Xing Sen threw his axes to stop me, and I caught them on my blade and sent them back, exactly as I had the last time, and he had to dodge his own weapons in front of everybody. The first healer died in 2 strikes with a critical 15,778 through the heart. They swarmed to protect the second, so I turned in midair and went through the 2 spell cultivators instead, because returning Origin Sword Art makes the strike after every skill hit for 150%, and I had a skill to spend. Then Phoenix Feather at perfection for the first time. 22 blades across 200 meters, a 40% chance to interrupt, and a guaranteed 20-second crippling on everything it touches. 3 ultimates died in their caster's hands, and then 2 more figures came in from the west. Xiao Linzi, we're here. Lin Jichin, your sister's coming. Renlan had been watching the stream during a lecture, told her professor she felt unwell, walked out of a university building, and logged in. My sister had heard and taken a teleport array. They met on the way and arrived together. Wang Jinghao took one look at 2 very beautiful women and ordered them killed. Renlan's mystic gauntlets lit up and she planted her back foot and threw one punch, and a golden core sword cultivator traveled several tens of meters. Let me show you ladies my Bishi University Iron Fist. And behind her, a Foundation Establishment medical cultivator was casting support that made Golden Core healers stop fighting to stare. Star Moon Blessing, all attributes plus 10%. Eternal Radiance, defense plus 50. I finished it quickly after that because I did not want either of them hit. 10 of the best players in the world, dead in under 10 minutes. I did not use a single ultimate. Send another 1,000, Wang Jinghao was screaming. 2,000, kill him. Boss. His officer wouldn't look at him. The brothers can't hold. Moonshadow has taken most of the field. We're losing. Because that's what actually happened out there. I never touched their front line. I ate their support and tied up every expert they owned, and Moonshadow, 20,000 women that the entire server has spent 2 months describing as decorative, turned the line themselves and rolled it up. Fall back, he said. We're leaving. He looked at me on his way out for a long moment, and I looked back at him. And that's where I'll stop because that's where I am. Let me tell you where the ledger stands. 2 months ago, I woke up in a dormitory that smelled like somebody else's vomit, with nothing, owing money to a woman for dinner, 19 years old and freshly dead. Today, I am the first name on the wealth ranking of a world with 200 million people in it. I own 10 shops in the best city on the map. I have a pharmacy, an equipment house, an auction house, a pet monopoly, an alchemist who will be the greatest in the world, a panda that gets permanently stronger every time it eats, a ghost bound to my name whose identity I'm afraid to say out loud, and a master who taught herself to cook and nearly killed me with it. Guo. Jiu is carrying manure up a mountain in a game she joined to find me. Xu Zihui is living in my decoy apartment, missing a finger, describing me to my enemies and telling anyone who'll listen that his boss is a wonderful man. And the 10 best players on this server just found out together in public that none of them can take me alone. So here's the part I'm not comfortable with. 2 months ago, nobody knew my name. That was the whole plan. Get strong quietly. Be nobody. Be ready when the wall comes down in 5 years. Today my face is on a public leaderboard, at the top of 2 of them, in front of 200 million people. Every capitalist on the planet knows exactly how much I'm worth. A man cut a finger off somebody he believed was me, and I let him keep believing it. And Chu Tianhan is alive. He is core formation. He sold my location to a demonic sect and stood in front of a council and accepted a punishment for it. He hunted me across a mountain range personally. He killed a woman in front of me to make a point. And 6 days ago, I put on a mask, made him hold my hand, made him finish my quest, and slapped him in the face. And then I stood in front of his own master and let him watch me be told I was better than him. He has not moved yet. He's the sort who waits. The update went live this week, and there are 4 territories now, and 4 founding tokens. And I'm the only person alive who knows where all of them are. The demon seal is broken, and the things underneath are in the world. The merge is coming early, everything is coming early, and I'm the one who moved it. And somewhere in the far east, there is a beast at Ascension Realm that put a hole in my chest in another lifetime. And my master, who could kill almost anything, told me plainly that she cannot beat it. Yet. And here's the part nobody understands about coming back. Everyone assumes the advantage is knowing what happens. It isn't. The advantage is that I am the one thing in this world that isn't where it's supposed to be, and every single thing downstream of me has already started moving early because I touched it, which means I don't actually know what happens anymore. Good. 5 years. A mask that wears anyone's face. 10 shops, 1 panda, and a very long memory. Somebody in the Far East should start running.